when there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. Oh, but I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you.
Had the lows. How is everybody doing? भाई आज शॉर्टेस्ट वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीम एवर होने वाली है गाइस. शॉर्टेस्ट वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीम, समझ रहे हो? मेरे को न्यूज मिल चुका है, इनसाइड न्यूज है, किसको बताना नहीं. 15 मिनट में दोनों मैप खत्म हो गए. इनसाइड न्यूज है, तुम लोग को दे रहा हूं, समझ रहे हो? बाय इजी बे. हाँ क्यों कर रहा हूं मैं 15 मिनट का वॉच पार्टी. बाय PRX ही है, बाय PRX. 13-0 101% पे. मेरे हिसाब से 5-0 के बाद एक सरेंडर वाला भी हो सकता है. मतलब मैं बायस्ड नहीं हूं, G2 जीत सकता है, लेकिन नेक्स्ट वाला गेम आई एम नॉट बायस्ड यार. कैसे बंक्स भाई? सब बढ़िया. नींद में होगा, शर्म आती है? 15 मिनट कैसे सरेंडर करा G2 ने? बोल नहीं सकते. पहला मैच EDG का है ना, पहला मैच वो है भाई PRX, दूसरी मैच है EDG. भाई 10 साल बाद मैं कांगकांग को देखूंगा यार. भाई क्या कांगकांग ने क्या किया चाइना में? मैं सुना एकदम खतरनाक ओपिंग बॉपिंग की थी, मैं मिस कर दिया था यार. कांगकांग भाई आई एम सॉरी मेरी जान. बाकी सबको देखा था मैंने, कांगकांग के अलावा. जिंक्स ना करो भाई, जिंक्स नहीं कर रहा भाई. जीत गए भाई, जीत गए. मतलब इम्पॉसिबल है कि PRX हारे. वोट डाला था उसने. हाँ क्या? तो मैं FNS बैक टू एनर्जी देखा मैंने, देखा भाई. लेकिन पता नहीं बे, वो एनर्जी में वो जो फील है ना, वो थोड़ा सा डिम हो गया बे, क्योंकि वो लोग ने एकदम स्टार टीम बनाई थी. स्टार टीम मतलब ऑन पेपर क्या क्या नाम्स थे बे, क्या क्या नाम्स थे, लेकिन फिर कुछ हुआ नहीं. समझ रहे हो? बहुत क्रेजी टीम थी एनर्जी की, समझ रहे हो? लेकिन अभी देखना पड़ेगा. मेरे हिसाब से अगर कुछ कर सकता है एनर्जी को तो ओनली FNS. आई थिंक FNS IGL एंड सॉम बख्शुदी, ये डेडली डुओ. सॉम को मारने का भी जरूरत नहीं है, सॉम को बनना है बुस्टियो जैसा. बख्शुदी क्या बोलते हो? ला ला सुई बंग पे वड़ा पाव लो. लव यू. कैसा काली जुबान? एक्सक्यूज मी. PRX जीतेगा 93%, 94%. इतना तो मार्क्स भी नहीं मिलता मुझे. भाई डिस बैटल दिखाएंगे क्या? Demon 1 and कांगकांग द बेस्ट. किधर है Demon 1 अभी? हाँ तेरा बेस्ट बंदा किधर है भाई? Demon 1 से अच्छा आसपास है भाई. वो क्या था ट्विटर पे, इतना गंदा लैंग्वेज सुन के मेरा माइंड ब्लॉक हो गया भाई. क्या भाई इन लोगों का खतरनाक था ना. मैं भी शौक हो गया मतलब. अरे सबसे बेस्ट ये था कि सामने वालों को बोल रहे थे कि एजुकेशन NH के. साउंड बड़ा चालू तो होने दो. शाबाश भाई. लैंग्वेज आसपास ऑलवेज द गोड भाई. आसपास कंसिस्टेंटली बाप खेला उसने पूरा इवेंट.
We pranked 2 times. He's strong, I know, but we will see in the match.
भाई कल मजा आया ना, लेकिन वुदरिंग वेव्स में भाई क्या गेम है बे, मजा आया मेरे को बहुत खेलने में बे, एकदम सूदिंग लगा मेरे को।
With Valorant, I found my calling.
हाँ ना अमोक भाई, लव यू
My goal is to be unpredictable.
भाई, मेरा गोट बे, मेरा
Always
गोट,
changing tempos.
मेरा
Go
गोट बे,
fast when they expect me to go slow.
मेरा गोट आ गया
Go
बे।
high when they expect me to go low.
भाई जिस दिन मैं इसको मिलूंगा ना, एक गिली चुमी बनती है। वैलो तो एनएच के यार, मेरा पीसी वो करना पड़ेगा रे, मैं बात भी नहीं किया। नीचे एक ही है क्या अभी, एक्सक्यूज
I
मी,
wanted to win this game.
मिला तो एस्ट्रा भाई, उसको याद नहीं रहेगा ना अभी तक।
I want to play my best and be the best team that I possibly can for my teammates. Especially for IC, it's his
हैदराबाद में
first
मिले थे
event
PRX
ever,
टीम से,
or
मैं
his
था ही
rookie
नहीं
year.
यार
I just
तभी।
want him to experience being on the big stage. Now that Jing is back, W Gaming is back to work, we feel complete again.
एक्सक्यूज मी, इसका मतलब क्या है? मोने भाई देख रहे हो ना, क्या है ये?
Because if you lose, we're gonna air you out on Twitter.
मेल चेक करो, पीसी रिलेटेड ठीक है आज करता। मगर बंक्स भाई, जैसे अगर कोई माइक से गाली दे रहा है तो उसको बैन सब कैसे होगा? रिपोर्ट करने का बे, म्यूट करने का, रिपोर्ट करने का, सिंपल है।
अच्छा कॉस्प्ले ना,
सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, रेस इतना मेन होने का सफल हो गया है। ये देखो हेडफोन डाली है,
काम करते एक काम कर ले मेरे लिए।
कॉम्स अब्यूज रिपोर्ट, हाँ वही करने का है। अभिषेक भाई कैसे? अभिषेक भाई हाउस फैमिली यार, पापा कैसे?
Here we go. PRX versus G2.
Thank you for the 100 and the 100.
And it's going to be a clash of styles. You're going to have the G2 heavy prep work versus W Gaming on PRX's side. You couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off our day here.
कौन कहता है एवोकाडो?
saw this match. G2
Nice.
was a
ना वेरी नाइस इट
their
इज
first international event.
एक तो ब्राउन ब्रेड नहीं पसंद, उसके ऊपर एवोकाडो भी। कौन बढ़ाओ किसका?
To play
Yeah.
them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen. And as we
Hello.
look at the maps, we're starting off on 2 maps back to back.
सनसेट बैन
So
बोलते,
PRX is planning to
सनसेट
double
बैन
those
बोलते।
comps.
I love the fact that Split is going to be the first map. We
Karan
know
bhai,
that
sharam
PRX
karo.
never played a lot in the region. They didn't even get to play it until the grand finals. They left it open as a third map time and time again, but
Twitter
they
पे क्या हुआ
never
कोई बताओ?
got to that point.
Did
And
Waddle or
Lotus
Sabrosar
being
retired
the
और पता
second
नहीं
one
किधर है वो लोग?
there with the solo control. And again, as you're saying, the double duelist for PRX. There is some preparation that can be done here, and things are looking better than I expected for G2.
Yeah, with
एलेक्स
limited
बोलते
options to
भाई,
read their space on
आज
the mid
जो
round, this, like,
टूटेगा
solo sky
डेस्क।
double duelist comp on both these maps for PRX is really going to be reliant
Audience
on
के
opening
सामने।
gambits to take a
ना,
ton
ना।
of space early off just like one piece of sky util and on heavy execute.
ए, उसका
If
keyboard
G2
में
can play
कुछ
around
अलग
that
है
well
keycaps।
and give a little bit of space and then flood in against this comp that doesn't actually have that much to hold in the post plant, I think there's a real chance they could win
Excuse
this
me,
match.
X-Lord?
Or
Yeah.
there's a chance
मत
PRX
बढ़ा
could
आवाज,
just
अभी
run them
बराबर है।
over.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Like, what is the alternative
धक्को
to
कैसे
that
पूछते
situation?
सिंगल हुआ?
As the situation goes good for PRX, what do they do in that?
यहाँ से वहाँ का फ्लाइट टिकट पता है कितना है?
Literally, like if
पूछने के लिए।
G2 is
हाँ?
playing on sites on their defensive side, this comp can dominate them. They will be fighting forward, they will be disruptive, and they are some of the best aimers in the world.
I think that there might be a reason behind picking the Split. It's not only that PRX it struggled to close this map. I believe this was also the
Fnatic
last
Grand
map
Finals
of
के
the
लिए
final
qualify
there
कर
in
सकते हैं, कर
Pacific.
सकते हैं।
They struggle. They don't
मुझे
have
आज
that
का
much
पक्का वाला
confidence in it. They don't
प्रेडिक्शन
have
मिल
that
जाता
many
तो
reps.
पक्का
And the
वाला
composition
PRX
ain't
जीतेगा,
that
उसके बाद
crazy, right? Like
Kang
you have seen and
जीतेगा.
probably played against a double duelist before. As I was saying, Split is the kind of map where, especially on that final, because it's the only VOD that I could watch, they started on that
Alex
default,
को
trying to cover up
देखो.
a little bit of the map, and
All good,
they
मेरा
were not
अभी
managing to
वो
get the
सब
rounds.
सुन के
Then
मेरा
AORUS
माइंड
calls
ब्लॉक हो
on
गया.
a timeout
वैसे
and
आज
says, honestly,
एलेक्स
just
पीछे
send it down.
कीबोर्ड फ्लाइंग
Send it
हाँ
down.
बे वही
Time
देखने
and
के लिए
time
मैं
again.
रुका
And they were
हूँ.
being
अभी से
very
मैं
well
देखेगा तो
shut down.
1000
Well,
मेरी
let's
जान
get
के
into today's first
चोटे.
pistol round and throw it over to your casters.
What
You
about
got
you? Thank you
Ilios
for
and
the
Paper Thin, and they're
1000.
totally
ये लो
gonna
मेरा
be unbiased.
हाथ.
Ain't that right, guys?
Absolutely. Always. No bias here. All we want is good gameplay.
Yes.
And these two teams should absolutely deliver on that.
W
front.
gameplay
We've
चाहिए,
all been
W.
waiting to see PaperX take to the stage here in the playoffs to see what kind of form they come out with.
No doubt. I mean,
Guys,
this is one of the
पहला
tournament
round
favorites for sure.
कितने
A lot
टाइम
of
में
people
खत्म
are picking
होएगा?
this PaperX
आज भी
team,
होएगा
feeling like
उधरिंग
this is
रात
their
को होएगा.
moment,
रात के स्ट्रीम के
I'm
बाद
telling you,
उधरिंग
this
खेलेंगे.
G2 team is so
बाप
good
game लगा
right
मेरे
now.
को.
I love
मजाक
the way
से
they
कर
play
बाप
off of
लगा.
each other. You've got some insane cracked players on that squad who can turn rounds on their head. You know, Valen and Leaf in particular have been super impressive. Jonah P, you know, you saw it in some of
भाई
the
टीम
highlight
तो है
videos on
G2
this
का.
particular
टीम
map.
अच्छा
They
है.
had that crazy ace. So this G2 squad is definitely, I think, going to give PaperX one hell of a fight.
Well, we're off to a roaring start already as Jing going forward, able to find a first kill. Valen going to be taken
4
down.
सेकंड में फर्स्ट ब्लड.
Crowd coming alive. Leaf going to be noted. Dealt with there by Divine.
ये
with the
guys,
shield in
पहला
hand.
round खत्म
Played
हो
down,
गया है.
Coming through just 20 seconds into the round. Jing very far forward, collects himself a second. Notes the third. Butler coming in.
बाप
He has the
रे.
headshot. And Jing,
भाई
welcome
ये
back to the
क्या है
stage.
यार.
Pinch Shell's not going to find much.
खराब
He
लगा
wants a
है
little bit more. He
लड़की
won't
हो
get that
गया.
4K, but
अरे होता है
that's gonna be
बे.
Paper
दुनिया में
X
बिन
taking the
बिन
pistol.
प्रकार के लोग हैं अभिषेक भाई.
Blistering pace.
And this is
All you
something
can do
that
is
has been
block the
missing from
negativity
PaperX
and move
until stage
on.
one is Jing. The way that he can explode onto a site and just
Love you,
take
Abhishek.
rounds over.
लेकिन बात
versus
कर थोड़ा ज्यादा था
Just
वो.
so good at identifying these
भाई
positions
ये
out the
देखो
rip.
बे.
There is a little bit of help from the flash,
4
but
सेकंड बे 4
there
सेकंड.
was a good opportunity there for Valen to challenge on that, and then he just
4
starts taking
बुलेट
space. I mean,
4
this is what
बुलेट
makes
में जाके
Jing so
पिक करके मार के
dangerous,
आया.
is he does
The PaperX
not let go.
classic.
Once he's
भाई
got that
क्या
opening
cute
kill
है
on a site, he's going to keep going at you most of the time.
भाई
Not always,
वैलिन
but quite
वैलिन
often.
को देखो किधर बैठा है.
Well, aggressive from the outset in the pistol. Now slowed down. Smoke going to be coming through. Tap onto the orb. Go ahead. Snatch that up. Get Jing halfway to
वैलिन
that
को देखो
showstopper.
किधर बैठा है.
No one playing forward here in the site. Valen lurking back here at alley, but it's going to be a passover on that spike just to really fast track this ult for the Rays. Everybody else now
दूसरा
getting
round
into
पे हो
position.
गया.
Retaken
आज
from
गोल में
here.
दिखना ये क्या?
Gonna prove to be very, very difficult here for G2. As the dog does get the catch.
Yeah, PaperX just crossing their T's, dotting their I's. Wow.
Party.
A push out there from Valen. Gets punished a bit, but doesn't die. It's kind of
No.
what's important
अरे
here.
अरे
He's going to be eating that flash, but Jing, he wants to try to get this ult online. So he's going to push aggressively, looking for it, and he's able to collect another one.
बूमबॉट भी है.
We'll spam across for the rest of the players, likely to just sit back, but something doesn't want to give him that opportunity to die to the spike. He is out for blood, but misread the positioning here, solid from Jonah, be able to collect that kill. Forsaken looking like he will just go ahead and allow them to die. So 4 players sacrificed over the
चलेगा.
spike. PaperX move up 2-0.
Yeah, this is
पॉइंट मिल गया, अल्ट ऑफ
good
मिल गया.
identification here.
W
by
Gaming for the
PaperX
win. Love you,
of
Bunker.
that
Love
positioning,
you.
Using that Trailblazer to figure out where G2 was setting up to die to the spike and trying to punish that as best as they could.
भाई अब भी
And like
चालू
you
हो गया
said,
था गेम. 2-0 हो गया.
it's fine for Jing to die
आपने
there.
block किया
You don't
G2
care
को.
either way.
समझ
You know,
जाओ
you
बस
want those ult
वही
orbs.
पर
You're
बात
so
है.
close to the
मैंने block
showstopper
किया.
already. You're 2 away. You can farm an orb here, and he gets 1 kill, and all of a sudden, they can bonus you in a
अरे
heartbeat. See
अभिषेक
if
भाई.
that's going to be the play here for PaperX as
बहुत
rifles bound
toxic
now
हुआ,
full buy
बहुत
for
toxic.
G2. Did their best there, expecting the aggression from PaperX, covering their angles nicely, and you know, only lost 1 player to it. So for what it's worth, that's not bad at all, frankly. Uh-oh.
Yep.
PRX
I was
से
waiting.
ज्यादा
You're
तो
gonna notice.
एलेक्स
What have you
कोच
done,
फेमस है.
Timer?
नहीं.
This is you.
Forsaken
Stopping
बहुत
around 4
फेमस है भाई.
seconds. Hey,
सबसे
everything's been
ज्यादा
smooth
फेमस
so
Forsaken है
far.
भाई.
That's true. We've been,
Minor pause in the
PRX का
action.
बंडल कैसे
You've been very lucky.
बिका है पता तुम लोग को?
And we'll see what's going on here. Looks like something in the PRX
जान
camp.
पूछकर Forsaken भाई.
Taking
जान
to
मैं
make
समझ
sure
गया
that
बे.
Everything is taken care of.
ऐसी गोट ने बोला थे. जान
May have
पूछकर.
to unplug it, plug it back in again, you know?
that happens.
सब बराबर है
That's
लेकिन
the
समझ रहे हो?
go-to IT solution for sure, but yeah, it's
भाई.
a good start for PaperX. One thing I'm really curious
Riz.
about here, Kilios, is with these 2 comps, you know,
Forsaken
how
Riz.
important is
Huh?
it for G2 to have a really good defender side? Because it's the double duelist, right? And generally, PaperX is doing their damage on the attacker side, whereas G2's comp is
तुमने
generally
कहा था
going to do
उधर
its
से
damage
stream
on
देख
the
रहा है मैं.
defender
Love
side.
you
So
नील
in my mind, I'm
भाई.
starting to wonder, like, what's the round score that G2 needs to get
Most
to
ball
that I feel
bundle PRX का
comfortable
है.
then they switch over to attackers because they've only played this map
और
twice
मैं
since day one
toxic
against 100 Thieves
तो
both
वो
times,
वीडियो
and
क्या
their
था
attacker
फिर?
side was pretty anemic both times.
वो
So
अपना
like 3 and
principal
9,
का
I
था.
think 4 and 8 or something like that. So what is the actual score line that they need to get here on this defender side to have a good
Corsican भाई से ज़्यादा तो
I mean,
Binks
you
पे
want to
famous
be
है
as many
नहीं.
as humanly possible for the
Corsican
G2
भाई.
camp.
Sure.
And we'll see if they're going to be able to get one on the
Corsican
board as we do
OP
get ready to go into that bonus round here.
मैं खुद उसका
Best
fan हूँ.
opportunity for him as the firepower will be in their favor for the most part. Couple
Is
half
there
bombers,
any
but
Indian
we'll see what the
team?
final
Yeah,
assembly is
वो
gonna be
है.
looking like for PRX. Once we
लेकिन
get everything squared
वो
away
वहाँ
here with
पे ही है
Forsaken
जहाँ
on stage.
टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है लेकिन
Curious if
वहाँ
something-
के बुट कैंप में
Thinks about an outlaw or something like that. I'm very, very intrigued as to what he's going to end up buying.
I would be bold on the attack, but I mean, something is just known for doing bold things.
वाला
Given that outlaw, and the man is going to put it to good use. So
Gekko balloons.
could see a purchase like that come
After
through
so
at the
long, Jordan
moment.
Bugs back.
But
कैसे
we can
कार्तिक
still see the
भाई?
game. It's just shy of 4,000 credits.
हाँ,
Yeah.
अभी
Before
अभी
we go ahead
प्रॉब्लम
and pick
फिक्स
that
हो
one
गया
up, but
रहेगा
likely
ना.
wants to
हाँ अभी फिक्स हो गया रहेगा
a bit more
प्रॉब्लम.
money going into the next round, just in case they aren't able to convert here.
Then I think maybe a judge.
That, you know, that is
देखा
also
उसने
very
बोला
much
हाँ
his
फिक्स हो
speed.
गया आप
Yep,
जाओ.
and that's a Paper X thing. They will grab a judge and maybe pass it over to Jing. Jing will give him the Spectre. Something like that might happen. It just kind of depends. But
Yeah, you know, give him the
Keep
wide
the eyes
receiver.
on me. Help Alex.
I mean, it was on split. He was just
that's true.
भाई
absolutely
लड़के लोगों
breaking
का
ankles.
एंट्री है कि नहीं
I
उधर?
down,
sort of
so.
forgotten about that.
कि
I
मुझे
think I
दिख
wanted
नहीं
to-
रहे लड़के लोग.
you-
They'll never forget about it.
But, now they're changing the roster up, so.
Yeah. We'll see how things fare in the future. But looks like with the admin stepping away, Forsaken might be good
लड़के
to
लोग ही है
go.
बे
Not gonna get too overexcited about it quite just yet until I see that clock ticking down once again. But it seems like we should just about be ready to get back
Transition
into the
देखा तुम
action
लोग
here.
ने?
Yes. That's from the Paper
Gav
social
hard
media.
transition.
Tweeted out their Guardians of the Galaxy
There we go.
squad. And it's a Vandal here for something.
Let's
Interesting.
तो है.
That is
Lड़के
quite
नहीं
the vibe,
दिख
but
रहे।
it's
हाँ
Paper
दिख
X,
गया
so
दिख गया दिख गया.
they're good enough to get away with these kind of things. For sure.
भाई किधर एग्रेसिव नहीं खेल रहे भाई G2. किधर एग्रेसिव नहीं
Let's see
खेल
if they're
रहे.
going to be wary of a trap or something like that. Something just trying to take space, but the spike hasn't been picked up. So this is all just kind of an info gathering mission for the
बस,
PRX squad. And
उनको पता
they've
है.
been a little more cautious this year, I think.
Jiggle
It
peek
feels-
out there from Icy. He's spotting plenty. But
Bas,
guiding light
खाली
to the back
side.
of sight, make sure that it is clear. So now
खाली.
space can be taken. Something pushing forward.
Look at Jing.
TP up to heaven. There's Icy trying to force them back. Something
Heal
just
there.
tagged up, and the paint shell keeps him at bay here for the moment. Mind Freak setting up another smoke, trying to keep himself protected, but Icy's able to find a
shot
headshot.
बे.
Does get knocked down to 21 HP. Is Jing
भाई Jing को
lurking
देखो.
away.
Jing को
Has he missed
देखो.
this one? Oh, now noticing it. Takes down Leaf, and that's going to be a weapon recovered. Middle now in hand for him. Clear on the hard boom bump.
Comedy
So
Jing.
pushed up here into heaven. Something finding one. Oh, trying to peek up one apiece, but now something. Picks up a second kill. A 2v2 here. It's Forsaken. Just clearing out that Prowler, but cannot steady the aim. Dash around the back. Something with the updraft. 7 bullets remaining here in the Vandal. Now down to
5
5. Just
bullets,
clears out the
babe.
Prowler. Playing a ring around the Rosie
5
here.
bullets.
Sees the gun barrel of one. Swing out. Finds it. Swap over the glass. Second. Something.
Sup?
It's the 4K Red Bull clutch. PRX.
बाप
They convert
बे.
the bonus.
Yeah, definitely worth the investment for that Vandal. Puts it to great use
भाई
and plays the
क्या
time so
है
nicely.
बात
Something
एलेक्स भाई
just
सारी
beautiful
नजर आप पे आज
on
ठीक
site.
है.
Hitting some great shots.
ये लोग
anticipating
जानबूझ
Icy's
कर
peek
reload
around
नहीं
the
कर रहे हैं
corner.
एलेक्स
Jonah
भाई.
Peek,
आपके
so
खिलाफ
good on
साजिश
elbow
हो
on
रही
that
है.
breach. Was a nuisance the last time they played this map. And that's the Paper X. that you come to know and love. They
बाप
are
रे.
just so deep as a team. Able
भाई
to pull off
वाला,
these
भाई
unbelievable
वाला,
plays, and now you have
वाला.
the showstopper for
ठीक है,
Jing.
अभी
Playing
अब भी
pretty far
जाते
up
हैं.
is G2
आपका
this time.
फोकस
Oh, something just
खराब हो
trying to
गया.
eat some of that
ठीक है,
paint shell damage to come away with the kill,
something
but Icy is able to put him down.
बात तो है.
On
बात
top
तो
for
है.
Trent. Gonna be destroyed, but that is a
You have a
solid
good
start.
point.
Weapon not gonna be
अभी
recoverable here. for him.
six.
Fight goes across. Little
Jing
smattering
ulti
damage
मारेगा
on the
ये
Trent.
round.
Showstopper
Showstopper.
still here in the back pocket of Jing for the entry if they want to commit to this site, but it looks like Paper X maybe wanting to go and suss out the other side of the map.
Yeah, against the Nico, Paper X definitely feeling like, okay, there's too many players over here that we've seen.
पेट से बचा है.
Let's try something a little bit different. It feels like a
Cooking
trap.
करो आप, cooking करो.
And they
Cooking
made the
नहीं,
correct
duo-
read
duo
for
कर रहा है
sure.
वो.
Mind
वो
freak.
कर रहा है आजकल.
Clean
Spike
there,
rush.
taking Leaf out in mid.
Catching the one, setting up a
Four
smoke, trying to
seconds fan,
fake
2
that.
साल
They're
पहले
still going to be
Noble.
pushing their way over onto A, but the read is good here from the side of G2, so some damage can be dealt. Valen has that stinger in
मैंने
hand here
अपनी
on the side.
गलतियां को
Paranoia
माना यार.
exchanged here on both sides. Haunt not catching anybody. CTP's over to the side. Showstopper now going to be coming through, but Valen instantly shuts it down. Jing dead. Jonah P there for the backstab. Knows that immense amount of damage.
round gaya lag raha
Coming through Divide, just respecting that, swings ahead of it. Does
Ye
manage to
round
find
gaya
that kill
lag
now
raha
with
hai.
30 seconds. Looks like they might be wanting to try to fake a pivot, but G2, they're very much stuck here.
Valen is unbelievable with stingers. Just
Guns
insane
to
how good
nahi
he
hai.
is.
Push forward, might be able to find one, but again, HP bar's falling low. Valen coming away with that one. Divide swinging around the side. Forsaken's going to be the one
निकाला
collecting
round
that kill. Now it's
यार.
on Trent. Recovered Vandal in hand. One shot into Forsaken takes down the sky.
भाई कुछ अलग ही है बे.
Seeker coming through just to
PRX.
confirm his position. Swing out, Defy. Just
भाई
pushes for it, nearly
क्या
loses
बे.
his life, but PaperX.
कितना guys?
they
3
keep
मिनट में
on
हो गया
stringing
4
them
round.
together. 4-0 now to start.
For what it's worth, this is a great round from G2. They do a ton of damage. They read this
Mouse
nicely.
देखो, Nezuko
Valen,
mouse.
he is the best stinger player in the world. I have watched so many VODs of G2 coming up to this event, and like his stingers are insane. You've seen it here in this event as well, but the guy is just so crisp with that gun. It is unbelievable how accurate it is. Like, nerf be damned.
दिया रहेगा ना उसको.
Just so clean with it, and I love that
13-0
G2
possible.
has so much success on their ecos because of it.
अच्छा खेला रे
Now in
G2
play
लेकिन
here from
अच्छा खेला.
something. Let's see what kind of value he's going to be able to find here.
सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम इतना है ना.
Pot shots into
मैप
his mail,
देखो
trying
वो
to
लोग
see
को
if
है
he
ना
can
हर बार
connect
पैसिव
the
खेलना
string.
पड़ रहा है क्योंकि
They just got a lot of info
बहुत
to G2 that
explosive
there's
है
nobody
बेटी.
over in A main. The haunt wasn't cleared, so that allows them to take a lot of
A main
space.
पे कोई नहीं है,
The
B
only
main
site
पे
they're
कोई
giving
नहीं
up
है.
is B. And PaperX is actually going to be rotating in that direction, but no real trap setup with all that attention in the mid. That's drawn both Jonah P and Trent over along with Leaf.
ये देखो
So
क्या रोटेशन कर रहा है देखो बे. ए
has
पे
an
एक ही
opportunity
बंदा है
to maybe
रेस.
get through. They can get this opener, but something going to be leading the way with the operator.
I see. Such a deadly position here. So far, the push forward not fully being watched for, and something he's going to start working his way up the ramp, but then gets taken down. The off now
बस
on the
जिंदा रहने का
ground.
उसको.
Value not found. Flashing for the blast pack exit. I see.
Raid किससे मिला यार?
He's going to be traded out at the same time, and now with a re-swing, Mind Freak.
दो मारे
One
उसने.
before getting taken down. Solid shot
चलो
from Leaf,
जिंक्स
though.
भाई अपने
Bring it back
फैन
into a
सबसे
3v3,
मिलो.
but now
Love
Spike
you.
planted. All three players here from PaperX sat in on the
एक
site.
दिन मिलूंगा बे 4 सेकंड को
Kill
याद
some
रख.
Jing, trying to delay. Boombot also available, but Valen comes swinging through.
भाई
He's
जिंग का
instantly
गेम
dealt with.
वापस आ गया यार.
Does end up falling. Leaf able to find one, but the Divide strikes him down. It's all on Trent. He can't make it happen.
भाई
Divide
जिंग is
comes in with
back
a
बे.
two-piece.
Clean.
PaperX Now 5-0.
तो
I mean,
कितना गेम
G2's
लगा
making
उसको
good
चैट.
reads.
2 गेम लगा.
They're setting up these early traps that are getting the early picks against
Back to
PaperX,
form
but
आने के
then
लिए.
somebody like Divide or Mindfreak comes up with these huge multi-kills that completely
भाई
turn the
निकल
round
गया
on
था
their
नेड
head,
मार के.
giving
लेकिन
even numbers advantage for
ये थोड़ा
PaperX.
सीन हो गया.
I mean, just so good this year has Mindfreak been. He is
जोना पे
just
अकेला फाइट लिया बे.
so crucial
ये
to the
थोड़ा
success of this
left
team.
right हो
Him
गया.
and Divide both absolutely just disgustingly good. Being asked to play Sentinels and controllers.
ये लोग के
in
सामने
this
नहीं कर सकते miss
roster
calls.
that's full of cracked duelists, and they hold their own and more than so.
दवाई कितना
They're
improved हुआ है
oftentimes
this year.
like the top
सब अच्छा
fraggers,
खेल
the
रहे
top
हैं.
ACS guys
सब
going
अच्छा
up for
खेल
this
रहे हैं.
PaperX roster.
Now timeout. A necessary call here, given the deficit. And like you said, the reads have been good.
सारे
They've been
PRX fan हैं. मैं
understanding
ढूंढ रहा था कोई
the way that
G2 fan है.
PaperX are going to be rotating around
सारे
the map and
PRX
getting
fan.
themselves in a
भाई
position
कोच
to
एलेक्स कैम
intercept,
किधर
but
है? हेलो.
The trade outs here, the shots not fully connecting. It's consistent damage being
Table,
dealt in these
table,
rounds and
एक
not getting
piece
ran
नहीं है.
over, but they're just also not finding those wins.
Exactly. I mean, look at PaperX's economy. It's not the best.
भाई तुम लोगों को आवाज आ रहा है
back on
टक
screen
टक
here.
टक. वो एलेक्स भाई का पेन
Oh,
का
almost
साउंड
see
है.
this.
म्यूजिक में डाला.
Yeah, so it's like, yes, there's a ton of damage being done, and G2 just needs to get a couple rounds going, and they'll be able to put PaperX back on an eco. So it could start here. Again, these stingers
सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ.
are so lethal, especially on this map for G2.
मैंने आरआर क्यों में गया ना?
Just kind of looking, see if they can maybe get that
Wuthering
showstopper
Waves
online
कभी
with
रात
IC.
को.
They could
रात के stream के
easily
बाद.
turn this around. Get the Viper's fit for Leaf, he's 2 away. A lot of things could absolutely give G2 a big, much-needed thrifty.
Oh, quick swing in and a swing out.
They
जेफर
don't want
के
to
ने
mess
लिया
with that
किसी
stinger
ने?
Yeah,
again.
I wouldn't either.
कि उसके अराउंड लोग खेलते ना. इसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Damage
नो
dealt.
सेंटिनल
Pull
खेलते
back
हैं.
away, Icy now. Looking to try to reinforce this mid position here.
जेंजी वर्सेस PRX फाइनल कर दो सीधा. भाई मजा तो आएगा.
For now,
लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है
PaperX is going to be more than happy to
PRX
just leave Divide
versus
here. Let him linger. The
पेनल्टी
rest
हो
of the team
सकता
turns their
फाइनल.
sights back over in towards Garage.
बस बूस्टर मारना चालू कर दिया तो भाई
They're pinging out, expect him to be back
Fnatic
behind the
finals
box, but he's actually just
वो बहुत
rotating
टाइम से
around
लो
pillar.
फील कर रहा है यार.
And PaperX really taking their time with this. There you go.
It's a minor timing to play off of, but something comes away with the kill. Valen going to be taken down. Half your smokes now.
Info भी कैसे ले
Gone, that
बे?
paranoia not going to be in play.
Info भी
Line
कैसे ले?
held. This would leave
100
something on a bit
pings
of an
होगा,
island.
लग
Doesn't
रहा
have
है?
the tailwind to try to exit as the push starts coming through. Fault line set. Stinger in play. Jonah able to do quite a bit of damage there. Shock. Trying to force somebody out from behind box. Jing able to pull away from that, not take any damage, but decent damage dealt. Forsaken down to 23. Does get something back up to 100. And Leaf taking some forward space is able to take him down to the backstab. Getting ready to come through. Trent on this big, all the way through their spawn. But he needs to get there sooner rather than later. Jing's able to find one to buy. Getting another.
जिंग ना मान रहा.
And now it is all on
आज
Trent.
जिंग ना मान रहा भाई.
Can't make a noise, can't make a sound.
जिंग ना मान रहा आज.
Catch them off guard, but Jing is watching for it. Now they all know where he's at. Does get the headshot. Nice little wall bang there.
Shot.
Do some additional damage here. Haunt out, not needing to be cleared. Both pulled back here.
Bridge अच्छा try किया था
One high
लेकिन.
has to go for the reload, and Mind Freak has the timing. 6-0. PaperX continue onward.
Clean
And
बे.
this is the new PaperX. They're a lot more patient. Yes, it still looks kind of aggressive because some of
चार
trying to
ulti
push
है.
angles, but
अगर
he's doing it
G2 को
quite late in
comeback
the round.
करना है,
He's waiting
now
for
is
someone
the
to give
time.
him an opportunity to find that pick, and he gets Valen with it off the dissipate of the smoke.
भाई क्या था
Just so
बे?
fast is something. Jing as well. So quick to react to these things. It's what makes PaperX so darn difficult to fight against. Trent, that lurk just came.
भाई अगर ये लोग 5-man तुम्हारे लॉबी में आए
to maybe spin
तो
that
तुम लोग क्या
round
करोगे?
back into
छाती
G2's
साफ किया
favor.
मैंने आज कुछ लिख दो उस
Not
पे.
quite able to.
PRX
Get a confirmation
2-0
on some information the pit used in mid.
लिख
Four
दिया.
ultimates online here for the side of G2. If there was ever a round to get the win in, you'd expect it to be this one, but you also don't want to be seeing an overcommitment of ultimates here.
सीधा
So,
dodge
hit off
alt
the rip.
F4 remake.
Let's see what else becomes necessary as the round goes on, but for now, it's going to be mid-control firmly in the hands of G2.
मैं क्या करूँगा पता है?
They know
PRX
with
सामने
this
आएगा
operator
ना.
in play, they can't give up.
सब लोग
Any of
अलग-अलग
those
जाओ.
early picks again.
और लास्ट
Kind
सेकंड
of afford
तक
to do it on an eco,
कुछ
but
मत करो.
this
प्लांट भी
round,
मत करो,
the
डिफ्यूज भी
economy
मत
once
करो.
again
ऑल चैट में जस्ट
shaking
चैटिंग करेंगे.
for
फिर वो बोलूँगा
This time,
कम
shot
मिड
could be
ओनली
rewarded.
नाइफ.
A bit of a fake pullback here.
Are they gonna ult?
Yeah, maybe just
Mind
trying
Freak
to
gonna
audio bait a
ult?
little bit here.
हाँ?
Is he gonna ult into the corner?
एक
They
को
just
नाइफ
pinged it
करके
out.
शॉट्स में. आई नाइफ.
They passed the spike over to him.
F.
Something
क्या
else
F
could be the
हुआ?
power here. Just
भाई
Hawk and
मुझे
IGN.
लग रहा है
Mind
तुम
Freak
लोग
just
बोल
gonna
रहे
keep
थे वो
beating
F
his
हो
way
गया.
on the side.
मतलब FF.
Something clears the way to buy on this.
Refresh
Lurk.
करो,
It's
refresh
so
करो.
disgusting. Leaf dealt with. Pit dropped and look at Jing. Working his way through the B side of the moment.
गया बे, ये भी राउंड गया. अच्छा जल्दी
Pull
मैच
off the
ओवर
trick,
होगा
not the previous
बिकॉज
round.
आप अपना
Went for all
सोल का भी
available.
मैच है.
It's
हाँ
gonna
बे
play.
आज
There's
वो
a
है
jump
ना
out down Icy.
Wild
Dealt
card.
with. I believe the showstopper was pulled. Alt not finding value.
खुले में खड़ा है देखना इसको. खुले में खड़ा है.
And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. Paint Shell said there's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them. It's a flawless from PaperX, both in the round and in the match
चार
so far.
अल्टी वाला फुल बाय
7-0.
राउंड.
Beyond the call
चार
flying
अल्टी
here from
वाला
PaperX
फुल
is
बाय
so good.
राउंड.
They get so
Hey,
much
Jing,
info
give us
and they're
this
given
amount.
so much space. And their plan around that is, okay, we just need to keep screens under control, get onto the site. We could pass the spike over to Mind Freak. He can bring it over and plant it. Jing's going to be lurking. Device holding an angle from Ramen.
भाई पूरा
And they're going to win the round flawlessly. I mean, they're just
क्या
so
क्या
good.
कोलैट
Not just their
मारा.
shooting. They are
Did you
very
see?
aware of their
I saw your
surroundings and how to
overacting.
exploit what their opponents are trying to do.
Well, clear on the haunt, not really coming through. So off revealed on this side of the map.
अरे PRX मेरा घर तोड़ रहा है
It's gonna
यार.
make PRX change up the strat a bit.
Yeah, just try and stack
मेरा
grenade
निकल गया.
hit.
हाँ दिल हाँ बे.
Not a ton
दिल
of
कमजोर
util.
होएगा ये
Divide
सब
one away
मैच
from the
में.
pit.
दिल
Jing
अच्छा
one
को
away
दिल
from the
बोला.
showstopper. Valen, it's that paranoia and a stinger.
Well, Valen now going to be noted. Smoked his base. He
Bye.
still comes away with one.
Bye.
With a jump
ठीक है,
forward
कल
from
आता
Jing, looking for the kill, and he's eventually
ठीक है,
able to
bye.
fish it out.
ठीक
Finds
है
that
भाई
kill,
मैं कल
Junkie
आता हूँ.
taken down. Divide trying to intercept. Eventually he's able to steady the aim.
Finger
Finds that
से
pick off
उसने
as Leaf goes down.
हाँ
It's
500
now just
किलोमीटर
Trent and
दूर
Icy
हेडशॉट मारा है.
left alive.
ठीक है भाई.
Sheriff's in hand.
Spike planted.
Well, unfortunately, not much hope and help.
Nice one. Thank you.
One now noted. Jing watching over and ramp. Drop shot coming their way.
यार एक मशीन बनाओ यार कोई
The
engineer
swing
है
out.
क्या?
Jing trying to challenge here. Both
anti.
does end up getting taken down. Icy finding that
Buddy.
kill. Dink on the Mind Freak as well. Wow. And take him even lower.
ये भी पड़ी.
As the C's now gets chucked out.
Hata
Swing
ho.
around the back though, Forsaken. Ready on the
Dink
back
को मारता है.
side. Find that final shot and suddenly.
तो मैं भी नहीं
Icy
मारूंगा तेरे से.
may just be able to bring this one back, but time is
मैं
dwindling.
कैसे दोनों सब बढ़िया
Making
लिटमस.
his way over here towards ramp. Here's the entry. Paint shell. It's a solid read from Icy, just trying to create some space. Gets in onto the defuse. Tries to stick onto it. Tries to get that out, but right as he does, Divine takes him down.
8-0.
Again, a decent effort. So
8-0.
very close to getting that first
Don't
round
bait
win here
Binks
for
publicly
G2.
without
But
me.
Paper X,
Excuse
they
me?
just barely managed to squeak
Need a
by with the
machine.
win again.
Yeah, it's great to see
Are you
Icy
the
coming alive here,
Pepe
having a great round
ऐसे
after getting shut down with showstopper in hand the previous round.
ठीक है
They're so
देखिए
clean.
शॉपिंग ही
Usually our Paper
शॉपिंग
X,
हो
little
जाए
bit of-
अगर हाँ
little bit
तो
of whiffy from
आज
Jing in
आओ
Dubai, but
स्ट्रीम पे मतलब
Yeah, all right. Why not? Good enough.
मेरे को स्ट्रीम करना
I mean,
है.
they're
if you stream we will get to shop
just
today.
so efficient. They are so
मैंने
active on the
कल-
map, especially on split, a map that
Today she is
a
gonna
lot
play
of teams
Wuthering
can get
Waves.
kind of stuck into these defaults where
Huh?
they're holding angles post plant.
This
They're
सोचा
just
है.
trying to like lock you out, but
मेरा
they're
bread
all over the
होगा,
place. They're
finish
constantly moving around.
PRX
trying to
पे
find
लगा रहा हूँ
those
जिंक्स
open
मत करना.
angles, those open
हाँ
spaces.
भाई
Jing and
सच्ची
Dubai in
जो
particular
है
are so good at.
दिल लगाना चाहिए PRX पे.
Now the second time
ऐसे
out
सब मत
needing to be
करो,
called
राज
here
भाई.
from the side of
सिर्फ दिल,
G2.
अभी बोल
You
रहा
were
हूँ.
asking the question earlier.
और
How many
अगर-
rounds on the defender's side to feel comfortable? I don't think there's enough available
No.
at the moment.
No, they're not.
8-4, definitely not where you would like to have been going into this one. But right
Mesmerizing
now, I think
play
you give up
है
the
PRX.
world just to be able to get those 4 rounds to
Mesmerizing.
close out this half, to start building up some of that momentum.
नहीं अगर तू देखेगी
See if
PRX
it works.
plays
Still 2 ults here
Mesmerizing
available to the
play
side of
है.
G2, trying to peek with
मतलब
that rolling thunder.
Mesmerizing.
no
Can
this
cause some
play
chaos.
your plays are mesmerizing plays.
G2 can definitely do this.
Huh?
We've seen it time and time again this tournament that they are stalwart. They
Unbelievable.
are so good
इसके खोपड़े
at getting their
खास
aim
वाले.
under control and start making some good reads. They've made some pretty good
नाक
reads. It's just Paper X
बंद हो
has
जाएगा,
been making better
mesmerizing
ones at
वाले.
times and just
Dancing,
frankly
आओ आज
outshooting
stream पे
them. And that's
dancing करेंगे वो.
something that every team
वो
struggles
ऐसे भी
against
करने
Paper
वाले
X
हैं.
for the most part is they're so
घुस
tremendous
गए,
in their
घुस गए,
firepower.
घुस
Space
गए,
given up
घुस
though,
गए.
expecting
राउंड
the
अभी
showstopper
चालू
to be
हुआ
coming on
घुस
to be,
गए
so
घुस
Valen
गए.
hightails it out of there. You got a couple players now thinking about going through heaven. Mind Freak going on a bit of a walkabout.
ओमेन का ब्लाइंड
Seekers
वेस्ट
available now.
oh
Can't be
shit.
layered in on top. That rolling thunder still here, still
blue ult.
available for the side of G2. For the attempted retake. For now, it's going to be
The
an
blue
after
ult.
try to force something off the angle, but he's ahead of this rolling thunder. He's not caught by it already. Trent going to be taken down. Entry from Icy, able to find one, but now something
Baap
strikes. 2 kills.
बाप
Swap
रे
over.
बाप
After the up trap. The
बाप
Mind Freak's already
रे
taken it down.
बाप बाप
It's just beautiful
रे
understanding of the utility that Breach is going to be throwing
कैसे
and where he
खेलेंगे
can get
इनके
away with not
अगेंस्ट
getting hit
ब्रो
by it.
कैसे
That's all it takes. You know, as soon as that aftershock comes through, he's like, oh, I can just stay tucked in the corner. The ult isn't going to hit me. And I'm just going to wait. And they can never really react in time. Jonah P gave it a try, but something just too darn fast. And they're so well prepared here at Paper X.
नहीं
Everything that
कभी नहीं
G2
था.
tries to throw at
आपके
them
लिए
is just
mesmerizing.
thwarted.
I mean, it's been flashy from
Guy
King.
got
Something
out.
Noob सुना है
Divine,
मैंने
he's right up
noob.
there with him. 10-1 at the
Badeep.
moment on this Viper.
बदीर और बोल
The alert plays have just been so devastating.
प्रेम कोड
Uncle Aim getting it done.
turret
Get
alarm
Get a
bot
kickback here. Is Leaf just getting tucked? Once again, right as that smoke gets ready to dissipate. Something pushing forward.
भाई मैं क्या करूं भाई
Very deep
PRX
angle is-
plays
That's going to be
mesmerize
Jing
भाई
getting a spot
बंदा
on the Valen. The
ये
aftershock
बंदा
doing nothing to dissuade him.
भाई
Look forward into the poison orb there with Shorty in hand. Something really wanted to take this forward space, but look at this. He's got the read. He's got the spot. That's going to be Icy
बुली करके
taken
मारा
down. The slow creep forward.
बुली करके मारा बे
Jonah P now noted here on the site.
They're so methodical. And you even had Divide there to cover just in case that went south.
Also
Dono
not to
spot
slow him
हुआ है.
up, but spot out on the 2. Notes him here, something dashing forward, Shorty in hand, hunting,
देखो
seeking
तो.
target. Can't find either of them. They're already
देखो
dead as he
बे.
swings around.
भरना पड़ा है सच्ची
भाई
बट
क्या
Wants to get
चल
all
रहा है
on
भाई
Trent. See if he can just stop this from being a
खराब
flawless.
लग रहा है अभी मेरे को
नहीं मेरे को नहीं लग रहा है इससे खेलते रहो यार
थोड़ा सा
Had some
खराब
good shots the last time.
Hello.
ऐसे
Damage
खेलते
there on a
रहो
Forsaken.
किल्स के लिए भी नहीं जा रहे
He's
बे
reading this lurk around
देख
the
रहे
back
हो
very well.
5v1 है
Can he win it out? Just a swing in, Mind Freak. He'll have it. It's a
भाई
flawless
कैसे
10-0
gameplay
here.
का
Paper
इतना
X, 2 more
discipline
rounds to be played out
कैसे
in the half
भाई
as they look to deliver potentially a 13-0.
Could be. Certainly feels like it. And now, economy's never going to be an issue for him.
पांच
The
मत
rest of
एक
this
साथ
half. And it just Jing gets that spot early, just ahead of the Paranoia hitting him. You can see Devi right around that box as well. Not sure if he... I don't think he saw or heard Icy. Icy was being pretty good about obscuring his sound, but yeah, they're just so effective as working as a unit. Everybody's working together there, allowing time for something to go for that flank in case somebody can trade him out. Like the plans here for Paper X.
Oh my God.
My God.
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Man's just trying to jiggle.
B jiggle. Mara.
Something not
Mid
happening.
jiggle. Mara.
Double push up here in the main. We'll find value. Devi going to be taken down. Not with there. Does get noted, so they know that there's at least 2 players here in this position. Something wanted to take that space. Again, Shorty in hand. Tuck back here from Trent, sending out the C's to try to buy himself some space. The Seekers now let loose here from PRX. Dog into the corner. They're not going to be able to find that stun. Push up. Forsaken flushes him out. Talon now out in front here. On the side, tucked back behind elbow. Needing to stay safe. Full rotation still not called in here from the side of G2. Icy, okay, now starting to make his way over here towards A to try to reinforce his position, but Balan for now is all on his lonesome with 16 HP remaining.
You got a point.
Around the back, and he's able to find his mark.
Jingu, baby.
Balan
Jingu.
dealt with. Now the double approach. It's Forsaken, just playing off this one way. Swings, thinks that he gets the kill, and then runs out of bullets. Jonah P able to take advantage there. Now a 2v3.
भाई ये होती है फ्रेंड्स, ये होती है वो चाहता है कि जिंग मारे बे.
Paint shells connect there into backside. Showstopper now comes through, but again he is dealt with. Something just not allowing for these showstoppers to even get drawn out. Mind Freak TP's up into heaven. It's 11-0.
No rust for Paper X. Coming off a bit of a break. Had the first part of this tournament off. Didn't have to play in the Swiss stage because they win Stage 1 of VCT Pacific, and they are not missing a beat. Something in particular is feeling it with that op. You could just tell with those flicks. And that's Jing, the best in the business when it comes to blast pack landings and recovery. No one does it better than him, and he does it with a Vandal.
As we get ready to take a look at the scoreboard, you can see, I mean, the duel is here, inseparable. 13-5-3 between both of them. Just perfect parity.
By Alex Bai will be proud
to look
today,
to deliver utter destruction here to G2. Well, Flash is going to be committed there from Forsaken. Just trying to draw some attention over towards B. Meanwhile, A completely open.
कौन कॉल कर रहा है?
मेरा फोन है, मेरा फोन
getting ready to come through. Jing one off the showstopper here after the plant.
This time it's Forsaken on the late lurk. Or Paper X, so it'll be difficult on site.
Viper मरा. वो लोग का ही है. मेरा नहीं है, मेरे को कुछ नहीं आ रहा.
Mind Freak able to catch Trent there. C's does connect, but Leaf on this backstab, on this flank alongside Jonah P. Comes up with a kill. The ball going to be taken out. Full Flash connects there on a Mind Freak.
Plant तो है.
Weapon now scooped up, Forsaken. A bit of a riskier position as he goes pushing out. Balan takes him down. Now it's all in the duelist. Something under the first. Turns for the flash, but he's taking too much damage, and there you go.
निकाला, very round निकाला.
The cleanup comes through. G2.
11 is all they get, baby. 11 is all they get.
Victory here to close out the half. But 11-1 is a hell of a road to try to run back.
Yeah, and this time around they're a little bit quicker to react after giving up all that
और एक्शन में लोग क्यों जीते पता है? 4 सेकंड का जो लर्क था ना उसमें टाइमिंग हो गया और सिवर से 2 बंदे निकल गए. अगर ये लोग को वो रीड मिलता है या फिर होल्ड कर देना. माइंड फ्रीक देख रहा था बार-बार लेकिन फिर भी बट एक्चर का सबसे बेस्ट था क्या चीज
Even he
राउंड हारने का
not going
गम
to be too
देख रहे हो
upset
यार.
given the game state here for them.
मेरा सच्ची दिल टूटा है एक राउंड हार गए करके.
ये
Very
IPL
strong
वाला है
position.
क्या?
G2 everything to do in the second half.
बहुत बुरा लग
But for
रहा
now,
है एक
as
राउंड
we go into the
हार
halftime, give them a breather. We've got a very special guest standing by with Mika for an interview.
Hey
Mika
guys, we have a
बोलते हैं
special
full
surprise
family
for
ना.
you. We have the whole Sasanta family right
Whoa!
here in the
बाप
venue. We
रे.
have Benny, who is Forsaken's mom. We have Ari, who is Forsaken's dad, and we have Hannah, who is Forsaken's auntie. That's right, the whole family is here. Now, of course, the world knows
Where are the
that
brothers,
you're a very
yo?
talented gaming family, and this all started when you opened a PC shop or a LAN cafe many years ago. So is that where Forsaken and X
क्या?
learned how to be pro gamers?
फाफा के
That is
पास
where they learn how to be pro gamers. It runs in the family,
Bhai,
right? And
ek
since
cafe
the
khol raha hu main.
whole family is
Kya
here
matao?
with your two sons, did you get to spend time in Shanghai? Did you get to spend time as a family?
We come support my son and Team PRX.
Oh, yes, of course. I can see that. And where did you go as
The
a
blue
family?
dad
Did you
bay.
see any sights together?
Yes, my son is on the television watching us.
Oh, see, it's a whole family affair, right?
Bhai,
so
Susan
right
to blood
now,
to hai.
the score is 11-1 in favor of PRX, and I know that
Bhai, kitna
Ari,
humble dikhte
you
hain na,
are a
lekin sab,
gamer
huh?
yourself. So, what is your assessment? What is the analysis of the map so far?
Yeah, I'm analysis. I'm trust and I believe PRX can be win this map.
Yes, of
11-1
course.
pe
I
aisa
think
bol
so
rahe.
far, everybody agrees with that.
Papa
What
ji,
about you,
11
Nani? Do you have
aapka,
any
just saying.
words for PRX right now?
I will. Apa ya saya bilang ya? I wish PRX will be the winner champion.
All right, PRX will be the winner. You heard it from them. Let's get back to the game.
Huh?
Thank you very much. Good to see the support. Good to see the fam coming out.
Tension में मम्मी कुछ बोल
Forsaken
तो नहीं
team
देगी ना मेरे बारे
on the
में
stage, and its
Huh?
family is able to take back to their
मेरे
seats.
1 million girlfriends के बारे में तो नहीं बोलेगी
Might
ना
not be
मम्मी
too much longer until they're on their feet once again. It's PRX 11-1, utter domination in that first half. They start
Bhai,
off with the
best
pistol.
bhai, best
It's all but over.
Yeah.
Best family.
11-1. Monumental. If G2 can get this done, but it's going to be really tricky. This is a
Bhai, वही डर था,
4-1 setup
बता।
here for the side of PRX. Got all your duelists, an initiator util over there on the A site, and a toxic screen setup for what I assume is a retake if they pivot towards B. But of course, it's PRX, so here we go.
Something rushing forward, but it's going to be Leap collecting 3.
इसलिए
Excellent response, some damage taken. But widely, G2
इसलिए
very much coming out dominant on that exchange.
By
Forsaken
breach
still creeping up. Oh, doesn't
Boy.
note him. Does manage to
Breach
take him
मारा।
down, but an immense amount of damage
ब्रीच
now dealt to
काउंटर
him.
तो है क्या बोलता
That much more pressure
एक
here going
round
to be
के लिए।
pushed onto Devi, and Forsaken is not ready for Trent. Solid lurk from him. And now the
फिर भी
pivot
ये
back
जा रहे
over
बे।
towards the A site.
याद है ना टी सेक्शन में क्या
Devi
हुआ था
aware
एक
that
ही
there
बंदा
could
है
be somebody
घुसो
coming through spawn, or they're just going to be making their way over towards A. So that is going to be the direction he starts. Valen will be coming down the stairs behind him. Can't find the shots. Yeah, Trent
एंटी
is going to take him down, and
Force
G2
करो।
gets what is literally a must-win
लव यू
pistol.
कमेंट बंक्स भाई
And it's
लव
off
यू
the
करो
back of just
भाई
some good
जापान
patience
में हो
off the rip, Achilleos.
Well, that
जाओ ना वहाँ पे
is a
लैंड
round
में
that they
जाओ मैच वैच
absolutely
देखो कोरिया
needed
जाके
off
थोड़ा
the rip here.
Korea
Economy going to be in a
nahi.
good spot.
कहाँ हो
Of
रहे?
course,
Korea में हो
respectful, not
Shanghai
going to
में
be
हो
seeing any kind of force-ups here.
Watch
A very good opening volley here
Relax.
from Leaf to just gun down 3. Trying to
Japan
fast track
se?
क्या
that
Korea
pit.
se shock.
And there's that frustration starting to come through.
But
Couldn't even find one.
Alex
I think is what he said
भाई।
there.
एलेक्स
Yeah,
भाई
you
सच्ची
know, Alex
आपके
is-
जैसा डिसिप्लिन होना है यहाँ पे हाँ
I mean,
11-1 में सारे लोग
surprised.
पार्टी
Look at the
करते
stack here in the mid.
भाई डिसिप्लिन होना
Prowler
आपके जैसे
checking over towards Shing. Pop flash coming through. There's the Russian. Forsaken able to find one. I see a Trent just managing to find 2. Paint shot from Jing will take
Ek
out the
kill
enemy
और,
raise,
and
but
it's
now
a good
he's all on
goal.
something. A stinger with 6 bullets left in the clip here. Clear out on the Prowler, just trying to exit. Dodges, takes a little bit of damage there on the exit.
sexy है भाई
For now, is safe
Moment
and
sexy
is in a
है।
potential position to do some additional damage.
should be a pivot over towards A for G2. Seeing him go up into B, but he's proactive
Alex
against
दिखाओ
it. Trying to get ahead of this.
He's hearing all of this. As there's the haunt out. Will reveal it and swings in, just trying to get a catch.
Forsaken
Take
was
him down.
me
2
during
players
family
falling there on the side
gathering.
of G2, but overall
Mummy क्या
still
बोल रही
in
है?
a very good position coming out of that anti-eco.
It's a great haunt. Just making sure that
भाई
you've
crazy
got
ना
something
उसका
identified,
dad भी
knowing how
gamer था
fast PRX likes to move around the map. So
सारे
starting
गेमर्स
to get their
बे
bearings a little bit,
impossible
RG2,
कैसे
starting to
समझ नहीं आता
understand
मेरे को सारे
the
गेमर्स
way that PRX is maneuvering themselves around their map. They're very
ये guys,
decisive.
ये
You gotta
गई
be
बे
so cautious, because a
देख
lot of
रहे हो
players
ना?
might take their time and kind of look around, and PRX just says,
Vitamin D.
I think you're doing this, so I'm
Hey.
going to go there too, and just try to challenge you. Now, full rifles
क्यूट था लेकिन
for PRX.
बंग भाई ये लोग
Everything
बुली
in
कर
two
रहे हैं
Bulldogs for G2.
अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
Just pacey hit. Just Devi waiting around the corner up here.
And Devi to go ahead and try to slow this up. Forsaken as well, pressuring from the side. for that season 8.
चैट एक साथ लाइक करो यार, मैं लाइक करना बोला ही नहीं।
Out wide here
8000
on
लोग
the
देख रहे,
site.
2500 लाइक्स है। हाँ,
Smoke to cover for now.
कल परसों मेरे पे भी आएगा वीबोट का
The
एलिगेशन।
narrowest of margins, but now it's going to dissipate.
Like
Just have
so.
another one available. Paranoia is at the ready here for him. Is something just swinging onto the corner in the middle. Able to come away with
Heal
one.
there.
I see going to be taken down.
Heal
He goes back
there.
into the side for a second, trying to pump out that healing. He's able to do so. And Mind Freak finds leave. Now the double challenge here in a garage. Jonah P having to backpedal, but still comes up with the kill. Gets the dink. Gets the
Shot,
second.
babe.
Mind Freak dead.
Shot.
Second finding Trent, but then traded out by Valen. Now a 2v2. Something, however, brings it back, and Jing caught with his knife out, but still finds the shot. It's decent damage here from G2. In most of the
एक साथ
circumstances, you
फुल
say,
स्क्रीन
okay,
हटाओ
they got
और
3
लाइक
in
का
the
बटन
bonus.
दबाओ,
That's
5k लाइक्स
solid
करो एक
effort.
साथ।
But PRX, they now get the 12.
एक साथ 5k लाइक्स
I
करो
like
जल्दी।
what G2 tries to do. Try to kind of use some of the rotation timings against PRX. Jonah P in particular anticipating that aggressive peak. Shuts down 2 players.
एलेक्स भाई,
But they're just a little off the mark, and that costs him
एक
rounds.
बार एलेक्स भाई
Jing
को
is
ऐसे गले
not
मिलके
gonna miss.
जादू की जप्पी देना
Mind
पड़ेगा
Freak
यार,
now with the
मुन्ना भाई
outlaw.
जिससे।
Stinger.
हाँ,
This
या
is
फिर
gonna be
ऑल
an
इज वेल
aggressive
बोलना
hit
पड़ेगा।
From the PRX side.
Yeah.
राउंड जीत
They will
गए,
just
लेकिन तकलीफ है।
have something rather push forward here. Pulls back up the ramp.
ले बैक कर दिया लाइक,
In the
थैंक यू गाइस।
meantime, basically shoulder to shoulder alongside Trent, but it's going to be Icy taking out first. Trent responding fire, is able to find him. Forsaken now dropped. Poison Orb comes back up. Some space here taken in A main by
मेरा
G2. Working their way up the
जम
ramp.
कर भी फन कर
Drop.
दे।
Getting ready to come in. 2 players. Something
भाई,
nearly
उसको
getting the
भी मारा,
transfer.
उसको
Puts
भी
Fallon
मारा।
down to 45.
उसको भी मारा।
Immediately moving over, looking to reinforce. Still does have
By
that
heavy
paint shell
timing.
available to him.
Heavy timing जिनका, heavy timing,
And around the back is Trent.
I can't believe Trent read that.
Looking to
heavy
catch
timing.
But Jing now, he knows that this flank is going to be coming through, so he just wants to stay tucked away. He wants to intercept. He wants to take out the spade.
Spike planted.
But Trent being very cautious. Turns back, knows that they haven't seen this raise.
उसको इग्नोर करके
Certain
साइड
about his
जाएंगे क्या?
position. And this is buying critical time here for G2. Vibe trying to push forward, spots one, fault line. He can't dodge it. Takes quite a bit of damage here now, down to 25.
अभी
Watch
भी
coming,
रुका है
Jing
बे।
still holding the angle, but now
बहुत देर
Lotus
रुका था।
decides to turn his sights back over here. In towards A, Dubai, finishing off Valen, but time taking Jing dead. It's all in the Vi to try to see if he can finish the map right here, right now, but it's a 1v2 with the time. Not working towards him. 1 bullet remaining here in the clip. As he will just have to pull back. This will be G2's round. They stay in the game, they stay in the map.
Just trying to do as much damage as he can to them. Knows the economic situation. Both teams. The
ऐसा
cash is
बोलना
low.
पड़ेगा लाइक
Trying to see if he
खुद
can
में कर
maybe
सकती है चैट।
sneak
बात
one
कर।
more gun away from G2 going into the next
फिर
round.
गिव अवे करो, गिव अवे होने
G2
वाला है। मैंने अभी रिसेंटली
Starting to
बहुत
get
बड़ा
their
गिव अवे
act
किया
together
था।
for sure.
तो अभी रुको जरा, एक
Forsaken
महीना
wins
तो
the
रुको।
opener, but then gets traded out immediately through the smoke. Something there by himself. Can't transfer in time. Trent with unbelievable awareness. I was watching that in the map, and I'm like, oh, Mind Freak's got an outlaw, and he's
13 लाख,
creeping up behind Trent, but Trent just starting to get an understanding of
13
PRX's movement. How they're
Valorant spend
constantly
किया
trying to find
मैंने।
flanks, how they're constantly trying to work the map, and it's starting to get into
2 बार लाइक किया, 2 बार
range.
मत
It's
करो,
a lot of
इवन
damage to
नंबर्स
leave,
पे
though.
करो।
Yeah,
ओ
super
शिट
spam
फक,
out. He's knocked down to
ऑड
51.
नंबर्स पे करो, ऑड नंबर्स।
As Dubai pushing out into mid.
थोड़ा स्मोक
Missed timing
टाइमिंग हो
there.
गया। एलेक्स भाई कैम
Just
चाहिए।
gets massacred.
एलेक्स भाई का
Viper
कैम
now
चाहिए
eliminated
इस
full
पे।
send, rotate, aside from Forsaken, who's still going to be lingering back over towards A, trying to make sure that it's not going to be any late lurks coming through. G2 in the meantime, more than happy to start taking space here on this B site. Lurk still in from Leaf though. There's shots from something, not going to be connecting. Icy able to take him down, now Mind Freak going to be dead. Jing, smattering of damage dealt there. With his Spectre looking for a kill, is able to find one, but now he's between a rock and a hard place. Leaf up above, Icy swinging.
5-2
Finishes it off. It's going to be G2 now getting the 5.
Yep, now they're starting to get the feel. And they've got a showstopper, they've got some ults to work with. Nightfall, Rolling
जुए
Thunder.
का याद आया
They
मुझे,
can
अभी
keep
तक
this
सिपर नहीं
going.
मिला।
It
नहीं,
is
सिपर आ
obviously going to
जाएगा,
be
सिपर आ
very, very
जाएगा।
difficult. You
सिपर
have
आ
no
जाएगा।
room for air here as G2.
वो भेज दिया
But it
है,
is
अभी
starting to feel a
सब
lot more comfortable.
रोल हो गया
The way
मतलब,
that they're
सिपर आ जाएगा।
anticipating
जिसको भी मिला था आ
PRX, the
जाएगा।
way that they're reading them,
मैंने
able
परसों
to
ही
shut
उसका
them
follow
down
up
in
किया।
mid, early in the round, have a good fast hit, not really given the
असली डैड
opportunities
क्वालिटीज एलेक्स के
for
बाद
any of those
एलेक्स
utils or
पूरा
player
टीम
swings
संभालता है यार।
to find any value there. There's Jing with the 1, and now you've got so many alts to work with. Yes, there's the Seekers for Forsaken, but that's the only tool, the big ultimate that PRX has to work with. Some information gained, just Trent though, and he's kind of been on his own.
Bring them down.
4
Mid.
अल्टी है बे,
Curious to
क्रूशियल
see
वाली।
how PRX wants to rotate off of that. Looks like they are going to start stacking a bit more towards A, knowing that Trent is usually a lone wolf
Crucial
over that
वाले
area of the
ults
map.
है। भाई something crosser use करें अपन।
Time Poison Orb not set up for the approach. Poking, pushing forward, leave.
Oh.
Staying alive, knocked down
second
the
use
20
करते हैं अपन।
or 70. Misreading. Icy is able to come away with that elimination. Snakebite now sent from Divide to try to slow down the approach here onto the site. Seekers needing to be used by Forsaken. Trying to track these players. It's all leading towards this A site.
थोड़ा सा जिग हो गया। Jordan nade.
Paint shell sent in towards main. Showstopper used. As he swings around in from behind. Icy seeking targets, but he's short set and Jing still dealing it a little bit of damage.
बच के मारा भी उसने।
Trading that one out. Mind Freak now occupying space here at backside. Dubai as well starting to push forward. Mind Freak playing it out patiently. Finds the first. Forsaken out in heaven. Finding another.
1v2.
But now it's Mind Freak in a 1v2. TP dodges out on the Rolling Thunder. Icy knowing
Bro,
where he's in, but he's
Mind
still
Freak!
Plant getting ready to come in. The paranoia goes across, but he still sticks for this. Jonah P. Can he clutch? Yes, he can.
I mean Jonah
Shuts it
P.
down, extends the game even further. G2 now at the halfway point.
You just jinx.
Yeah, some good
भाई उसने
maneuvering
क्या play बनाया यार
from
Mind
Jing
Freak
there
ने
to
लेके।
avoid the showstopper and Mind Freak finding
Jing
the
का
perfect
movement
time
क्या
to use his
crazy
TP,
था
but
Mind Freak का movement
G2
क्या
able to
crazy था।
stabilize. Was able to wait this out. I'm a bit surprised that we're continuing to leave something by himself in a corner here for Paper Rex. That's something that G2 is exploiting. They're sending at
Throwing
least
अरे
2
बहुत
at him
तेज।
to make sure that he's dealt with. And every round here just gives G2 more and more confidence. Certainly it's going to be tough to get to the overtime, but
11,
going into the next map even,
1 set, 12,
we're going to be
7.
feeling like, okay, we can go toe-to-toe with these aimers.
भाई
No
ओटी
doubt.
जाना चाहिए भाई मेरे को सच्ची एलेक्स भाई के लिए चाहिए मैं
Sorry, but
ओटी
it's been
जाके
coming
जीतूं।
alive here.
फुल यूज होता
Checking
चाहिए
forward
कोच
here.
कैंप
Event,
समझ
nothing
रहे
going to be noted there. Showstopper and
Double
knives
the
on the
check.
opposite side for Paper X. We'll see if those come into play. They want to save those for an actual full investment round.
They've
टेक्निकली
completely left
PRX
the
ये
A
भी
side
राउंड जीत
open,
सकता है।
hoping that G2 will continue this mid-congestion.
A push out. I mean, something going for the challenge. He's rushing forward. He gets the kill somehow.
कैसे कैसे कैसे
Icy as well, tagged down to 5 HP.
Well, nobody does that.
ये क्या गेम है भाई?
Snakebite forward, Divine in a rough position. Down to 20. Taking quite a bit of damage. Aftershock to try to force him back. Swings out, just wanting the challenge, wanting to do some damage, but the shots go wide.
The fuck?
Space now taken here on the A site.
सिर्फ W दबाते हैं भाई।
Lingering
सिर्फ
around heaven
W।
to try to get the catch here. Meanwhile, Jing and Forsaken pushing their way through sewer.
Mind Freak ने यहाँ पे मारा तो
Arriving, the slow swing, but the one
अभी
tap of the
निकाल
Guardian.
सकता है।
Leaf gets taken down. Now on
Boombot net
3v3.
ult सब है।
And that
IC
Showstopper
below.
still in play.
Exactly.
Jing might just be able to try to finish this one right here, right now. Kid going forward, Balance swinging out. Jing not really anticipating that one, but now jumps up over the top, puts him down. Balance dead, gets the spot on the Icy, finishes it. He's 5 HP. Paint shell into the corner. Aftershock not connecting. It's 10 bullets and his stinger now 8. Swing back around here to elbow. Looking to challenge. The tap on it. The forward space taken. Jonah P again. The last one standing. He keeps him in it.
Oh, भाई कितना close बैट।
They're giving them everything they can handle. And G2 has been
ये देखो।
weathering the storm just
ना
enough
गोट
here
खेल
on
के
this
भी देख रहे
attacker
हो?
side
Chilling scene।
to keep this
ये
map in play.
crazy था।
Come on.
It's unbelievable that
ये
he can get away
crazy
with this. But look at this movement here from Jing. He lands on top of that after using that showstopper.
ये
It's
crazy
insanity.
भाई
Jonah P
crazy
has
भाई।
been incredible in these 1v1 clutches.
Crazy।
Absolutely stalwart for G2.
जोना भी सेक्सी खेल रहा है ना?
Doing a great
भाई देख रहे हो
keeping
स्ट्रीम
this
हो
map
गया।
from being over
Gameplay
just
set.
yet. 5 rounds away now,
भड़क गया।
G2.
भड़क गया
That's what you
बेबे,
need.
भड़क
5
गया।
more just to send it
ये
to
गया।
OT.
Multiple attempts.
बोला तुम लोग इतना
at
अच्छा
that
खेल
point
के भी
here thus
तुमको
far
गाली
from
खाने में
Paper
मजा आ
X,
रहा
but
है?
G2 continue to hang in
हाँ,
there.
Alex भाई,
Timeout
sorry।
called from
अभी
Paper
मैं
X.
और अच्छा खेलूंगा।
Alex
अभी
looking to
एंड कर दूंगा
intervene,
गेम।
looking to get split done and over with.
दो बार जोना पे अच्छा प्ले।
How much more gas is in the tank here for G2? It's what they've been showing so far on this attacker side. It has been a breath of fresh air compared to what we were seeing in the first half.
Yeah, and they've been running away with this so much that they had kept the op out of something's hands until this round. That's a huge piece to the Paper X puzzle, it feels like, on this map, especially on the attacker side. There's a Viper's Pit for Leaf, so if you can get to a position where you can get that
म्यूजिक भी
plant
सूट हो रहा है
down,
बे हॉरर वाला एकदम
and
ऐसा
kind of nullify some of that ability that PaperX has
ये जो स्माइल है ना तेरी
to use that long-range weaponry to their advantage. Let's see exactly what this looks like. I mean, you got a lot here. This looks like a fault line into a fast hit up ramp. Something like that, or maybe just a flasher.
Flash at the ready.
Yep.
Get ready to push forward. Trailblazers
Ball
gonna be
उठी
cleared
जाएगा
out, but
फिर।
taken a decent bit of damage there, down to 51, but Icy as well tagged up. Up
जान
now
पूछ
right
कर
out in
रखते हैं
front
ये
of
गेम
main.
जान पूछ कर देख रहे हो
It's the spot, gets the kill. Icy taken down. A lot of the entry power now
जान
out of
पूछ
G2's
कर गैप
hands.
रखते
Now they got
All end
everything.
up being.
Yeah. Oh, this
Things-
is insane.
He's going to go pushing forward, and as he swings through the wall, just a bit too aggressive, and Trent is easily able to deal with it. Fault line being sent off the back of the Prowler, just looking to chase.
moment है
Jing
भाई,
does get caught, but
क्या
Forsaken
moments है?
going to be taken down, eliminated, clear out on the haunt. But that's a big entry here for G2, who now have the site, and now they have the pit. Leaf cutting off all access there through screens to buy. Lurking forward into that position. Find value from here, trying to find the round win. PaperX feels nigh impossible.
क्या सीन
स्कोर
Good
है
luck.
मेरे को
I mean, Devi's going to try to push this. He might catch Leaf off guard.
Waits out the Prowler time, and he finds him.
ओह
The pit now dropped. Back into a
नहीं
3v3. Push down Jing.
बोला था ना,
Getting
होएगा
Valen.
check.
Just Trent and Jonah P now left, and Jing cleans it up. Trent, last one standing. 1v2. Time on his side. Quick little jiggle peek. The double face. He finds one.
बाप
But he cannot get the
रे
second.
जिंग
Mind Freak with the
भाई
last one
जिंग
standing.
और
The views
दवाई ने
comes
भी मारा
through.
भाई
Plenty
भाई
of time to
जिंग
spare.
लेकिन क्या
It's
खेला
PaperX
ये
taking
पूरा
the
मैप
split, 13-7.
I mean,
मूवमेंट से लेके
Man,
सब
11
कुछ
and 1
भाई क्या
start.
खेला है जिंग
to ring it back to 7-13. Hell of a performance by G2.
Very much is. That's just the first
खुद
map.
का
We've
screen
got
दिखाओ
Lotus
ले,
coming
मैं
up
क्या
next.
दिखा रहा हूँ?
PaperX's
रुको एक
pick.
second.
We'll see how G2 fare there when we come back to the break.
बाप खेला बाप खेला
All I care about, right? People dying today, okay?
People gonna die.
If people not dying, I'm gonna contact boss. Give me a beatbox, Jason. We talked about this.
Like this.
बकचोदी कर रहे हैं मूवी तो हो बे भाई एक वैलो मूवी चाहिए यार क्या बोलते हो
अरे
Not sure what sensitivity you perform best with?
45 मिनट में
Are you
इंक्लूडिंग
constantly
टेक्नोस
changing your sensitivity because
एक्चुअल
you're
में
missing?
24 मिनट्स में खत्म कर
Introducing
सकते
the
हैं
universal
25
sensitivity finder in
26 सॉरी
AIM Labs.
26 में खत्म कर सकते
Get real-time sensitivity recommendations. Keep track of the sensitivities you perform
फुल
best with.
बकचोदी
Then bring it into your next ranked game.
आई थिंक
and
फॉर
dominate.
सेकंड बीट बॉक्सिंग
Now available
वो
in
आता है
AIM Labs
उसको
Plus.
उसने किया तो है वीडियो में चैट नेक्स्ट मैच चालू होएगा 4 से 5 मिनट में तब तक लाइक का बटन को यू ठोको समझ रहे हो ऐसा एक बटन रहेगा उसको एकदम बटन लगा के क्लिक करो आर्केन आएगा वैल्यू का भी बस 2-3 साल और लगेगा नहीं 1 साल के अंदर आएगा लग रहा है 1 साल के अंदर आएगा लग रहा है भाई समझ में नहीं आता है लेकिन भाई कितना इजी है काउंटर करना पीआरएक्स को लोग डब्ल्यू दबाते हैं हमको एस दबाना है फिर भी जीतते रहते हैं आ रहेगा शायद आ रहेगा
मुझे कैसे पता
He is not done cooking. म्यूजिक अच्छा है बे Every PRX fan. भाई अच्छा था ना जेट और रेना का बटर तो वो लग ये गया फर्स्ट स्टेज पर ये सब कोई कैसे कर सकता है बंक्स भाई सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी या कुछ और सीखोगे नहीं यार सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी यार धवल भाई थैंक यू लेकिन सब्सक्राइब करके लिखने के लिए बंक्स भाई ओनली अप स्पीड रन करो ना, मेरा हो गया ओनली अप, कंप्लीट कर दिया मैंने। बंक्स भाई लड़की का क्या सीन? एक्सक्यूज मी, ईडीजी वजह टीएच क्या प्रेडिक्शन? ईडीजी डेज मैं सुना मिनी बू वापस आ गया भाई, अगर मिनी बू है तो टीएच वरना ईडीजी। और बंक्स भाई सब टेक लंच ब्रेक हो गया क्या? नहीं, स्ट्रीम के बाद। वेकेशन गया तो सुना मैं, किधर था? गया 4 सेकंड कुछ याद आया बंक्स भाई? आज रात गेमिंग स्ट्रीम होएगा, सेम गेमिंग स्ट्रीम होएगा, उसके बाद हम वुड रिंग खेलेंगे। नहीं आया, वो मजाक कर रहा था, कल वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था, मतलब बंक्स भाई जोकर भाई का बेकर वाला वीडियो देखा भाई, सेक्सी है भाई। जोकर भाई का कंटेंट क्रिएशन तो है, कंटेंट क्रिएशन में ना जोकर भाई और काश ये दोनों का वीडियोस बहुत इंसेंट लगता है, और एकदम हंसने वाला वीडियो चाहिए ना तो गोल्डी भाई, एकदम गोल्डी भाई के वीडियोस एकदम हंसने वाले। मेरा डैड का एक वीडियो है, बता, डैड ऐसा लेट के गोल्डी भाई का वो वीडियो देख रहे थे रिसेंट वाला, नॉलेज वाला, और सिर्फ हंस रहे बे, सिर्फ हंस रहे, एकदम क्यूटली हंस रहे। स्नैक्स और स्नैक्स का भाई बॉडी वाला वीडियो बनाया लास्ट। मेरा क्या, मेरा ऑलरेडी बॉडी है, मैं क्या करूं?
Shanghai with some more downtime than usual, especially since you weren't playing until today, this very day, right? So how did PaperX spend their time off?
I mean, we came to Shanghai. I think we spent a few days just trying to relax a little bit, start of it, trying to figure out like how we can practice. After that, it was just practice as per usual. We tried to spend like maybe 8 hours a day practicing. I think that's what we did. Paid off, yes.
I guess it does. I guess it does pay it off. Let's see if they can close out the second
8 hours a day practice.
Indeed it did. PaperX come out of the gate swinging, oh my word, with an 11-1 half. And even though they dropped a few rounds in the second, really didn't matter all that much because they were so far ahead the entire time, Mimi, that at that point all they needed was just one or two. They were in action. Literally just needed two.
कोई तो बोला था कि वैलो के ऊपर वो वीडियो बनाएगा, पता नहीं कब आएगा। नहीं बनाऊंगा,
solid read, the read I kind of expected them to have coming in. This double duelist comp
Actually
has really strong
बनाऊंगा। मैं भी पूरा अभी 7-8 तारीख तक
at
खत्म हो जाएगा शंघाई। मैं पूरा वर्क करने वाला हूँ।
So they were setting up to play flood retake pretty much every round, but in these late rounds, PaperX's players were just unfathomable. The things something was doing in the post plant was disgusting.
Yeah, actually, speaking of something, it's going to bring us to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I don't know, pick a round. But
this one. Number 3, because the way that he dashes smokes, it shoots the Prowler. My man was in 7 bullets for so long. He stays on 5, sees, I believe, the barrel, gets the kill here, swaps on 11 HP. He literally doesn't hesitate for half a second into this beautiful play that allowed PRX to do what they did during the entirety of the attack.
कौन खेलेगा ऐसा राउंड भाई? मैं किसको मैं नहीं देखूंगा भाई ऐसा किसको खेलते हुए।
They were closer to getting
लोग reload करेंगे,
smoke
करेंगे, कुछ ना कुछ बक्से करेंगे, टाइम बाय करेंगे।
Every single time that G2 was trying to distract them with a piece of utility, PaperX would turn around and get Lee from the back, or whoever is going to just crunch onto them.
Which is what we did talk about, right? We were like, what is G2 might try and receive this aggression? What does PaperX try to do? It turns out PaperX just ran them down,
Yeah, I was kind of worried
Something
coming in that it would just be an individual outclassing, and I really think that that's what it came down to. PaperX, they played some really nice post plans. They have great synergy between their players, and they just have some ridiculous shooters. Something played incredible. Jing played incredible. There was rounds where people were double swinging into Mind Freak, and he was getting both kills. Like all of these guys on any other team would be the #1 talent that everyone talks about, but they are all
किसी का क्या
condensed
scene को
onto
सही
this
करने के लिए
single
कॉल किया नहीं
roster,
आज करूंगा
and that's
पक्का।
what makes them so ridiculously hard to play against. Because even if
Horror
you have the
game
right
कब ला try
macro
किया
read,
नहीं?
they will
अभी
just
तो मैं वो try
dominate
कर रहा
you
हूँ।
with their incredible
Mithul।
micro.
I felt that there would be an end to something using the operator the way that he did, but what he did on the attack was filthy. We were seeing
Jing got
icy
robbed.
on camera. The fact that the 2 ults that he was going
ऐसा ना
to
है
shoot.
उसका एस चुराते
Something is on the other side with the
चुराते।
operator. He
हाँ?
doesn't even have a chance.
Yeah.
He barely even finished the voice lines. Like it's just crazy.
Do you
to
remember
me.
the round?
He was literally
Here
in
comes
the
the-
open, being like, "Come at me, come at
Where
me."
he whiffed with his blades in mid and then updraft
वो
dashes
भी
bottom mid
insane
with
था।
a classic, and he gets the kill.
He's committed. He's
It's
a
not
catch.
fair. It's
शॉर्ट
simply
पे
not fair.
थोड़ा सा
I
डाल
love
दो
this team.
Let's go
आजकल
ahead
अच्छा
though
चल रहा है
and-
शॉर्ट
And I
वीडियो
love them.
Pivot
इस
over
पे डालना और
to our
montage
aim
भी
lab
नहीं है।
shoot around.
यार,
We're gonna check in
इस पे मेरे को
on
वो
Leaf,
नहीं
talk
डालने का
about
है।
G2. Now we're going into Lotus
क्या
here.
बोलते
Listen, I mean, you got to call a
Ver-
spade for spade in this
vertical
situation, right?
type
Or
मेरे
spade
को
is spade,
इतने
rather.
डालने का
This is not a good situation for G2 to find themselves in here.
मेरा शॉर्ट्स का
because
चैनल
now
ऑटो पायलट पे
you-
चल रहा है
you
वो
just
ठीक है
got paper
उतना।
X'd, and you're about to get paper X'd again in Lotus because the way that they play with reckless abandon.
Yes.
But it's like coordinated reckless
See,
abandon.
you say that the late rounds look like it, but I think the mid rounding and the early rounds from Paper X was really
for sure.
on point. But
sure.
Everything was
Only
talking about this a
Phantom
lot in the
दिला दो।
past, but I
Excuse
feel
me.
like this is a Paper X who takes their time a lot more, who's really actually quite thorough in the way that they're calling these rounds. And then it's the late rounds where we get the more classic Paper X, chaotic individual moments. But there's a lot
अमन
of
जैसा
detail
शॉट बना
ahead of that as
वेलो
well.
लाइक
You have to give credit to
बीजेएमआई
this team for it. They've really stepped up.
Again, but it has to do with the attack. I agree with that. Like they found the right merge of like being super aggressive and just sending it to like getting a couple of
But
players, trying to
vertical
force
shot
some
से channel
rotations.
reach
I think that it
बढ़ता
was
है।
beautiful to see,
आजकल
but they
shot
will need
ज़्यादा
to keep it
चल
up
रहे
in
हैं।
Lotus. And now with them
मालूम है,
starting
लेकिन-
on the defense, it scares me a bit. Yes, the results that we saw from G2 were not the best on the
पता
attack
नहीं
against
यार।
Heretics, but I do think that was on Heretics. Like the utility usage that they had
मेरे
in
को
Lotus
ऐसा
was
dicey
not
हो जाता
allowing
है
them to
कि
perform
channel reach या viewer
evenly. But
experience,
hear me
समझ
out.
रहे हो?
If there's an operator on the
मेरा
game
वो
for
two
something,
minds हो
it's just
जाता
so complicated to play against.
Oh, there goes your agent select there. Nothing really all that
बहुत
crazy.
complaint है,
How
I
did-
mean,
पता नहीं क्या
Paper
बोले
X's
जाते हैं।
comp
भाई
is
मेरे पास
standard, but it is still weird,
मेरा
right? They're
जिंदगी
trying
का
to
डे इन
fight
माई
for
लाइफ
it. They have
देखोगे
a lot
ना
less-
तो
I mean,
सब
it's
परेशान
here
हो
for
जाओगे।
playoffs.
Yeah, yeah,
ये
and
बंदा
they
इतना
have
कैसे
very
कर
little
रहा है?
stall in this defense.
Punchman,
Because
Losbert
no
is
Viper
love.
or
Love
Cypher
you,
or
Lotus.
Killjoy to really hard hold a height.
Chat, we are
a
close
sight.
to 5K
And on their
likes.
attack, they don't have
सिर्फ
that
500
Viper
लोग
wall to
बचे हैं।
condition,
लाइक
so
कर दो
their
स्ट्रीम को एकदम
attack sides
बूम
can be a little
बाम।
bit more telegraphed, but I still really feel like it's going to come down to the individuals and how well they perform in the late round. Paper X is just unbeaten in that respect.
Yeah, exactly. And for the stalling utility, I'm looking at Forsaken. We talked about how he is a flex god and he needs to show up in this defense if they want to take this home.
Well, let's find out if G2 can manage to make this series go the distance. Send it over
तू
to
फिर
your
है ना?
Masters. Here's
क्या
Clinton
ब्लॉग
and
बनाओ
Paper
क्या
Thin.
ब्लॉग बनाओ 15 घंटे तो मैं पीछे पे रहता हूँ।
All right, changing it up after yesterday, I see. I don't know.
my.
I don't want to be
Be
either.
ready for 9 June
Oh.
biggest match
No,
rivalry.
come on, man.
I'll be
ठीक है।
paper thin.
Come on, man.
I'll be paper thin. You can
That's
be.
iPhone का auction ही कर दो।
I took Seth. Which one?
रुको
Okay,
जरा,
fine.
रुको।
Whatever. You know what?
ये
You know what?
मंथ
This round is
तक
you. You go
आपको
ahead.
अच्छा अच्छा व्लॉग देखने
Roger
मिलेगा।
that. Well,
ये मंथ
let's
नहीं
go ahead.
जो
Get
आने
ready to
वाला
jump
है।
into the
क्या मैं
action. Lotus once again
जून
to the side of Paper Rex.
जून में आपको
Talking about how do you get a
क्वालिटी
read on this team?
कंटेंट
Teams
दिखने
haven't been able to do it
मिलेगा।
on this map in the past. You think about Gen
छाती
G
लाओ।
going up against each other
Quality
in that grand
content
final.
in
This is one
June।
of those maps that Gen G was able to take away from
लिख
PRX.
दिया मैंने।
So while they still
समझ
are
रहे हो?
incredibly strong on it, there are weaknesses that can be exploited.
कल से जून है।
Well, I mean, this is
पूरा
yeah,
महीना चलेगा ना
again,
पहला दिन थोड़ी।
just like Split, a very important side here for G2, because usually on their Lotus, which is very, very good, they're 4-1
Yeah.
in stage 1. It's this attacker side that gets it done, like most of the world. However, going up against Paper X, they're tricky. They love to
going up.
isolate fights.
This lurk from Jonas absolutely
Shot.
gorgeous for it at Mound. Something not ready for it at all. Fantastic headshot coming across.
फिर भी घुस नहीं रहे रे बे।
Now things very much slowed down. Silence here. As Paper X do have a 3-man stack over here towards A. They hear the Prowler checking back rubble. Ping's coming down, but G2 seemingly not satisfied with this, so they themselves also going to drift away.
It is a bit hard on the early part of the round to read off of just killing something. You know, a lot of times it's going to be like Forsaken or Divide backing him up. So you got to be worried about that. If something gives it away over on this A site. And so therefore,
दरवाजा
they've
खोला,
got
ये
enough
लोगों को पता है
info.
वहाँ का
You know,
info ले
Leaf's
लिया
able to
करेगा,
sit
अभी
there
घुसना पड़ेगा
behind
इनको।
Mound long enough, doesn't get any other attention. And he says, guys, I'm pretty sure C is is open. Let's make a try. And they read it correctly. Nicely done here by G2 to start this pistol.
Vision now coming through, but do they read Leaf's position at the moment just outside of B? Tucked away. The spike plant comes in. Looks like starting to swing. They're starting to watch for it, but he still puts one down. Forsaken, taken out. How much more damage can he deal? The double push coming through. They're able to flush him out, but out. Trade back as Jing ends up falling. Mindfreak finding Jonah P. Paranoia not going to be connecting, but door still has to be retapped. 2v3 with Icy tagged up. To retake this C side for themselves. Mindfreak wary about the corner, sends it there, but everybody playing on the site itself. Push up over the top. Trent find the headshot, takes out the Divine. Mindfreak being encroached upon as Icy comes down over the top. Kill's going to be found, and that's going to be G2 picking up another pistol.
Phenomenal mid-round from G2. Kind of understanding some of the lack of information that they're getting and putting the pieces together to know that they can make a go towards that C site. But it all starts with that opening pick by Jonah P. This is a huge win. I don't think something really anticipated.
ये लोग का वो रहता है यार, ये लोग ऐसे नहीं खेलते, ये लोग का हर चीज का टाइमिंग रहता है। और सामने ऐसा चीज आ रहा है, तो इन्फो कैसे लेने का, और ये कर रहे हैं, तो किधर घुसना, क्लियर किधर करने का।
Common occurrence in
for anybody who hasn't watched PaperX, in which case, welcome to Valorant. They've been here for a while. This is normal.
Yes.
You don't have to be concerned.
Might have to be concerned though.
As that's going to be a double kill coming through here for Icy, down to 20 HP, but still solid value found with that stinger. 2 solid picks as Jing still just sat back.
Bunks back on सामने
Frenzy in hand. See what kind of damage he can really deal. Something wanting them to push over towards him. But Trent just banging through the box, gets the headshot, gets some follow-up damage there on Forsaken, setting up for the easy kill for Jonah P. Now it's just going to be an orb take here for something, see what kind of damage he can deal, but still a turret. Noting him. I don't know exactly where he's at. Dash at the ready as the plant will come through. Icy. Going to be getting himself just past the halfway point towards that showstopper.
So good from G2. They're so well coordinated with pushing and pulling, taking turns to trade. Can't quite find the connection.
He's got to be ready for this forward presence, and he is. Snappy with that headshot. So he looks to deal a little bit of increased damage. Swing out, gets himself a second. 1 HP, another shot down at the corpse. Some more shots down at the corpse, and says, okay, I'm ready. Come take me. Phantom will be carried over. G2 will start off 2-0.
Okay, something is going to get his, but this is just a great start for G2. I love the way they're working the map, being really methodical, using those high pen weapons to the great effect through the boxes, all the things that you would want.
मेरे को पहले लगा तूने मेहनत से लिखा है, ठीक है?
Pretty darn nasty.
बाद में मैंने पूरा पढ़ा, मैं बोला हाय दया GPT.
But it's
clean with it.
Yeah, it's just really impressive for G2. I love the way they played these last couple of rounds. It's good mid-rounding, and in this round, it's just good coordinated play. Suss out where PaperX was setting up their defenses. Now you don't get much attention over at A. And they're going to try to make a push towards mid. Oh my god. Making so much noise as PaperX.
Yeah. Swing out, nothing spotted. And then G2 swing their way back in towards B. He's retaking this space.
Prowler पड़ता तो
Prowler the guide.
Shot बे.
Dead Leaf with a headshot. Outlaw opening things up once again over here towards C. Nano out just to try to clear some space. There's no real util you have to be worried about. Not playing KJ on the opposite side.
सारा first pick G2 जीता ना अभी तक.
Just trying to check an angle.
They're winning those battles against something over at Mound, and that opens up the map so much more. Makes it so much more difficult for PaperX to find any lurks or flanks or anything like that. So much space is under G2's control.
And look at this rotation. I mean, PRX, they fully bought into this C hit for the time being. Now the approach slowly creeping up over towards A. Mindfreak sending out that paranoia. Now needing the TP out to safety. Gets himself in towards backside. Safe for the moment, but approaches here on multiple fronts, and that's going to be Icy swinging in from the right, catching him completely off guard. Kill found now in a 3v5 where you have to retake the call to save. It looks like it's already been done. Divine inching forward, seeing if he spots anything else out here, but G2, they're going to be converting this bonus, and this is a fantastic start for the squad.
They're playing great. I love the way that they're working the map. Taking their time a little bit at the beginning.
उसको सिर्फ आवाज करके निकलने का था. अगर वो right side जाता उसको left से पड़ती
तो isolating players.
Angle थोड़ी clear कर.
Able to kind of bully their way through. Divide trying to do some damage on the way out. Good fault line to set him up.
Fault line sent, but it will be instantly traded. Can't hold over that weapon, so now just Forsaken and Jing. Sat back. Gonna try to maintain these weapons. Forsaken, surely he doesn't swing the challenge. We'll just back away. Stay tucked there at upper. Here's the push. Oh, he goes for last second, but is able to go ahead and hold on to his weapon. But 3-0 start, G2. This is everything you want to see for this American squad after what we witnessed on Split.
Yep. And they've got a showstopper to boost. Great opening shot from Leaf. Just completely.
Right there.
And now you get
Hello.
mostly for the side of PaperX.
Yeah.
And that showstopper as well. Something to be accounted for. But now PaperX looks like they might want to challenge this Rubble space.
भाई क्या मेरा मॉनिटर के जा रहा है क्या? हेलो FF नहीं बस भेंचो मेरी गांड पड़ गई भाई.
Jing just trying to play an angle where maybe he can catch the showstopper out of the air.
Mind freak.
मेरा मॉनिटर गया.
Swing on the corner. Jonah P going to be taking low. Showstopper now going to be coming in. Mind freak able to find one, but Icy takes out Trent. Some friendly fire to be found as the flash coming through. Divine trying to steady the game. Eventually able to find that headshot. Now Leaf arrives. Puts one down. Nanoswarm. They're at back level. Out into the open. The Classic to try to find the kill, but he cannot. The Bottles collect 3. PaperX get themselves on the board.
अरे क्या ये?
Opts to re-challenge Rubble.
ठीक करो ना, हेलो.
It's that util coordination from the breach and the omen.
Uncle.
Makes it so difficult.
Points दो.
Behind
Thank you. भाई क्या हो रही है?
And it's just Devi so aware. Gets a good flash for himself as well. That Sky.
अरे क्या हो रहा है ये?
Work.
Production, stream lagging, L stream.
You're at the start.
Not like this.
That's the thrifty reaction.
PRX को कोई नहीं संभाल पा रहा. वाइटी चलो वाइटी पे नहीं हो रहा है क्या? Same feed जाता रहेगा बे वाइटी पे कैसे नहीं हो रहा?
Survivor Seekers at the ready.
दोनों side by side
from the nightfall here is Trent, but looks like they just want to contact up into the site. Swing on the corner, Jink spotting. Paint Shell sent to try to slow them up. Paranoia going to be sent through with Devi. Playing off the back of that fault line. Catches Fallon. Jing now all the way in behind Rubble. Takes out Leaf. Takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down by dead. Entry coming through. Forsaken not ready for it.
उधर भी हो रहा है.
Freak able to get one. Now,
सब जगह रहा उधर भी हो रहा
duelists getting ready to duke it out. 30 HP here for Icy.
वाइटी का प्रोडक्शन अलग है.
Needs to have the headshot. Needs to be snappy, but he can't quite make it happen. Still, solid damage dealt here. G2 damn near taking away every single weapon from the PRX camp, but they will be able to find the second round win.
I mean, Jing is just unreal.
Lag.
The timings that he'll take on those blast packs is just, it's otherworldly. It's ethereal. The way that he finds these openings and can recover so fast. Then he's just so snappy, almost gets a third.
ये राउंड जीतना था.
Something had a very weak Icy to deal with just a guardian.
ये राउंड जीतना था.
Opportunity for Icy potentially.
अभी पैसा गया.
Very tricky situation.
The contrast between how the
कोई
players
तो
are vibing on stage and Alex watching from behind. Probably even more frustrated because he can hear them being happy and cheerful.
इको के बाद एक और आ रहा है.
Forsaken's like, Jing, you got 3 kills. Good job. And Alex,
पैसा तो
meanwhile,
है.
making mistakes.
So Jing looking for more. Very aggressive space take there from him. Does pull back. Now sight's going to be turned over towards B. Quick clear here on the Prowler. He's just trying to check that forward corner. Make sure that no one's going to be tucked away.
उनका issue है हाँ.
Yeah, G2 looking to see if they can maybe isolate a fight or set up a 2v1 against something. Has to back out because of that haunt. And they are going to try to make a push, but again, it's that tucked in position of Leaf.
भाई उसको पता तो है कोई है.
PaperX remembers. Oh, they do.
Looking for it, yeah. Forsaken able to get that kill. Leaf going to be taken down. Something still jiggle peeking back over here by Icy. Icy up on top of the wall with the Prowler. That's going to be enough to force something out, so he actually doesn't fall for the trap. Just pulls back into the site.
एक smoke time buy करता है
बे. Going to get cleared up.
वो लोग push करेगा कि नहीं करके?
All 3 of them went towards Jonah P. I guess they had to because of the door.
A dangerous jump because a dangerous challenge, but he still comes out on top. Icy dead. The paint shell not getting much damage dealt.
कर दो भाई अभी. हाँ?
Valen now at 1.
सीधा report कर दो.
Jonah P a little bit whippy there with a spray. Sends out the snake bite. Forsaken does have to tuck back around the corner, but now Devi continues to try to hold them here at bay, and he will be able to do so now. They have this 50-50 set up.
Devi.
not even needing the reinforcements, not needing the flank.
1 HP
It's
पे
a second as Trent does fall, and now it's just Valorant trying to hold on
भी
to that
खेलते
weapon
हैं
with 1
मतलब
health.
कुछ भी मतलब जैसा वालो खेलना चाहिए वैसा खेलते नहीं कुछ भी खेलते ऐसा कूद रहा है हवा में स्पॉट कर रहा है जिंदा है फिर अचानक से पीक कर रहा है मार रहा है रेड भी खा रहा है सब मतलब
just doing a great job of holding the line at the front of B. Yep, just one and done. I love that. And then they use a hawk to check.
क्या है ये
Don't get any confirmation on it. I mean,
क्या है
something
ये
is gonna hit those shots. He's just built like that.
क्या है ये
Bit different. And Devai, so sturdy as always. I mean, just what a year he's been having. This is absolutely incredible. Devai has been so good for
ये
PRX for the last 2 years.
भाई G2 का ये हारा तो पूरा लीड गया
Look at this forward space take here from the side of PRX. Clear out on the boom bot. Paint shells just going to be exchanged on either side. It's now Nightfall going to be coming through. And PRX quickly do make their departure. It's just a util dump.
पीछे
with
भगा
everyone
तो
walking
दिया
away
लेकिन
completely
अभी भी ये
unscathed.
लोग 5 मैन इधर ही है
Don't
और
get much out
एक
of that
का
Nightfall.
कुछ
You just get
इन्फो नहीं है
another
क्योंकि
orb, still
सेंटिनल
have the
नहीं है
lockdown.
Flash out, Mind Freak pushing on the back of it, is able to collect one, but Icy Trent responding in kind. Trent gets himself a second. Ching trying to push forward. It's getting shut down now. It's all on something. Last man standing in the 1v2. The lockdown also available. They're going to hightail it over to A. Should have a decent timing on the ult. Something's reading this, knows where they're going to be headed. But can he clutch it out? Oh, it's going to be stacked against him. Leaf playing the first contact, staring in towards stairs here.
किलजॉय को मारा तो निकाल सकता है वरना जीजी है
Tucks back. Turret set up.
दोनों spotted है अभी
Spotting it. He's trying to inch forward, take as much space as he possibly can before alerting. Swings in, gets the headshot, locked
भाई
down.
दोनों spotted है
Not going to be in
bro
play. Rush around the backhand side, looking
बस
to
अभी
peek
पता
in towards
किधर
tree,
है
spots nothing, but now he knows that it's going to be approaching in from main, especially as the Prowler comes in. He wants the fight. Sees connects. Time ticking. He wants this kill before he goes for the defuse. He swings in. He's able to find it. Something clutches it out. And PRX will take the lead.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is just a straight aim duel on Mount. And G2 comes out ahead. Kind of an over-aggression, I think, from Devai there with that last peek in the 2v1.
rotation का
But that gives something an opportunity to go to the other side. He's so quick with the rotation again. And he gets the info immediately as he gets over there. He hears the bunny hopping, he hears the door open from
same चीज बोला बे भाई कास्टर्स W है
able
बे
to isolate these fights.
कास्टर्स W
so
है
smart from something and very aware of his situation in the time
same
that he
चीज
has
बोला
to
बे
push
गोल्ड
Trent
कास्टर्स
through
हाँ
literally every piece
सब
of
चीज
utility
नोटिस
he had
करते
at him
कास्टर्स
and still couldn't buy enough time.
And it was still Trent who was doing his damnedest
अरे
at the
तो भी
beginning
मारा
of the
वो
round. Those
प्लस
3
1 है
kills
इस टाइम पर
that got him into that position, having that advantage. He was on his back. Just can't quite close the PRX
डर
out
पे
in the
था
lead
लीफ
by
डर
1
पे था
round. Leaf again. It's just his happy place. Tucked away, listening for these rotations. In the meantime, Icy entering over in towards C.
ये किलजॉय बार-बार कैसे
As there's the aftershock, they're still aware of it. And they flash him right into the damage. They flush him out. And they say, you're not getting
सेम
away with it
स्पॉट पे
again.
4 बार खेला लीफ
Hit
Same
invested,
spot.
however. They're trying to make things a little bit more difficult.
अभी टाइम आउट आने वाला है
In the corner, that's going to be a double kill. Ching picks up Balance, picks up Icy. Paint shell, lobbed in, Jonah P. Just trying to play elusively, trying to play quietly. Shorting out in hand. Fault line across, Ching. Pops his way in, pops his way out. He finds him. A 3-piece, the cleanup, and PRX broadening the lead in flawless fashion.
They're unbelievable. They're absolutely unbelievable. The speed at which they can play is unmatched sometimes. This is just one of those rounds. They do a good job early. Mind Freak abandons the site. They isolate this kill with the aftershock and the flash. And then Jing finds the showstopper, blinded by the paranoia, still hits 2, and then knows that likely
क्या है बे ये बंदा
he's got a player, Jonah P,
क्या है
just near him, switches to the short.
भाई कैमरामैन दूसरा किधर गया हेलो
our PRX, and it's going to be a timeout for G2 as they looked so good.
भाई अभी 100% क्या करेंगे मन में
Since
सी
then,
पे
5 in a row.
अरे कितना क्यूट है ना
I gotta
समथिंग
do him like that. This man's playing
कितना
a
क्यूट
solid
है
game
मैं
right
भूल
now.
गया था मैं क्या बोल रहा था
Well, timeout going to be called here
मेस्मराइजिंग
from
फोटो था
G2.
समथिंग का
Very solid start with the run back.
अभी मेरे हिसाब से
5
सी फाइट लेके
consecutive here
लीफ
for
ए लर
PRX.
करेगा भाई नहीं
Building up
बी
that
नहीं
momentum here on Lotus
बी
once again.
हमेशा क्लियर कर रहे हैं वो लोग
Very
ए
scary
पे 1v1
prospect,
मिलेगा
especially
उसको
considering that this is the defender side to start.
Right, and this is usually the better side of the map for G2 is this attacker side. At least so far this year. This is when they've been doing their damage, and it looked like they were. And I mean, I'm very impressed with G2 here today. They're
ये होते हैं non-toxic fans. ये होते हैं.
When you get dragged down in the mud with Paper X, this happens to everybody, happens to every team. They just can kind of outthink you and outplay you in the heat of the moment.
Guys, 6K likes कर दो, 7.7K लोग देख रहे हैं.
Last packs he's having today.
जल्दी से like
some
कर
of the
दो.
best I've seen all year. And that's saying something, because we've seen some good ones, but he's finding these unbelievable timings.
भाई Valen ने stinger commit किया बे.
Ridiculous.
Still no operator here in sight. As
Alex bhai
bouncing back in the front line. Yeah, no, Icy still has his. Icy's on the opposite side of the map.
Gali, फिर से Gali.
A little bit of trolling and doing a lot of damage. Able to find
मारा अच्छा
Forsaken.
लेकिन
Getting some revenge for himself there after the previous round. But now Valen going to be taken down. Man advantage here for the side of Paper X, and weapons not able to be recovered here.
Are they going to invest in Nightfall? That's the big question for me right now for G2.
The approach getting ready to come through. It might be a bit of an overcommit from them, but now Trent finding a kill. Shuts it down. Re-swing in. Jing hesitating for a moment, but now entries in around the back. Finds the first one. Blast back to try to offset. Continues to swing in. It works a treat. Icy collects that kill. Now a 2v2. Out in the open though. Divine collecting the first. Can't quite find it, but now into the 1v1. But Jonah P is just so damn low.
Jord. Expensive था लेकिन अपने पास बहुत पैसा है बे. डरते नहीं है.
Time decently close. G2 a solid effort off the back of the timeout, but it will be Paper X getting themselves a 6.
I mean, again, it's good patience, divide, waiting, expecting that aggressive push from Valen. Try to gain a little bit of space, able to cut that down. They trade one for one with Leaf. Again, they're reading those positions that Leaf was trying to tuck into pretty well. But he this time has a Sheriff in hand and just hits a great shot. Then they come through, and it's Jing again. Hits a blast pack right as he anticipates that fade util coming. He gets right over that seize, gets to the back line, and they have no idea. And it throws the round completely awry for G2.
Double pick, triple pick,
as
1, 2, 3.
Good as they played that round, Jing just played it better.
Oh, Paranoia, the fault line in, but Valen's still going to be standing tall. Finds both kills. Jing, Mindfreak now going to be taken down. Divide dead on the back end. Rolling Thunder committed. Something in ahead of Jonah P is able to get the catch there on to one, but do they suspect the player from behind? It's like something does. Continues to swing in. He's going for this. There's something wide swing, and Jonah's having none of it. He just waits for him to stop dead in his tracks. He does take him down. A solid and clean reply here from G2. Breaking the win streak of Paper X.
That is the something swing. Just a great positioning here from Valen, unaccounted for. Yeah, that Paranoia hits a lot of players, but Valen doesn't get hit, so it makes it easy for him to just cut Paper X down as they try to push that angle. Incredible. Anticipating the aggressiveness. He doesn't like it.
Fairly costly as well, the Rolling Thunder. I mean, committed after the players that already been taken down.
Oh my
God. The operator into the mix. Quick break on the baby door there from Forsaken. Paranoia across, a little bit of damage going to be found there off the paint shells. As it's just blind spray across. Jing, quick exit.
How does he know?
I don't know. Crazy team hai bhai. Full entertainment bhai. Full. हाँ? कभी भी लाइफ पे लो फील कर रहा हूँ ना ये मैचेस देखने का
push them over to something. He gets a leg shot on the trend, but he cannot confirm the kill. Nightfall connecting the Prowler on the chase. He's got to clear it out. He's got to backpedal, but he cannot be able to intercept. Stops the exit, takes him down. And now the lockdown sent inside.
Mark shot mara.
Right there. Forsaken in a very committed position. Fault line. Now counter spam. Jonah takes him out. The rest of the team have to respect this all.
एक राउंड के लिए तो टाइम आउट नहीं आएगा मेरे को नहीं लगता.
Scout destroyed.
No collision spots on the one. A reposition necessary there from Trent. Drops back down. Shadows traveling. Paper X though.
एक को सेव करना पड़ेगा
लेकिन. A lot of
लेकिन.
players do they actually commit in for this retake? The 3v5 Snakebite to go ahead and further delay, and Icy on a very deep line all the way back here behind Rubble.
तीनों सेव कर रहे.
Waiting for his moment. Jake, push up into the smoke. He's able to find one. Tries to backpedal out. They know Icy, but they should know as well that this round is over. That this is going to be completely unsavable. With Divine out, onto a bad position, does get taken down. Mindfreak. Put two down. Valen will be the last one to survive.
एक गन चाहिए था.
But cash-wise, G2, they are flush with it. Now they get themselves up to 5.
Yeah, this is a great execute here from G2, using that Nightfall to keep something
Team
guessing.
Opa, Coach
He
Opa.
decides to stick around before he clears the Prowler, and he pays the price. Very nicely timed.
We'll
Wait
get
for
it
that
by
shot,
watching
and then
the
they
stream, Manan bhai.
swing around the corner. Just reading the positionings here at PaperX. Off of that fault line, they're able to kind of guess that Forsaken's going to go back upstairs, take him down.
भाई उन पे नहीं एक के पास नहीं.
Very nicely done by G2.
Got him, my boy.
And now they have a chance to make this even in this half. Icy one away from a showstopper.
Oh my god. And Jing, oh my god, sniped out of the sky is Icy. Comes up with 2.
Bro.
Tag down to 30, but still
गलत
alive and well.
aggression, bro. गलत.
What a shutdown.
मेरे को लगा ही था कुछ ऐसा होने वाला पता है. टाइम आउट चाहिए था लेकिन एक राउंड के लिए क्या टाइम आउट लगा है? 3 राउंड
Scored them forward here onto this B site. Tap of the door. Icy dead, but finds himself another elimination. And Mind Freak now, last one standing, cannot make it happen. We are tied up 6-6.
Yeah, a great bounce back here from G2. After PaperX strung so many rounds together, we're able to answer right back at the end. Finally get their footing. Finally start working together well as a team. Winning some of these opening exchanges
भाई अभी
again.
अटैक है. अभी क्या करेगा
That's
G2
just
मेरे को वो देख.
insanely good shooting from Icy, the rookie, getting it
अच्छा
done
खेला
there.
ना Icy?
With the transfer onto the second, gets the showstopper, gets the third. Awesome stuff from Icy.
Incredibly solid round to bring us to
जान
complete
पूछकर
parity
coach क्या
between these
दिखा रहे हैं?
teams. Tied up 6-6. Players will take a moment, take a breather here during the halftime. But for now, let's zoom in a bit more on Jonah P with our own.
अटैक में तो जीतेगा बे.
Yeah, this is Jonah P from G2 Valorant. I mean, honestly, I want
Next
to win
game be
this
fun
game
and next game be
extremely
bap
bad, not only to get us
Kang
in the
Kang
playoffs, but
बोलते.
boot camp
Kang Kang versus Mini Boo. भाई क्या?
and Heretics.
भाई
We
मस्त
scrimmed them quite
लगता
a
है बे
bit.
ये
They
सब
destroyed
टूर्नामेंट
us,
भाई.
but
कुछ भी
yeah,
बोलो.
it was not very
हाँ
clean
चैट.
from us, and you know,
ऐसे
but
सब
just making that
टूर्नामेंट रहता है
comeback
जिसमें
and
टॉप 8
having
टीम्स,
that,
टॉप
you
10
know,
टीम्स
storyline
ऐसे
for
वाला.
us, it felt great. We're
बाप
not known
रहते
for
हैं बे, बाप.
making big comebacks like that. We're known for the reverse, choking 9-3s, 8-4s, 10-4s, you name it. Like, we have so many games like that.
Coach
so
talk during
having
half time?
that,
नहीं, only
9-3
time out.
comeback on the third map just felt great.
जो 4 टाइम आउट रहता है सिर्फ तभी बात कर सकते.
That's a really good fault line. Going to P in a 1v3. All staring at elbow. Benji Fishy will fall, make it to an ace to potentially
Mini
close
Boo
the
नहीं
map.
है?
Can he pull
नहीं
it
है?
off?
कोई
They're
तो
both
बोला
right
वापस आ
there.
गया?
The spam onto the first. They're both weak. He's gonna connect it all.
उल्लू बनाया मेरे को.
It kind of makes sense why people underestimate us. Like, our regular season.
पिस्तौल
is
कौन
pretty
जीतेगा भाई? PRX
consistent,
खत्म है अभी
and,
36.
you know, if you're an inconsistent
36
team, you're
जीतने
gonna
वाले
get,
PRX.
you know, some criticism, which is totally fair. So yeah, just coming to this event, we don't really care what people say. We're just focused on why we're being consistent, and you know, just every day work to be better and work to fix those mistakes that we make.
Working on the consistency, working on getting better, and right now we've been seeing that in real time, from the run back on split to now being dead
आप मत
even
बोलो कौन जीतेगा
on
PRX
PaperX's
बेबी.
map pick of Lotus. They'll swap sides, but this is where they need to be the most
ऐसे अच्छा नहीं
prepared.
खेला.
That
PRX
attack
उसको अच्छा
path
खेलने दिया.
getting ready to come in here from
मिनी
PaperX.
बू ने ट्वीट डाल के प्रैंक किया था.
And they had a
आराम
solid
ज्यादा.
defender side against Heretics despite losing the map. They went 5-5 before it was closed out by Team Heretics. So certainly,
Finals prediction
G2
दो
can get
जरा.
this done, and
मेरे
you know,
को
with that
finals
extra
जो
sentinel there,
देखने का
give you an extra layer of
वो
defense.
देखने का है.
You know,
PRX
is PaperX
versus Fnatic.
going to be able to clear it? It's not like they're unfamiliar playing against this comp. It's what most people run.
लेकिन 100 Thieves भी फन रहेगा. बुस्टी को देखने का फन
Turret
रहेगा.
to alert here, and now a triple push out of B main. No, double back here. Is Valen not going to be joining in? Third recalled the alarm bot. Still set up. Are they going to be ready for this crunch from behind? Shots coming across. Trent is giving up the game, and he can't confirm the kill.
भाई सैंडविच हो
Fair amount
गई
of
है.
damage out there. Something noting one. Spotting out Icy back over here towards the spawn. Swings out wide. Valen trying to get the kill, and he can. Down to 5 HP. His paint shell connecting. Forsaken has to drop back.
Right there.
He himself tag low. 45 remaining. Fault line going to be sent. Jing looking to swing off that one, but nothing really going to be noted for now.
What
Just
a
keeping
hold
Icy
करना.
back, jump across the way. It's going to be Valen collecting another one. His Mind Freak dead. Valen with
भाई
3.
shot ही नहीं
Divide,
लग रहे
gone.
बे.
Jing put down and Forsaken. Can't find
Oh
anything.
shit,
A 4K for the
shot ही नहीं लग
IGL
रहे.
as G2. They will take the other pistol round here in this map.
भाई वैलेंट
What
भाई
a
असली
retake here for
अश्रुमादा
G2,
बे.
just on their horse off the rip, just reading that PaperX isn't going to change
कैसे?
direction if they give up that space on A. and they're just pushing through attacker spawn as fast as they can, and they're hitting
किसी
some
गोली
great
नहीं लगी
shots.
बे
And he got flashed down to 5 HP.
यहाँ पे
and he's
भी
still able to win these battles.
देखो
Unbelievable, Valen.
दवाई ने भी 2 बुलेट मारे
Huge 4K for him. And yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
PaperX just couldn't hit their shots. That's all there was to it, to be honest.
सामने सामने गाली दे रहे हैं भाई सामने
Free
सामने
sight, trying to get into that post-plant situation, but
सामने सामने गाली दे रहे हैं
apart,
एलेक्स
one after the
भाई
other.
जाओ मैं तो बोलता हूँ सीधा खेलने बैठ जाओ आगे
triple
बस हो
bulldog
गया
purchase
इनकी
here
तो
coming through from the side of G2. Stinger and Spectre alongside that is Forsaken. Gonna try to escort them forward here on to see something, a little bit of damage. Just get the headshot there on the lead. He'll be knocked
अरे थोड़े से बीके लो
down to 46. On the back bucket.
बट अरे भेंचोद
Into the hands of the Device. The plant tapped for a moment, but not committed to.
I have the spike.
एलेक्स भाई की सैलरी कितनी होगी पता नहीं
See if they can set their positions up with this Bucky. Do some more damage with it. Great skis.
Where is money? RRQ.
Looking for the kill on the paint shells, and Divine now dead. That Spectre is left
एक
stranded
तो
on the
मारेगा
floor.
Mind
Forsaken, he can't get over to it. Mind Freak, he doesn't want to move a muscle. Push up into the smoke. Just looking to try to play a timing, looking to get a catch. He cannot. And Icy, despite being dazed up, headshot into the kill. Leave the
भाई डर लग रहा है मेरे को अभी
They'll move up by 2.
टी पर देख रहा हूँ मैं सॉरी
Yeah,
यार
just
सॉरी
brilliant stuff here again with their util combos. Yeah, you lose a player to the Bucky, but
बिल्कुल
so
अगर
what?
स्लो के लिए
That
तो
sees
है
nade
कि
combo
सेंटिनल नहीं है
works
ऐसा
a
कुछ
treat
नहीं है
there, isolating Devi and Mind Freak on
सब
the back of the site.
एंगल
Can't
क्लियर
really
और
get much
रीड पे
done.
डिपेंड करता है
Devi gets taken out by it. It's just so nice here from G2. You can see the confidence starting to flow for this G2 squad. They're starting to play together. And that's when things get a little bit scary here. PaperX. It's looking a little bit
बाइंड नीडेड बाइंड में तो खा जाएगा वे PRX
looking to grab a judge here for Jing. It looks like to me
ये
they're
लोग का
gonna
हुक्का रश
consider
देखने को जो मजा आता है ना
pretty big C hit
ओहो
as rubble control completely taken.
Device is dead off the rip. Leave for the peek out. Outlaw in hand.
भाई लिफ्ट कुछ ज्यादा बढ़िया नहीं खेल रहा
Showing off that
लेकिन
damage taken.
except for the Bealers
Smoke now. Try to stave off this push. Probably checking outside of B there from Trent as well.
फॉर्चून को मारना पड़ेगा
Rotations to start to come through.
फॉर्चून को
Entry
नहीं
in.
मिलता है ना फाइट
They know
इतना
that the site is
कैसे
clear,
मारेगा
but Leaf still tucked away here at Waterfall. Pitching for that shot. Backs away
Yeah.
just in time. Something unable to get that hit coming through. Flash in deep. He swings out, but still can't steady the aim. Trent claims 2. His Mind Freak taken down. Forsaken going to be scouted, scrambling away, trying to keep himself alive. Sprays down one, but he's running out of bullets. Now it's all on Jing, and as the flank comes in,
69
Valen,
shout out to you मेरी
he will
जान
shut
shout
him
out to you
down. G2 convert the bonus.
Love
They move
you.
up now. 9
भाई
to
एक
6.
शॉट आउट के लिए राउंड हार गए
PaperX
बे
just
so humble
trying to push Waterfall one by one.
भाई डर लग रहा है
Trying to
अभी
win some of these battles, but the numbers advantage for G2 is there. And they're going to take
बहुत
another
ज्यादा
bonus.
एग्रेशन हो गया भाई वही है
It's
बे
just
एग्रेशन में मारेगा
a little much
तो
here
अच्छा
from
लगेगा
PaperX.
नहीं मारेगा तो
Kind of just, yeah, getting too
Scene होता
aggressive.
है.
I agree. Timeout's going to be needed
it's
because,
pros and cons of
that was-
PRX
you know, the first player, fine. You send something out there, you try to set them up with a flash, totally fine with that. But after that, you might as well just lock them down and try to use that amazing choke point you have.
G2
where
का
the
कुछ
defenders
इतना
have to
बोल रहा
come
है
through
भाई अच्छा
waterfall,
खेल रहे हो जो
just
कर रहे
knock
हो
them
चिल
down.
करो
And again, these opening picks
Short
from Leaf, he
Bailey.
is so clean with those snipers. Has been all tournament.
Trent as well, just really shutting down the
Yo, Devi just got shit on. I just hit him with a dribble one.
the opening push. As well, he's not necessarily wrong.
He is not wrong at all.
Very solid early kill to be found there.
क्या स्ट्रीम लाइक करने का टाइम आउट आ चुका है जिसने भी स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं किया फट से लाइक करो
Between Alex
और
and the
ओपा
rest of the
ओपा कर
squad.
दो स्ट्रीम को ठीक है
Can they find that round victory? Looks like they're going to be
लोटस अटैकिंग
Forcing up
मैप
a
में
bid for a
कैसे
full
आ रहे
stinger
PRX
buy.
अभी तक हारे किधर है रुको
Spoiler
जरा
alert.
रुको
I mean, they're going to try to do to G2 what G2 does to other teams. Catch them with those stingers, catch them a bit off guard. Icy does have the op. So,
भाई
power
दवाई ने
weapon
सबसे
in the
ज्यादा
hands of
मारा है
G2. No Odin just yet, but
अंकल
going
लियम
to be tricky now for PaperX. Let's see if they're just going to go for an explosive B
कोई
hit.
बीकेली होगा
It's
जो
being
जिंक्स
read
करके
decently by
36
G2.
बोला होगा
Got a lot of delay utility in there with the
Language.
Omen and the Fade.
लैंग्वेज
So this could be tricky.
operator now here for Icy.
और कॉपी पेस्ट काय कर रहे हो
Put it
उसको
over
बेंच छो
towards A, but it looks like with this rush, with this
इसका
buy, they
mini
want
game
to
चल रहा है
send
तुम्हारा
it in
chat.
towards B, but do they rebalance position? And so far, they have not. And now he strikes, finds the first one, Mind Freak, trying to take him down, but ends up falling. Down, collecting that kill. Trying to be, however, going to be overwhelmed. Something dashing away. Keeps himself alive and in the mix. Jinx scoops up a Phantom.
Forsaken. The lurk towards the spike. It's being watched behind the box by Leaf, and he's making noise.
Noise made, and Leaf
able to
find that kill, and now they are in such a dire position. Prowler in for the check. Their spots up. Making their positions known. But G2 confident. They know that these players on the other side are so very low, especially with something taking that damage. 12 HP remaining on him.
One enemy remaining.
Just legs just absolutely swept out from beneath him. Something falls, Jing marked. Looking for the reveal, the Prowler up over the top, gets the bite, and Trent will find the kill. Only 2 eliminations found, Spike not planted, PaperX not getting that bonus cash, and G2 get to double digits.
Yeah, G2 just reading this hit very, very nicely. Valen's positioning, knocks 2 down, and that's about it. That's basically round over. I mean, yeah, PaperX scrappy as heck. Trying to do what they can is something. He gets 2 and then he's able to dash away, try to buy some time and space, but never really able to get comfortable is coming from just about every angle possible. RG2.
One down.
They look very clean right now. PaperX is struggling to get anything done on this attacker side.
I don't even necessarily know if they noted the operator, because Icy was just on this A side the entire time. The rest of the team, they were the ones dealing with PaperX. Do they know that he has this? Right now, he's sat up just watching in towards tree. Gonna try to reinforce Jonah P's position here. Door will full swing shot, 3 tap on it. Trailblazer checking forward, but not scouting him out. Something rushing right into the spider's web.
They've got a great read. G2 is just all over everything PaperX wants to do.
Yeah. Sure if that got the catch on to both of them.
Either
way, slowed up.
Starter on main
getting ready to come in.
No deserts.
Jing needs to try to hold here. Outside the baby door. Checks close with that. Connection not going to be found. Trying to be in the meantime. Caught. Mind Freak coming away with that kill. Swing out.
Shot.
In. Divide.
Shot.
Fine Leaf. Finishes him off. Just tucks away. Eats a little bit of damage there from the paint shells. Fault line now crashing across.
Nice.
Allen going to be taken down. Jing able to find that. Mind Freak still lingering, still lurking.
Clean, baby.
PaperX will be able to get themselves back on the board, putting up their first round victory here on this attack side.
Yeah, it was a nice job here by Jing to flush out some players to keep them towards Mind Freak's lurk here by Rubble. You can see they use the showstopper, and that's when he strikes. Great patience, great timing, great coordination from PaperX. And this time around, they're able to get their feet planted. Get these crossfires set up, get this post plant in their favor. Find that lurk. That's so successful, but now you got a couple big ults
G2
for
के
G2
पास
to consider.
रेज और फेड अल्ट है
Showstopper, Nightfall.
दोनों ने अगर X को याद किया ना पूरी टीम खत्म.
PaperX looking for something a bit pacey here. Something slowed up. Boombot checking forward, but Jonah still statuesque here. Just tucked away.
They just keep doing it, these cheeky positions.
Okay, well, Divide, check behind the tree this time around. The push forward, he spotted him, but the paranoia timing is just perfect. Showstopper at the ready, Icy spotting one, sends a Divide down to a sliver. Mind Freak swinging out, finding one, but then taken down. Spike still bring forward now on the floor. Valen shuts it down, and Jing cannot find any more value. G2 get themselves up to 11. Not allowing for PaperX to string together.
Yeah, these awesome defensive setups that G2 is using. Or just completely fooling PaperX every time there's a player in a different spot. Jonah can get so much info. The paranoia so good from Valen. Just love what I'm seeing from G2. They are so on top of PaperX in terms of where their util is going to go, where that util is going to be checking, particularly Devi's util. How many times have we seen those Trailblazers not see a player and it costs PaperX a life?
Yeah. And corners in general right now very much working against PRX. The second timeout going to be used. Last one here from Alex. Casting them out to sea and hoping they make it safely across to the other side.
Now
G2 all advantages pretty much theirs. 3 ults.
Bind में क्या लगता है 4 second लेगा? Yoru?
Already online for Trent. Lockdown not too far from Leaf.
भर दिया. तेरी
It's
तो खत्म.
Gonna have to be
भर के सीधा माइक ऊपर.
Impressive comebacks, not the most we've seen in this tournament, but because we've seen quite a few of nutty ones, but it would be a very impressive one for sure for PRX. They could string this back, but in my mind, G2 just too good on this map right now. PRX pretty one-dimensional for the most part. One of the few rounds they had success was taking A control and then pivoting towards B. You know, they've tried some explosive hits towards C. They tried just kind of W-king their way into A, and every time there's been an answer from this G2 squad. Let's see, Divai is the Seekers. We're gonna pop them.
Single smoke liya to wo hone wala double initiate.
And Divai on his own with the spike. Couple players coming out towards mid.
Double peek out for Forsaken. I mean, with just a stinger, can't really challenge against this one. And G2, Wiley probably gonna be happy. They get the fault line out of him, put that on cooldown. Again, Trailblazer forward. Checking, not spotting anything though. Going to P, holding up close. He collects 2 kills. Mind freaking something, both taken down.
नहीं मार पा रहे.
Seek by Sid, what damage dealt already, and Jonah now just 1 away from having that pit online to make PRX's lives that much more difficult. Forsaken wants to try to get this Rolling Thunder. Now it's just going to be a back off. Space given over. G2 confident in their retake here in a 5v3.
And they're going to be coming through the door.
Raid था तो
couple different angles can be really tricky. Forsaken trying to get ahead of it.
Trying to get ahead of it, but instead Nipple's going to be taken down. He and Jing on the floor. Divai, now last one standing. Swings out, finds a first, is not ready for Icy. G2, they're going to give themselves up to 12. Map point to take us over to Bind.
Just so steady right now from G2.
PRX lower bracket जा रही है.
They are just in complete control, and Jonah P at the point of attack wins a 1v2. They're giving him opportunities. You know, they're not swinging together sometimes. You're not trying to maybe go for that something peek there where he goes out first and tries to buy a lot of space, but it's just because Jonah P's just a little bit ahead of it. Nice. Takes Mind Freak down, and then, of course, something's going to try to reswing. They're ready for it, but now PRX, a little bit quiet. There's a ton of ults here for both sides. Nightfall, Viper's Pit, G2. Yeah.
Get out of my way.
It's gonna get messy.
Dad की वेंड की.
For now, Knives popped something.
कभी तो खाओ यार.
Playing off
Last
solo
ice cream
towards
मैंने
this
कितने
C
साल
site.
पहले खाया था.
All the Killjoy utility set up to try and interrupt him. 100% down, seeing if he can get any movement out of Leaf whatsoever, but Leaf's just staying back. Not sure if that Rolling Thunder is going to be escorting that jet forward, so let's just go ahead and concede some space for now.
Last map 11-0 जीत रहे थे बे. क्या
Seeker's now going to be sent. Snake fight to try to slow things up. Jonah P going to be noted there over at stairs, and Divai take it down. Jonah P pushing forward, finds that elimination. Now tucks back over towards the stairs position. The Mind Freak as well, knocked down to 36. An immense amount of damage dealt. Jing, here at drop. Just a bulldog, 3 players on the opposite side. Boombot coming his way, has to be cleared out. They managed to do so.
Sexy stun.
Well, not spotting as the C's comes out. Now it's going to be the Rolling Thunder trying to push them back. Connections on the multiple, but Pain Shell's not finding the value.
पिंकी ये देखिए यहाँ से नहीं हिल रहा है.
So well timed on that Rolling Thunder.
Hit still in play here for G2. Not able to drop that one, but Forsaken finds an opening kill. Valen going to be taken down.
यार PRX हार रहा है पंगू.
Won't use Mind Freak repositioning, gets himself over here. Fly Rubble, Jonah, another kill. A third, Jing dead, something tucked away. Finds the first one. Drifting around the backhand side. Knife pull!
Oh!
As Leaf trying to hold for the fuse. Push under the corner of the right.
Clutch बोलते भाई something good. ये उठ गया तो something good.
Tails it away. Will hold onto his weapon, but PRX can hold onto their hopes.
Unbelievable. I mean, just PRX players start dropping like flies, and I'm just like, okay, we're going to Bind. But then something just barely.
Sumit bhai, thank you for the 5
crazy
gifted
stuff
मेरी
here from
जान
Jonah
के
P.
टोटे.
He is
Guys, जिसको भी
really
gift मिला
feeling it
thanks
right
बोलना
now.
ठीक है.
And something finally getting those blades to do what he wants to on this map.
चौड़ बोलते ही.
There's a fair amount of PRX fans here.
Mango ice cream.
In the audience today. Seeing a lot of the purple and pink jerseys.
But it cost them everything. I mean, granted, a lot of commitments there on the side of G2 as well. But Leaf still 1 away from having that lockdown online.
Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted मेरी जान.
Everything that they had.
मेरे को नहीं मिला. जिसको भी मिला thanks बोल दो please.
Because they all go down, that Outlaw can find value here. Only Forsaken with full armor.
Now they're back to kind of taking their time, spreading the map a little bit, trying to find some of those open areas.
PRX ulti से ना बहुत दूर है.
This Outlaw, he's been so good, a great flash to clear that angle. by
12-10
PaperX.
पे खत्म कर सकते हैं गेम.
Now they're going to be able to kind of work their way through something. Going to be the one left behind this time.
सब आएगा.
Potentially try to cut off these rotations. There's a toxic screen in the way. Buys a little bit of time for Valen to slide over. Good fault line, it's both.
Connects on the two. Managed to pull back though. Get themselves up the safety, and the Trailblazer doesn't go deep enough to spot them both. Oh, they reposition aggressively forward here. Just jumping, seeing if he can spot anything. Knows that Mindfreak's going to be playing up on top of that box, but Mindfreak not giving the time of day, not given the opportunity. Not going to be peeking out. If he spots a pixel out of place, Leaf could absolutely devastate, and he has. Forsaken, dead, lockdown, now online. And there's the investment. Sent through the paint shells, they've been committed. Can't just send those through. They have a tiny little corner to try to tuck away in, but that's going to have them all corralled together, and Leaf finds himself a second kill. Something now, dead, swing forward, Divine Mindfreak answering back, Divine fighting another Jing! The last 2 kills! Lockdown beat down, PaperX. They stand their ground together. And they keep themselves in this map.
There's nobody but PaperX. I thought that round was done. I thought, again, that we were going Divine. Great shots from Leaf. That angle he takes to give himself that lockdown. Then he finds a second onto something. Able to just see over the lip of the sight. But Jing's so snappy. And now you got a showstopper for Jing. Now you got an opportunity to do some damage. The economy here for both teams. A little bit starting to dwindle for the side of G2. PaperX is in the gutter.
2 gunfight जीतने का है अभी PRX को.
Ready for the push.
2 gunfight जीत गए, eco जाएंगे.
You're not going to give it to him here. Trailblazer instantly cleared over by A. Divine just sending a pop flash, trying to make his exit. Leaf in the meantime, swinging out wider here on the site, seeking target. Showstopper now, the chase through, Jing finds his mark. They've been taken down, Forsaken, trying to hold 2 at bay. Prowler cleared out, but the Paranoia now going to be invested. Just spamming here into the corner, nearly finds the jump, can't quite make it happen. Trent at 27, still going to be alive as the plant comes in onto C.
Trying to set up for this, coming from a bunch of different angles. Love these retakes from G2.
Sound
on the site. Caught the cloak, rotating back around. Nobody else to try to play off the door. A full send through waterfall. Mindfreak looks to try to hold the line, pushes out, finds the first. Confirmed presence on the rest. He's decayed down to 1. He's waiting for his moment. Trying to TP out, but Jonah takes him down. Swing onto the corner though. Jing still standing here alongside Divine. Jing once again will put him down.
Bro, fucking Jing, bro.
Raise, PaperX. And themselves also up to double digits. 2 more rounds for overtime.
Galat.
And timeout for G2.
Yeah, and G2 has been giving up a little bit of extra space. I mean, part of it is also that in the round before this, the util from Jason from Forsaken was really good. And he was able to kind of clip 2 players with that breach fault line and buy some space to get them their plants. The change up from PaperX that I'm liking is they're not over pushing. They're starting to hold angles. They're starting to funnel
one more
into choke points and take them down.
Yeah,
they're doing a good job of accounting for the lurks that are being attempted by G2. That time they tried to send 2 in towards B pillars, but it's read at least by Forsaken, and that causes the wrap where they have to try to go through waterfall.
What is Pinky
G2
drinking
feels
coffee?
like if Forsaken's there, you know, this flank probably won't get what we want to out of it, so let's just try for a death ball retake of sorts, and doesn't work out because now PaperX is starting to really hold the line nicely once they get the spike plant down.
G2.
Oh, double
fight back. Looking to put an end to this one. Take us over to Bind.
My answer is yes, sir.
Focused up on that final map. PaperX going to continue to persevere. See, the very much is expecting.
Refresh. And
do they give him the time of day? Jonah P once again.
Abhi gaya bhai 1 second ka tha.
PaperX cognizant.
मेरा गलती नहीं है ये
लेकिन one of
लेकिन
those hidden players around a corner. It's going to pop out and kill him. This time Jonah P's pushed a little bit further back.
Smoke coming through. Paranoia. Oh, they get the stun in. There's the push up into the smoke, and Jing able to take him down. That pesky Viper now dealt with. Swing forward here onto the side. Device body 1, but Icy catching a nice timing. Swings around the opposite side.
Race के बाद ult है पता है भी जाएंगे.
Headshot through. Brings it back into a 4v4.
It's a good pivot, but it's being read well by G2.
TP forward in towards B. Nope, canceled. little bit of util exchanged here onto the B side.
Back.
Jing taking some very aggressive space, but he's only able to find
Oh,
one.
here comes the party.
Icy spotting. That's something, but only smattering of damage. Cannot confirm that kill. And Icy tagged down to 15. Boombot right into his face. Manages to clear that one out. Something he wants to play this aggressively. And I can't believe that he's going for it. Leaf manages to put him down. Now a 2v3. Top of the spike. Some spray across. Swing out Forsaken. Gone to the fuse. Being held. Paint shells in. And Leaf will get the final kill. G2 the treat. They take down PaperX and Lotus. 13-10. We're going to find.
Awesome stuff here from G2. Really starting to feel themselves against PaperX nicely.
Solid warm up here. Solid run back from G2. Not allowed PaperX to push this all the way into OT. Now finds the final map to determine who's going to be walking away victorious, who's going to be staying in the upper bracket.
और second low feel कर रहा है.
Bro, I can't see shit without my glasses, so if one of them shit talking me, can one of you let me know?
I never see anyone because my monitor is so high.
Oh no, I just want to know to smile.
Yo, Nate, Jing just stood up.
That's the one guy I wouldn't believe. Forsaken, I can believe. Something and Jing are like too wholesome.
I've waited my whole career to get revenge on these guys, bro. The emotions are gonna make me insane. That's for sure.
भाई क्या मस्ती में क्या ट्वीट कैसे डिलीट करता है हाँ ट्वीट कैसे डिलीट करता है चैट म्यूजिक सकती है मैं तोड़ दूंगा बात पाव बना रही है पाव PRX अपसेट इम्पॉसिबल है छाती पे लिख लो PRX नहीं हार सकती नहीं हार सकती नहीं हार सकती PRX नहीं हार सकती मैं रख देता
नहीं तोड़ देगा
अरे मैं रख दूंगा
नहीं तोड़ देगा
अरे आधा पाव खाएंगे
नहीं
मेरा मोबाइल दे वो भी चार्जिंग पे रखना क्या है ये देखना कैसा
लाइक करो यार Something is real, something real है। पाव क्यों बना रहे हो? क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे यार बेकरी नहीं है, कोई अच्छा सा पाव नहीं मिलता। बाहर से मंगाना पड़ता है प्रॉपर वो एक्स्ट्रा पाव आता है ना पाव भाजी का वो मंगाते हैं हम। तो मैंने आज सोचा आज ट्राई कर ही लेती हूँ मतलब मैंने ये सब लॉकडाउन में किया हुआ था फिर नहीं किया मैंने सोचा मैं आज बना ही लूंगी पाव भाजी बन रही है तो उसके लिए पाव बनाती हूँ। Thank you for the party, Abhishek. Hello, Chirag. घर की पाव भाजी कैसा? Why gifted if PaperX win? अभी तो जीतेगा ही। आपको क्या खाना बनाना आता है? आपको क्या बनाना आता है खाने में? मेरे को सब आता है। Hardest thing I'll say to make is round फुल्का रोटी। अगर आप वो मास्टर कर लोगे आप नहीं बेकिंग भी हार्ड। अब बेवकूफ बनाना वो तो मैं एकदम 2 साल से ऑलमोस्ट 1.5 years से सीख। तो हर दिन स्नैक्स ऑर्डर करते हैं भाई आफ्टरनून का लंच बनता है शाम का डिनर बनता है बीच में वो लोग जो भी मन हो जाता है खा लेते हैं यार नो ईशान आई डोंट बीच में वड़ा पाव और वो सब मन हो जाता है यार भेल मंगाते हैं और क्या अपन दोनों कुकिंग कॉम्पिटिशन रखते थोड़ा मस्त साउंड कम
And G2 manages to fight back, and we're going to map 3. Welcome back, everyone.
Mango
We're here along with Mimi, as well as Kukuka.
ये सासू माँ
G2
मैं मेरी सासू माँ भी ऐसे नहीं करती जैसे
yet
तुम
again,
लोग
and
करते हो.
even though PaperX were really
coolest
getting
सासू माँ
close
थी.
there for a minute, because Jing was doing some magic, G2 managed to pull one
Reality
through, which was
princess
big
is-
for them.
Yeah, I think G2
Princess
came in with
है.
another good game plan, and in this map, well, I think PaperX's comp caught up with them a little bit. They're playing
Ambaras है
this
तो
double duelist single controller composition with not a ton of initiator
रस ने
utility,
रोटी
which means they
बनाता
really have to be kind of focusing on like these just contact rounds. They kept on trying to go into these kind of late
Your favorite
4-1
dish, eat
executes,
from
and I
starter,
think
main
G2
course
did a
and
really
dessert.
good job of picking their timings on when to
Starters
re-clear space,
में-
so they always knew where PaperX was headed in these late rounds.
Something
exactly.
with
Of course, it also
potato.
helps that you
या
get both
तो
pistols and you're
mushroom.
able to convert both bonuses. right?
Garlic
That gives you a
mushroom.
lot of
But
leverage.
garlic
But the way
mushroom.
that they were playing, especially on the later rounds when they moved
Main
onto
course
the
में
defense,
I
and
can
the way
have
that they were
anything.
retaking time after time. they
Pasta,
knew when to give up the space and
rice,
just be like,
कुछ
okay,
भी
you
मेरे
know,
को
take the
चलेगा.
spike, plant the spike,
I
you
eat
won't save
everything.
all the utility and just fought.
फिर
And this is their
dessert में
same
I
idea
like
they had on split. But I think the
tiramisu
biggest contrast is they picked their times
And,
to actually play
custard.
forward and play on site more, and critically,
और
they
क्या?
were shooting,
Because
right?
Valorant is an FPS game.
It's an
after all.
FPS game. It's a gun game. Why
हरा
is
भरा
everyone
कबाब,
said
हाँ,
that?
वो भी
But
खा
Trent and Valen, I think those guys were stepping up and
Pasta
saw
main
some rounds
course.
from relief. And on the contrast for PaperX, they were getting away with a lot less of the crime that they were committing on split with these like,
Chee.
individual hero rounds.
आज मैंने पिटला
And there
भात
was
बनाया.
also some moments
मैंने
where they
कल
were pissing me off a little bit.
क्या
It's
बोलते
the
तुम
kind
लोग?
of it's the kind of
Much like Neon in that respect.
अरे
it's the kind of PaperX moments where they
वो
miss
ककड़ी का
utility,
बनता है ना तुम्हारा
don't
रोटी
clear the corners,
महाराष्ट्रियन
something goes
खाते हैं
forward, dashes
रोटी नहीं
in,
मतलब
yeah,
वो
and
ऐसे
might be,
बीच में होल होल होता है
passes him. It's like those kind of
क्या
moments.
बोलते हैं उसको
So
मैं
good,
भूल
like
गई
How is
वो
this
खाया
happening?
था
The
मैंने
round where like
So
they're
good.
trying to clear
नहीं
through the
खाली
revolving
पीठ
door
हाँ
and then they
खाली
just don't
पीठ
dog close left.
कचुम्बर.
The player gets
And then
taken
clear
in.
it.
Rounds where they're trying to like
वो खाई
even
थी
the final one of the game
मैं
where they're trying
पीटूं
to put
तेरे
it
को?
back into B lane,
नहीं,
but
अभी
they
मैं
never had a
इसको
lurker.
पीटूंगी.
They never had
Excuse
that
me?
map control, and then they play full offsite in the post plant. Just
खाली
these
पीठ.
वो
little
करने वाले ना
mistakes of
प्रोफेशनल
PaperX.
शेफ्स
There's
दाड़ दूं
games
दाड़
where they
दूं
have
दाड़
good
दूं
enough
दाड़ दूं
individual
दाड़
form
दूं
that it doesn't catch up with them, and there are games like
Hard
this where they
करके.
lose the map because of them.
We were
मेरे को
praising
मेरा baking का
Forsaken
tray
for
नहीं
his
मिल रहा था,
flexibility,
मैं
and in this map,
ये
don't get me
होती
wrong,
है
he did
success.
good, but on the kills department, my man was
घर में कुछ नहीं
not
मिल
He
रहा
was
है
doing what he needed to do with his
He
utility.
was- नया
but-
मंगा
Yeah,
दिया.
but still, it was like not enough. And I feel like maybe in a different composition where things are not as straightforward, is easier to find different solutions to the problems that you find.
No, completely fair. But you know what, though? I see.
सुविधा में
big
अभिषेक
game,
thank you
and
to
this is
40
what G2 needed, and I think that-
विलजैक्स गेमिंग बंक्स में मेरा अकाउंट हैक हो गया कुछ हेल्प होगी भाई मेल करो सपोर्ट टीम से बात करो ये चीज आपको हेल्प कर सकती है ब्रो सुमित भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 105 गिफ्टेड इफ पीआरएक्स विन ये हुई ना बात लव यू सुमित भाई जीत गया चलो एडवांस में 2-5 गिफ्टेड और यू एंड बिंक शुड विजिट गंगा टेंपल फॉर वंस भाई विजिट छोड़ो हम लोग घर से निकल नहीं पा रहे समझ रहे हो अभी सीन है मेरे को सच्ची सब जगह घूमना है सब जगह ब्लॉगिंग करनी है क्योंकि मेरे पास आईफोन है नई वाली लेकिन जब तक ब्लॉगिंग स्टार्ट होगी मेरे हिसाब से आईफोन मेरा वो हो जाएगा लेकिन मैं कभी उसके अंदर नहीं करूंगा ब्लॉग
everything turns into chaos and he off strand and probably
इसका Twitter
mentally
delete करो,
maybe
कैसे
wouldn't have
delete
been
करो?
able to recover from that, but Icy did.
And that's the real
Sunset
concept
बजाओ यार
is
बंक्स
PaperX is
बाय
about their individuals, about how they
वापिस आ गया तू
set up these guys.
किधर
to
मिसिंग था इतने
G2
दिन
is a
से
team that is very
हाँ
much about the collective, and that's what got them the win on Lotus. But the series, it's not done yet. They still have to go to bind. However, this is a map that I actually have some confidence in.
बंक पे कभी हैंडवा खाया है शायद से खाया
I
है
mean, look, I'm not gonna say. I don't want to say that there's a chance here because honestly, there's a chance either way.
So I am there for you. Done since sketch by.
Right, representing their regions, PaperX #1 seed and G2, coming into this one with a lot of hype. But Bind has been good for G2.
Yeah, I mean they're the only team to have beaten 100 Thieves.
आकाश भाई अपने आप पे 20 तारीख को खत्म हो गया
Here, back in Americas.
जॉब एंड लाइफ में थोड़ा बिजी हो गया हूँ हाँ क्या लेकिन 13-10 प्रेडिक्शन तो था आपका G2 का
they entry and they vary up the harbor utility to so many different looks. It's a super disruptive style, and they're so good at it.
Yeah.
भाई मेरे को देख रहे गुर के.
If you're a G2 in this situation, is it the same as what it was in map 1
I think
and 2?
the retakes are working. Why would you stop with that? Especially now they're starting on the attack.
No,
Sure. But on the defense, I think retakes are a lot harder, especially over towards B. It has to be more so using your util
भाई
to
क्या
disrupt,
लग रहा है
especially in this
chat?
comp, with a lot of mollies.
Chat PRX से G2
However,
लिखो.
they are starting on that attack.
आवाज बढ़ा दो.
Where I think G2 have some really good protocols on this map. You'll see them play a lot of these slower rounds where they're kind of like 3-1-1ing, sending this Sky Gecko combo into one area of the map and taking early space, and then late round pushing into that. I think the biggest
भाई ये
key to
जिंगू
success
का
here
मैप है.
is really stopping PaperX from going for their
PRX
aggressive
always
pieces
G2
in the mid-round that they really like to do with this comp.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, something probably
मेरा भी
looking
chat
one of
देख
the
लिया
sides
करो.
with
कैसा
the
विजित
operator,
भाई?
if he's even able to get those
रिबन के
credits
साथ
in,
कब
but
स्ट्रीम
I'm
करोगे
looking at
बहुत दिन हो गया
Forsaken
डेडली
and some
डोने देखा. भाई वो
redemption
बिजी
here
है
for
यार.
him.
Oh boy, well folks, it's map 3. Let's see how this one works out. Can G2 get that revenge on PaperX? Continue their run in the upper bracket. One final time, let's send it back over to the boys. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin
एल्विन
for
के
the
साथ
call.
करो वॉच पार्टी. एल्विन कर रहा है कुछ.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. A map 3 to decide which team is going to be sticking around in that upper bracket. And which one's going to be falling down, losing one of their lives here in this tournament, be one step closer to being eliminated from it. Is it the Pacific powerhouse of PaperX, or is it going to be G2? A very solid rally back here from G2, both on that opening map
Friends
split.
khatam?
Also, they're on Lotus. How do they fare now, going up
Life
against
is a
Blind?
struggle.
And G2 looked so good on this map against Team Heretics. 13-6,
True
just
friends बहुत
absolutely
है.
destroyed them.
कैसे सी चढ़ गए? Nope.
All eyes going to be on G2.
प्रीवियर
They
के
have a great
टाइम खाकर आपकी
opportunity
स्ट्रीम देख
to
रहा हूँ.
upset
PRX
PaperX,
के लिए
send them
लव
down
यार,
to
लेकिन
lowers,
रेस्ट करना
and
है.
get themselves further
रेस्ट
ahead
करते
in this
करते देखना.
tournament.
ठीक है.
We're going to be grabbed for PaperX with a 3-2 split, or not a 4-1 split, excuse me. This is a strong side.
Expecting that push out here off the rip. Instead it was going to be Showers, as Mindfreak just backpedaling.
पूरा घुस गया. पूरा
Nicely
घुस
taking some
गया.
forward space here. Quick little jump peek. Something catching a glimpse, but so far, no connections on these shots.
Corsair मारा तो
Spike being held just in front of the teleporter as Trent will go ahead and take that across. And now Forsaken tagged up. Down to 13, having to make his exit. Icy will get caught up. Mindfreak able to find that kill. Takes him down, gives him an advantage over here to the side of PaperX, but Plant's going to be coming through. G2 very much impressed with double push coming through. Forsaken finding one before getting taken down. Leaf a little spray across.
हील के लिए भी नहीं रुका है for a second.
Falls to 50.
कैसे रुकेगा जब हील नहीं है? पागल मैं नॉलेज टेस्ट कर रहा था तुम्हारा.
Got a couple smokes though.
Blind है, Gecko है by 5v3.
Dizzy at the ready. Wingman as well online. Quick little bounce out. Nothing going to be spotted. Jonah just sat here on top of the spike just about. As Trent wants to offer up some covering fire there from Hookah.
Oh, Jonah P.
Just sat here within the poison for now. To push forward. There's the first one. Trent getting Jing as well. Wingman going to be cleared out. Jonah P re-wrapping around through two.
जिंदा कैसे ये?
Looking for his timing, looking for his moment now. It is all on the buy. He doesn't know which way to look. G2 taking another pistol.
They're just so good at mid-rounding right now. They are keeping PaperX guessing and not giving them opportunities to do much against these post plants. I mean, Jonah P the whole time tucked in right by the tube. So snappy. Yeah, there are a couple good kills for PaperX. But these pistols are starting to get worrisome for the side of PaperX. And Alex is definitely starting to get frustrated. After such a hot start on split, it looked like this was going to be all PaperX all day, but G2 fighting back. Just amazing resilience.
You think back to the words of them
भाई अभी गांड
talking
पड़
about
रही
coming
है.
into this series, saying, yeah, we played against them in the past, but we're a much more mature team. We've learned a lot. We've grown, and they are putting that on full display round after round. Dominant these pistols so far across the series. 4-1. Wingman leading the charge, looking for the plant. Drop down out of Hookah, but Dizzy. Blind does greet them, but that's going to be the interrupt. As quite a bit of damage goes across here. Forsaken and something both tagged up. Good early damage found. Try to snipe across. They try to find that kill, but Jing going to be taken down. Allen just pushing his way forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something will get one more as a parting gift, but widely the weaponry going to be carried forward. Just grabbing up the Bulldogs here. As G2 start things off 2-0.
They bait out the util really nicely. They get a lot of flashes, a lot of mollies, thrown at the front entrance there, outside of Garden.
Let's do double stream. I have one
absorb all of it, they just wait it out, and then they take their
request to
turn.
add something.
Use that mosh that cuts through the tube to
Well,
clear out Jing.
text
He
to
was
already
stuck.
खत्म हो गया यार.
They had so many players identified by the time they were ready to make their execute.
Couple games
They just do
वैसा.
a great job pushing through, knocking players down. And a buy round
Done
here
से.
for Paper
वैसा
Rex.
It Takes Two का part 2 आने वाला है.
Starting to feel like they can't afford to drop
Mother
any
or
more of
daughter.
these. Forsaken has to use the cascade to get out, stuck in the corner.
Sends it, decent damage dealt, but Jonah just gonna
Damage अंदर पड़ता है. हाँ, तुम लोग split करोगे तो भी
back
पड़ेगा.
up to 100 here.
Viper split से भी पड़ता है.
About to go ahead and check forward. Leaf
Molly
clears that out.
करोगे
Paint
तो भी
shells now to
पड़ता
try
है.
to dissuade. Blast pack to create some extra distance here, and Jing just gives up on trying to defend in lamps. Space
भाई ये
handed over here to
एक
G2.
problem है क्योंकि
Lot
उन
of
लोग
respect
को
being
LAN
shown.
controls मिल रहा है free में.
Now the TP across, something forward here at the shower. Flash at the ready. It's going to be a delayed pop on that one.
Short
Something
bay
still able to
something.
find
Short
the
bay.
first one.
Short bay. Short bay.
Picks off Trent.
It's huge.
Smoke is Valen going to try to lurk his way forward. Mind Freak is reading this.
Smoke's down. He is. They're expecting another layer to this.
This is where
अकेला
the
है
spike is
Spike के
at.
साथ अकेला.
Could just
ये
rotate
होती
back
है
around
balls
towards
of
the front
speed.
if the rest of the team are able to open things up. And Mind Freak does pull off the angle for a brief little moment, but continues to have his sights trained over on showers. Wingman checking back over here on the site. Leaf going to be stunned up. Mosh creating some additional
बस ये
space.
मौली करने के लिए उल्टा ना घूमे.
Forward.
Mind Freak.
Time dwindling. 25 seconds remaining. And the entry is looking great. Valen just swings the corner blind. Takes out Mind Freak. Jing dead at the same time on the opposite side. As Leaf comes up with that kill. Boombot now scouting across. Something having to talk back in. Valen, another shot, another kill.
Shot.
Something just trying to delay. Thrash at the ready. He's going to try to go for it, but he's going to get caught with that util in hand. But Divide
दवाई मेरी जान के टूटे.
He's the only one
Love
standing.
you.
G2 wrestle all of these guns out of their hands.
And it's just great awareness here from Paper Rex to understand that
You see?
there could be a rotation through that teleporter, and they need to
Love
maintain
you यार
Shower's
दवाई.
control.
By something
And even though they
अच्छा
end
खेला
up
लेकिन.
losing it, and it looked like maybe this round was not going to go their way, that ult bought enough time for Divide to come in and finish the round, but
it's
it
also
was,
gone.
It was costly. Yes, exactly, Achilleos. It was costly for Paper Rex.
You see the ults available now to the side of G2. Valen with that orbital strike online. Trent with his own Thrash. Something cutting across the opposite side, getting himself flush with his teleporter door. As the Thrash, he's trying to avoid the timing on it, but he cannot get the punish. Icy.
Slow गया वो
Recovering
after all
fire,
का
looking
जिससे.
gorgeous. Quick clear there on the Dizzy, but Paint Shells lobbed in. Defy, overwhelmed, taken down.
Heavy fighting हो रही है.
TP now, double push. Icy just sat the opposite side here. Oh, the smoke, and Jing goes right up into his crosshair. Mind Freak, dead, absolutely screwed. Somehow Jing beyond the grave gets a Boombot kill. But that doesn't even matter.
भाई अच्छा खेल रहा है.
It is Forsaken now all on his lonesome.
Heavy टक्कर
Wasn't
दे रहा
finding
है.
that impact on the previous map. And so far, it's a very
Odd भी हो
rocky
गया.
start here for Paper X. That shot across, Jonah P going to be taken down, but there's so much
Alvida.
more work to be done in the paint. The snake bite will hold him at bay.
Just don't think he has time for this.
No, it's dwindling. He'd have to kill them all in rapid succession. Instead, looks like maybe just wants to try to deal as much damage as he possibly can, but Leaf will be left standing here at the end. 3 players alive. Cash starting to build up here for G2 as they move up 3-1.
I mean, you can see that Paper Rex is once again trying to take these individual fights one by one, and G2 so happy to let them do that. You know, okay, something goes
भाई
for
क्या?
the
Read तो है
unexpected
भाई
positioning
इसी
there
का.
off the back of the high tide. Fine, that
क्यों
one's okay,
मारा
but
बे
then you
उसने?
keep trying to challenge this angle, and then Mind Freak gets stuck
Cutie
inside
pie?
showers, and he knows he's dead.
Yep.
That was some
And it's
T-bone
just-
moment right there.
Really, really awesome stuff from G2. The way that they're just happy to let Paper Rex try to play
अच्छा जल्दी टाइम आउट लिया.
the Paper X style and punish it every single time. And now you gotta figure out what you can do differently here. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of what we saw early on, just playing for space.
भाई अभी
not
इको है
playing for
ठीक है.
early
फर्स्टली
aggression,
नहीं
early
करते
kills,
4-1.
early
4-1
trades,
के बाद
because
अल्टीज
on
आना
Lotus
चालू
as
होगा.
well,
फिर
the first
4-2.
kills
फिर वो लोग को
went
एक बाय राउंड
heavily
जीतने के 4-3.
in favor
फिर
of
वो लोग
G2,
इको जाएंगे
and that was a
4-4.
real death sentence for Paper X.
Jod.
Rocky start in the early
Jod.
timeout call.
Jod.
Opportunity given, of course, to G2
Huh?
though, to just take away their own observations, what they've seen, what Paper X has been trying to do in these opening rounds. And then just continue to really
चुप
compound
हो
and
जा
layer.
तेरे का
Andy's
language
fighting on top of it.
language
Yep.
It's like a stinger here for Jing. Showstopper. They're in his back pocket. Let's see if that comes into play here in this round. For now, 3-2 fan out from PRX. A 4-man stack outside of showers here for G2.
अल्टी वाला राउंड हारेगा PRX
Up
भाई
the tempo
अल्टी कौन सा देखो
Push over, try to get those
फोर्सिकन
orbs
और
online,
जिंगल
'cause they
मैंट्रिक
hand this
कैसे
over
आ
to Jonah P.
हवाई
That
अल्टी
would
भी आ
be the
जाएगा
Seekers ready to go.
They're going to try to push this space, and this isn't going to fool, I don't think, G2 at all.
There's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They're trying to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. It notes him, it takes him down. Trying to able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it. Trent instantly headshotting him. Jonah P, he doesn't end up falling. This is still significant damage dealt. You look at their HP bars now. Locked within the teleporter room. The spike now getting ready to be planted. And Defy all on his lonesome. Recovered Phantom, see if he can try to deal any ounce of damage. A couple shots there on the Leaf. The bite lobbed in, forcing him even further back within the confines of this prison.
Yo.
Time is ticking. Nothing more realistically for Defy to do other than to try to take some of these weapons away. Force them to buy once again, but G2, they are stagnant, they are statuesque, they are not looking to move a muscle. And on the swing out, he will finally fall. 4-1. G2 continuing this upward trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, it's an attempted crunch play from the side of PRX, but it just takes a little bit too long to get going. By the time that Jing decides to TP through and go for the showstopper, it's already over. He's a little late. They try to use the Trailblazer to set him up, and look, they're just waiting. They know. That Trailblazer came through, and they're like, we know they're coming in. And they're just so aware of all these trap plays, all these aggressive maneuvers that PRX is trying to make. And shutting it down so well is G2.
They get the showstopper out of him. Something now picking up a judge. Sat over at Hookah, but it's a lot of attention paid towards this A site here by G2. Once again, just 4 players moving forward. Now the Thrash back online for Trent. Building these up so very rapidly.
I've got your trail.
All going up towards him, diving to the back, looking for that detain. And it has been found. Gets a spot onto both Mind Freak, taken down. Forsaken just backpedaling. Reckoning is at the ready, but realistically.
Want to go again?
Do you think we should even try to make this one happen? Busy over the top, blind onto a couple players, but G2 now getting themselves into some solid post-plant positions.
Scout destroyed.
Seekers of chase, Trailblazer cleared. Thrash back online. There's the Reckoning now coming through. It's the Fish this time, not going to be able to get much done. A push up here, just not aware to fight, take it down. The Judge does get some value, something. Cleans up one. Forsaken now noted. The challenge coming through. Jonah P able to find that kill. And something swings forward on towards short. He gets taken down. One by one they fall. One by one. These rounds get racked up for G2.
And off the rip, PRX is playing back, expecting these ults. But that gives enough space to get the Thrash right out of showers and connect onto Mind Freak. And it's a good attempt by Forsaken to try to use the Cove to save him, but it comes up just a half a second too late. Oh man. Frustration now for Alex. And then PRX just gets completely caught up inside a Link. Just trying to get through. The Seekers are there. All the info is there for the side of G2.
They
know when the
aggression is going to be coming at them. They know where the aggression is going to be coming from. Forsaken setting up a wall, setting up the Cove, dropping down, but I mean, he's got this Bucky in hand, but he is just dead to rights. Everything, disjointed everything, falling to pieces as G2 continue to just read them like an open book.
They're brilliant right now. They are so on top of PRX. I love this. You have a showstopper still for Icy as well. If things get dangerous, a couple stingers here for PRX, but they just cannot do anything right. Every time a player is found, there's util to shut them out.
Next round
G2 make their lives that much easier.
Everybody just
waiting
for the spike to erupt.
अच्छा तो
Nothing else to be done. It's going to be a flawless here from G2. It would seem as, yep, Jing unable to trade that one out. Devi will find one, so flawless not obtained, but Devi still taken down. Leaf narrowly escaping the blast radius. 6-1 on the attack side from G2 already. This is just devastation.
It is, and they've already forced out a timeout from PRX. There's already been one taken. So, you know, now Alex has to rely on his players to kind of figure themselves out. But it's been a struggle. I mean, 2-7 Jing, 2-7 Mind Freak, 3-7 Forsaken.
दिख रहा है हम लोग को कास्टर भाई दिख रहा है मत करो दिख रहा है हमको.
The shooters for PaperX are just getting smothered with util, not able to really find opportunities to shoot back. And even when they do, they don't seem to be able to connect nearly as cleanly and as efficiently as G2 has. Sure, you've got an op for something on the Gecko. And I think G2 here pretty aware that they have to be a little bit more cautious reading the economy of PaperX, knowing that they want to get to that op as soon as possible.
Boom bot out, something's backing away, but we get tagged by it. Wants to try to keep this operator obscured, but he just ends up beating the damage.
क्या भाई टाइमिंग बढ़ा दिया बूमबोट का? हाँ? इतना देर कैसे चला बूमबोट?
Falling apart right now for PaperX. These little mistakes so impactful. Losing that much health at the beginning of the round forces you to play a little bit more defensive usually.
Does he over the top, quick clear, showstopper coming through. Forsaken able to get a catch, does intercept Jonah P. As Showers, IC wanted to try to clear it, and clear it he has. It's a little bit of damage there onto himself, but it's the kill that he was looking for. Mind Freak going to be taken down. Thrash on the hunt, nothing getting spotted. Jing trying to push up over top of this mosh, trying to disrespect it, trying to find a timing that they are prepared for. They hear him coming, they deal with it swiftly. Sinking with another one. Second kill here in the round. Taking down the opposing race, but there's still so many entrenched players, and Leaf is one of them. Picks off the Vi. The Showers pitch. Still going to have to be concerned, and now the pit invested just to ensure success. Capital the spike, Forsaken found, Leaf on with 3 and something. Just needing to drift away, to hold on to this operator, to hold on to any ounce of hope that he can. G2 not stopping, not showing mercy. 7-1.
11-0 the pehla match. 11-0.
Gets into these post plants, and they're so tricky. They're so patient. They have that Showers angle. They've got a couple of U-hauls. PaperX tries to clear U-haul. They can't. You know, and you have something, yes, watching with the operator, and there, I believe, it's going to be another timeout coming from PaperX. We have seen this from Alex this year. But man, oh man, they're so snappy. They're just always so ready for these pushes. You know, Jing tries to push through the mosh, they're ready. Try to swing a corner, they're ready. It's incredible how quickly, after such a rough start, that G2 has
First
figured
map is always
out.
practice. दूसरा timeout भी खत्म पे.
Credit to just all of the players, the coaching staff at the moment, because the prep work coming into this one was looking for just the calling from Talon to get them into this position.
भाई 7-5 हो जाए भाई 7-5 हो जाए चलो.
It is just gorgeous to watch. They're reading PaperX. It's been a struggle. It's kind of like trying to read the Odyssey, the Iliad in Latin. Right now, it looks like, you know, the Hungry Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Very simple.
It can still be 7-5. It can be. It can be.
You know, like something a little bit easier for
Possible
sure.
है.
This is not something that we are used to seeing whatsoever.
And it's just like every time that PaperX tries to make an aggressive move or something, it's accounted for, it's dodged by G2. And they have their util ready to counter it. Like the protocols that Mimi was talking about on the desk have been really, really good for G2.
भाई वो दे देगा ना अपन ने हार्बर वॉल से पॉप फ्लैश और वो सब.
And it's been so impressive on this map. And it has to start here for PaperX. It feels like, I mean, your economy's in the dumpster. You're growing bulldogs, half armors, and you're losing opening trades.
IC just drifting back, Jing dead off the rip. The aggression once again, not finding success, and Forsaken continuing to try to hold steady out here in the open. There's out on the Trailblazer, just backing away. He is alone on this site, so rotation has to come through. Devi moving over to try to reinforce that position at B.
Oh, but they get everybody. They get everybody except Mind Freak to go. And they get util out of the side of PaperX. It's so good here from G2. They're playing such a smart, disciplined game right now.
And they're very aware of the space that they've given up. IC just going to go creeping forward. Can clear that angle there for Trent. Now get ready to turn his sights back over in towards B. But they know exactly what space they've surrendered. They know exactly where Mind Freak could be. Wall now coming up. Mosh into the back. Forsaken just setting up the cove. Gets himself up on top of tube. Something's going to start counter-rotating back over to A. It looks like they're anticipating this pressure to pivot, but G2, they're just cutting comms. They're cutting noise.
Oh, wala pura
Mindfreak should be able to relay the information over, but it's too late.
Paint shell right there at Forsaken's feet. An immense amount of damage going to be found, and he cannot come up with anything on the back end. No kills found. Now a 5v2, and given the op and play, just going to have to go for a save unless Mindfreak can pull off a miracle and start opening things up here outside of Hookah. But now he's been spotted. Swing out wide. Jonah P saying, you know what? You like the wide swing? Here's how it feels. Shot gonna whiff, and something now noted. Having to go on the run, and look at the hunt coming through here. The rallying call from G2. They want this operator out of his hands.
Oh, he's screwed. There's no way.
Gonna take some fancy sniping, but he's not even gonna get that single shot in. Delivers the headshot, the death blow. Is everything PaperX do? None of it is sticking.
No. Every time they try something a little bit different, there's just so many players. That flash maybe went a little too deep as well from Devi.
30 seconds left.
They're just so clean, so aware right now.
सारे shots
so
लग रहे हैं
patient,
G2 के headshots देखो
getting
बे.
util out.
Singular, they had 4 there.
And it's awesome to see. And then the heartbreak on Alex. You know, they knew coming into this tournament how important, how good of an opportunity they might have to potentially finally get a win, not just for themselves, but for Pacific. And G2 was having none of it.
Certainly not. Crash into the back, gonna be dodged out. But an immense amount of space given up here to G2 as the plant gets ready to come in. Forsaken on the corner, doesn't want to try to swing out and clear it. The answer is gonna be yes, but he cannot. Instead, just taking his head clean off. A minor amount of damage found there, but Leaf boosted up over the top, able to spot out Jing, strikes him down. Molly coming through, Mindfreak with a nice little one-tap. Will be able to find that elimination, so Leaf goes down. Damage across on the Jonah. Push up in the smoke. Icy finds himself another. The defuse started, interrupted. The Molly to buy further time. Devi and Mindfreak with everything to do. Mindfreak does manage to find 3, but catches a stray, swinging back in towards the site, and now it's all on Devi. A little bit of damage found. He cannot stabilize the spray, cannot find that extra little kill. G2, 9-1.
And they're doing to PaperX what PaperX did to them on the first half of split right now. Just absolutely rolling. I mean, Icy so good on the point on this site.
Not even. I would disagree with you
I
there.
believe in 9-3 cards, guys.
G2 were fighting back.
I believe.
A lot of those rounds were close. We saw how inconsistent
I
the economy
fucking
was for
believe in
PaperX.
9-3 cards.
This is a complete and utter dismantling. We're not seeing really any fight back from the side of PRX.
No. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Mindfreak there in that round with the Guardian got 3 kills, but, you know, these plays just aren't working, and they're getting aggressive again. They're going to use the Cove and a bunch of flashes, but they're ready. They're playing anti
finds that opener once again!
पूरा counter किए.
Says throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down.
पूरा counter किए.
They played anti the whole way, Achilleos. As soon as that Cove came out, everybody just backed around the corner and waited. And those blinds caught basically no one on G2. And Icy these last couple rounds.
I believe in 10-2 cards यार.
Living up to the name. What?
Heavy counter किया है. Shots नहीं लग रहे वो अलग लेकिन.
Absolutely astounding, and Jing now just trying to see if he can find some value. Picks up 2 kills. Starting to work his way forward here towards the site, see if he can fish for a little bit more, try to take away some of these weapons, but it matters not. The cash, the damage is already dealt. G2, with only one more round to be played out in the half. There's no real damage that you can deal with. Showstoppers already online.
मत करो यार.
And the economy is gone again for PaperX. Continuously on these egos. So he has to save this Vandal so they can afford a little bit extra coming into this final round of the half. But just look at the way they play it. They just wait it out, and then just great repeats from Icy. And then he's using his util so well to just smother Mindfreak in that corner. Move out into the blast pack, just making it so difficult for their opponents. G2, man, they are so strong on this map. And then they obliterated Heretics, and now they're about to obliterate PaperX as well.
There.
पोल का उल्टा ही होता है.
Again, more aggression to be had as Showstopper over the top. Not going to be able to find the kill, and Trent turns back. Taken down by Forsaken.
कैसे?
Coming away the elimination. teleporter used to get themselves out away from this orbital strike to safety, but Seekers still chasing, and Leaf doesn't swing the angle. Sight now opened up, plant coming through backside.
और फिर भी नर्फ कर रहा है.
The man advantage once again here for G2.
क्या है बे मेरा?
They even have
अभी एक apology letter के साथ apology video आनी चाहिए. Hey, we tried. We are very apologizing for thinking about nursing raise once again.
Oh, Valen.
Just holding the smoke, ready for it to fall. Something does manage to find the headshot, brings it back into parity, but time is still getting away from them. They have to get themselves onto the side here if they want the second round. Mind Freak with one. Jonah P trying to stay alive. As that is going to be the cleanup coming in. They have to wait out the orbital, get themselves in onto the spike. Time going to be close, but I believe they just have it here.
Baby.
It's going to be PRX finding themselves with a second round win.
Believe.
10-2 in the half. G2 so far out in front.
Yeah, the guns come alive at the very end here for PRX, but it's hard to imagine that that's enough. It's hard to imagine that 2 rounds is going to get them over the line, even as good as they can be on their attacker side. It's so impressive what G2 is able to accomplish.
Comebacks of this magnitude, just rare sights for us. This one here becoming more and more common as this map continues onward. There we are at the half. We'll have the analyst desk break down the action for the first half.
Well, here's the thing. We tried to tell you that G2 is pretty darn good on bind, and that's exactly what happened. 10-2.
Yeah, the read that they've had on PRX throughout this one is incredible. PRX, I think, playing a lot of these rounds where they're trying to like hard anchor on site and fight forward, and these G2 executes with this double initiator composition have really been on point.
Yeah, exactly. And if we take a look at some of those rounds, we were talking about maybe a little bit of this uncoordination on the side of PRX, but as the defense was going on with all the utility that they have under it, everything is so out of place time after time, and that only it's feeding into G2's confidence.
Yeah, and IC has continued his momentum from the second map of the series. Yeah, I mean, he's been set up so well on these executes. These Gecko Sky combos just haven't really been broken consistently by PRX, which means he's able to run them over on the side, and then G2 with this really heavy molly comp late round is winning every post.
I love the fact that he's feeling so comfortable and so confident. So many openers in so many rounds that you're saying, so very well set up. I feel like also Trent is doing a great job. But to me, the biggest highlight has to go to Valen. Like the read that they have on them, how they're reacting to every single thing that PRX is trying. Yes, we're going to the attack now. Honestly, mentally, how can PRX still be here?
The one round they went for an aggressive play, G2 was ready, tucked from the flash combo, then broke the dizzy, swung back in and dominated them. G2 is playing incredible right now, and their composition is great on defense. Watch the way that they're going to use these mollies to perma-stall out any A execute that PRX wants to throw at them. If they want to make a comeback happen and stay in the upper bracket, they need to make a massive comeback, and it has to start on this pistol round.
Not a lot of people had G2 absolutely shredding on their bingo cards. Let's see how this plays out. Send it back over to Seth, as well as Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Let's see if they can find that run back, if they can find some of that bite that we were seeing from them on that first map. Now it's not looking likely.
Exactly. It feels like they're just not quite
in sync yet
on this map, or on the, even on Lotus, it didn't look quite as coordinated as we're used to seeing from them.
Able to
take U-Haul control. He's got a shorty.
Dizzy Blind coming through, but Icy ready. Right click to shut it down. The shorty, no value whatsoever.
ready?
Gonna be found.
क्या जंजी PRX के पहले इंटरनल लाहौरी पैसिफिक
Wingman flash.
अभी जंजी एक ही ऊपर.
Try to hold these lines.
Lower bracket से आ सकते हैं वैसे.
Andy finds a Dizzy coming through, tries to push up into the smoke, is able to find one. Mind Freak coming away with another. But now a 2v3, the man advantage. Equalized now. So Wingman pushes forward, gets in to start that defuse, and the clicks coming in from Icy just look absolutely gorgeous. The lob in on the paint shells to hold Defy at bay to find the elimination. It's a 4-piece from him. And he will not be denied. He has the victory in his sights.
Icy is playing out of his mind. 18-7 right now. Just taking rounds over.
Oh my god.
This is the duelist that G2
बाप क्या लगा लेकिन जीटू ने बाप तो क्या लगा
and now we are seeing him come alive. He is reading these plays so well.
Slow नहीं खेला भाई जीटू.
So much good util. I mean, previously with the boom bot and the blast packs, and then this round with these paint shells and the blast packs to try to buy a little bit extra space. I mean, he's so with it right now.
कोई 10 kill नहीं पहुंचा यार.
Well-earned Vandal paint shells for the check side of Lamps. Go over the top. Oh, Genius is landing on his head. Something does collect that kill, trading it back here as both Razes get taken down, but spray across something. Nearly eliminated is now the teleporter having to be taken. Leaf going to be passed to flip across the opposite side of the map, though, to look to try to intercept. Got the wall raised, and look at the spray. Mind Freak down to 3. A 4v4, but HP in tatters. And Mind Freak, the first line of defense here in Hookah.
3 HP पे.
Plant in, flash into the back.
फिर भी मारा.
Still able to come away with 1.
चलो भाई Stinger Wars.
Reply. Leaf lurking forward on the hunt, on the prowl, staying quiet. Now opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken come away with 1.
Wow.
Then he gets a second. Leaf now dead, and Forsaken swaps.
Yay! Eco heavy.
PRX. It ends up working a treat.
And this round probably goes G2's way if Leaf doesn't beef that shot against something. This probably swings their way.
Almost certainly.
साथी में जो लिखवा दिया अभी बेटा तो रुको.
Cove landed on him too. That's supposed to land on top of the truck, and instead it landed just behind it because it bounced off of Icy.
Goat.
And that caused some confusion and chaos, but well, they got the win.
Messy, but a readjustment there.
Let's go, boys.
Good mid-rounding.
One step of many. You can see here, even with the full
Binks
purchase,
is the last
everything
below,
being invested.
please.
Weaponry still going to be a little bit weak on the opposite side here. G2, 2 Sheriffs, otherwise Classics. So for now, Jonathan just clearing out the boom bot, sending out a flash, but nothing confirmed. Orb take here for Jing to try to get the Showstopper online. Quick bounce on the paint shells. Check close. He's going to enter all the way around in towards elbow. Just hold Jonah P at bay. Plant now going to be coming through. But look at the lurk, the long rotate here from all the rest of G2. There's no one in Hookah.
It's going to be tricky.
Second tagged up. They keep swinging, and eventually they are going to be rewarded with that elimination. Wall comes up.
वो लोगों को पता है सिटी का लिया.
Defender spawn.
वो लोगों को पूरा info है सिटी का लिया.
Widely going to look to just sit back, go down to the spike.
Yep. Try and do any damage they can on the way out.
Something is going to give them an opportunity for it. Next, the right side, the creep forward, but it's a 50-50 setup here for him to try to clear out. Spots the first one. Silent, though, is Leaf. Finds that kill, gets a dink on the Jing. Puts him down to 28, and now he's got to reroute for his own exit. Paint shell sent. It looks like he's just going to die no matter what. The rotation's coming through from the opposite side. Icy now contained here into the corner, getting whittled away at, getting taken down. Devi will collect it. 3 players left alive. They get themselves a 4th round victory.
Yeah, and
why Money
sure
not playing RR
it's against an eco, and it still looked a little bit labored from the side of PRX. G2 really making them work for every kill, for every exit, for every moment. Trying to just shut them out. Take the lights out here for PRX, and yet now you've got the op, you've got the Thrash for something. Trent also has his Thrash. Economy a little bit wonky for a few members though of PRX. And a Spectre to make sure that they can afford this operator for something. And he's just going to try to maintain long control, but already very wise to it, it feels like.
आज के दिन बाप खेलना था ना तेरे को
G2.
आज के दिन बाप खेलना था.
He's very much one to pick this up. Trailblazer to go ahead and try to scout out. He's going to try to stay tucked away, but does get spotted.
फिर भी आगे जाते जा रहा है.
Leaf.
Heat बंदा है बे something भी.
Heard anything? Inches forward, ends up falling. Thrash now starting to work its way up through Garden, but will get cleared out by Jonah P. They're not liking what they're not seeing over at Hookah. Everybody just cutting over here towards long. We're going to enter in through Garden. Trent waiting, his own ult online. Showstopper goes in towards the back. Jing able to find one, but then it's going to be cut down as Trent comes up with 2 kills. Jonah P, he's outdone Devi. Finds the elimination, then gets detained. Quick cleanup kills coming through.
George, back up there something.
PRX get themselves up to 5.
Well, now they're starting to be
something
more coordinated. They're starting to win some of those early battles.
Mind Freak.
Those early 1v1s that have eluded them.
भाई दोनों जाते तो उसको मार दे
against
को
G2 in
मरते
these
थे
last
बे
two
पीछे
maps.
से वो आ रहा था smoke से.
That could be what they need. It could be the tide swinging a little bit, but we'll see. It's again a road very, very far.
भाई Mind Freak ने बचाया बे पीछे देखो Mind Freak ने बचाया.
For the side of PRX. Okay, now they're starting to get the coordination, starting to get that speed underneath them. that we're used to seeing.
Guys,
When
fun
they
fact
can really
बोलो.
thrive in those
Corsican
high speed,
मेरा
high
favorite
intensity
team.
moments.
Jing है ना?
Now they're going to make a different change. They haven't really
कैसे
made
पता
a
चला?
push towards showers just yet. So
ये तेरी
Goat.
2 rupees
we're going to see if they
हरकत
can
मेरे को
catch
पता है.
G2 kind of being a little too aggressive with the free space they've
Goat.
been given previously.
Goat
Tap
edging.
on the orb.
Goat.
It's going to be a slow creep up. Icy hold
What?
the line. Finds the headshot. Something going to be taken out.
Wait!
Balin! He does it again with a singer.
Down A.
2 kills scooped up now.
वही
Man
से।
advantage
मारा
for
उसके
G2.
स्टिंगर से.
Long rotate.
मेरे गोट को मारा
There
उसने.
from Jonah P
हाँ?
make his way
तेरी
all the
तो-
way across from B. Out at Fountain is Mind Freak. Catching a
पता चल गया
quick
एक
little glimpse
कुछ
there
है.
of Trent. Swings out a little bit more, but tag not going to be found.
Blocking fire. Got both ults here for Forsaken and Mind Freak. So a lot of delay, but Forsaken, so dangerous.
Lobbed in. Jonah on that jiggle. Forsaken now noting it, but still wary about lamps. Orbital strike. Going to be sent. No one getting caught by that.
Look at the patience.
No one far enough forward. Flash now, sent, Forsaken, looking to try to challenge, looking to try to find that kill, but there is the ult going across. There is the cleanup, Mind Freak, dead, off the detain. And Forsaken now, the last one standing. The spike, unplanted. A rotate over, he'll grab it up, but shot still being spammed across. A tap, a check towards short, but it's a rotate over into the shower. Jonah now with a Phantom in hand. Teleporter gonna be taken, does he have the time for it? It's gonna be so damn close.
लेकिन वो लोग घुस जाएंगे ना, प्रॉब्लम वो है.
Oh, no.
Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted.
Oh, वो अटक गया.
Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty.
Oh, वो
Trent
अटक गया.
delivering it as G2 get themselves up to match point.
Match point.
It's another mental mistake for PRX that hurts so much. I mean, at least get the plant down. I mean, yes, it's looking really good
इन लोगों का रेस गेम
for the side of G2, and this stinger for Valen. Might as well be a rifle, how good he is with that gun. Just shutting him down in the detain, setting Leaf up,
Thirsty निकाल
and
लिया.
just a little bit too long. And all
गया
Alex can do at this point is shake his head, as they are one round away from going down to the
Alex
lower
का हो
bracket.
गया यार.
The momentum was starting to build, but just like that, a MasterCard thrifty to take it away, to get G2 up to map point, match point. Now Trent
मेरे गोट को मारा ना
takes Ching's
इसने.
head off once again.
Nice
Dive
करो
forward here
उसको.
onto the site, something trying to lead the charge, snapping with a
मार.
headshot, manages to
मेरे
find,
गोट
and
को
it's
मारा
the
ना.
enemy. Jonah, good for one. Showstopper in, Icy not getting that kill, but draws
ये क्यों
down
गया वो?
with the Vandal. He picks off Mind Freak, and now it is the Vi. The Sultan, the uncle, the last one standing. 1v3 clutch necessary. Right now,
लोअर ब्रैकेट
this
है
is all
लेकिन
G2.
आज के
has
दिन
been
G2 को अच्छा
since
खेलने का था.
Lotus.
प्रॉब्लम वो है मेरे को.
No util.
अच्छा खेलना बाकी सब टीम्स के अगेंस्ट अच्छा खेलो ना. आज के दिन काउंटर रीड कर दिया, यूटिल्स कर दिया, सब कर दिया भाई. 11-0 नहीं करना था मेरे हिसाब
Has
से.
to be one of the clutches of
भड़क
his
गए वो
life
लोग
for Divine.
पैंच. मैं
Just
ट्वीट कैसे
so
डिलीट करूं?
many angles.
तू ट्वीट मत किया कर इसके
So
फोन
many
तेरा फोन
places
दे.
that he has
एक
to
साल
know.
इंस्टॉल करना मेरे को फोन दे.
All coming back
Phone
up.
de
He's in
tera.
front of it. 30 seconds now remaining. The corner check in from Leaf spots him. Balin immediately hightailing it back over. Look at the join in with the rest of his squad. Defy waiting on the angle. Now, Paint Shell, the Molly, lobbed at him. He's down to 45. Everything in the kitchen sink.
Tap, tap, tap. ये आवाज
Sent
सुनने का
at
मेरे
this
को.
man to make his task impossible. The
आवाज
shots
तो
are
उसने सुना.
found. Leaf gets the finisher, and
मारा कोई
G2
नहीं.
get their win. 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to PRX, "You asked for this. You picked us."
I love this from G2. Stellar performance after a rough first map, able to bounce back and look so convincing the rest of the way through, especially on Bind, completely delivering a knockout blow to PRX, who could never recover, never find their footing. And this G2 team says it's not just 100 Thieves from Americas, we're also a force to be reckoned with.
5 first bloods in total for PRX on that map
It's
of
even worse than
Bind.
Lotus.
Absolute devastation. Icy had 7. Trent had 6.
Yeah, they were frying. They're absolutely frying.
Unbelievable
भाई
performance
G2 बाप खेला
from
है.
G2.
भाई W G2 हो गया पहले
Well-earned
चैट पे.
victory
G2
and a
अच्छा खेला.
well-earned place in the upper bracket.
बाप खेला यार G2
What a
बाप खेला.
performance from everybody on this roster.
आज की केला पता नहीं टेंशन में सेक्सी
Dismantling the princes of Pacific.
Yeah, I mean their reads.
भाई बाप केला
How
पे
PaperX wanted to
बाप
play,
केला
when they'd be aggressive, when they could avoid you two,
मस्त
when they could
counter
counter with
किया,
you two
मस्त
of
सब
their
कुछ
own.
किया.
All of these things were so good. Once they got past split,
Yesterday
they felt so in
Fnatic, today
control.
PRX.
The awareness, the comms are so good.
मैं आज notifications off रख रहा हूँ.
So many
थोड़ा
amazing
थोड़ा.
plays from
ये लोग
G2
कुछ तो
throughout this
देखते ही वो
bind
कर रहे थे.
that are just
थोड़ा बे.
leaving PaperX stunned. No answers really ever found. Because they're just too disciplined, too clean. And it certainly
PRX
not the best showing from PaperX, but that to me is
वो
all
लोग
credit
ने
to
G2
G2.
को हर बार
I love
हराया
the
है
way
ना.
they played.
The prep work here was just gorgeous to witness. The individual, the micro plays from all of the players, just everybody having a solid read, everybody being on top of their mechanics. A soft start in the series, but my God, what a roaring finish from them.
भाई यही हो
This
गया
could just be the
सब
same
के
clip over
साथ
and over
यार
again.
It
यही
basically is. Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing they can do.
Well, despair for PaperX, but elation for G2, for the America's faithful. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage now, though, for the Verizon post-match interview.
आज PRX का होटल में होगा महायुद्ध.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 G2 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Jonapi 选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview. And now joined by Jonapi from G2 with us. Would you like to say hi to our audience first?
Hello guys, thank you for cheering for us. It was a great game.
भाई मैं full G2 support कर रहा था. Love you Jonapi.
他说：“大家好，感谢大家今天为我们加油，我们都听到了。今天这场比赛是一场非常开心的比赛。那接下来也想问问 Jonapi 选手，因为其实，在面对 PaperX 这样一支大家都非常熟知的打法风格也非常激进的这样一支队伍，我们很想知道他的准备工作到底是什么样的，才能在今天达到一个这么好的效果。So first of all, congratulations on this win. And what kind of preparations do you make before going up against such an aggressive team like PaperX?
The preparation was more or less anti-strats and more just preparing ourselves to, fight people 130 into the round every round. So yeah, we just had to make a few setups to adjust to their playstyle, and it worked out except for the first map. The first map was just a warm-up game, so we appreciate them warming us up for the next two.
他说：“其实对于他们来说，准备工作反而会稍微显得简单一点。对于他们来说，可能更多的就是专注于自己的比赛，准备自身的东西会更多一点。同时，可能对于打法风格也好，他们提前的设定也好，这些东西都会相应的减少。因为在面对这样一支可能打法风格相对激进的队伍的时候，这些的设定也会相对减少。那对于今天的第一张地图来说，他觉得对方确实打得很好，对于他们来说，他提出了一个极高的赞扬。但是可能对于他们来说，也更像是一个热手，在热手过后也会有个很好的效果。那接下来第二个问题，因为其实对于 G2 来说，在这个赛段，可能我们都会觉得他们来到上海大师赛很像一个童话故事，因为在最开始第一赛段的时候，他们的表现并没有那么的出色。但是今天他们击败了一支非常厉害的队伍，同时来到上海大师赛，我们很想知道他们都做出了哪些转变，才能让他们现在达到这么高的一个水准，并且有这么好的一个实力。So you have had a miracle run leading up to Masters Shanghai after struggling through the beginning of Stage 1. So what was the shift you all made leading up to now and making it here to this event?
I said the biggest shift for us was just confidence, mentality, and just staying positive even when we're getting destroyed.
चलो भाई मिनी बुक का क्या भाई बस हो गया भाई मिनी बुक कांकांग जीतेगा मैं अभी हो गया मैं अभी फुल कांकांग अरे पे EDG नहीं भाई कांकांग पे भरोसा है
it's just the difference from that to now is incredible, and that's the reason why we can pull off these wins, just like T1 and now this.
他说，其实对于他们来说，更多的可能还是变得更加自信了，他们的变化，而且他们的心态变得更加稳定了。尤其其实是拿今天的这张地图、今天的比赛来做例子，在第一张地图，他们可能是一个极大的劣势，11-1。当时这样的劣势结束的时候，当时他可能会觉得，如果回到了在起点赛的时候，以他们的心态，他们可能是觉得完了，这局比赛我们是赢不了了。但是在现在，他们可以更好的调整心态，更好的调整自己的状态，从而达到一个更好的实力去结束比赛。我们在今天也看到了。那最后，今天献上了这么一场精彩的比赛，在场的观众们能不能再给一些掌声给 Jonapi 选手呢？
किसको फ्लैंक किस दिया उस पे? ये गया।
采访到这里就先结束了。
किसको जानता है ये शंघाई में? ये गया बे।
And congratulations on the upcoming matches.
भाई स्मार्ट तो दिखता है ना जो ना।
那让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来，拜拜。
स्माइल देखो बे। जाना भी भाई रहा नहीं जाता।
PRX versus G2, our second day of playoffs, and it's going to be a clash of styles.
PRX has picked to play them in the playoffs, and they have a chance to make an upset happen.
Self pushed up here into heaven, something final one. Playing ring around the rosy here, sees the gun barrel of one, swing out, finds it, swap over the classic, and something gets the 4K Red Bull clutch. And there's Jing now arriving, making his presence known. There's nowhere to go but forward, but it's into something who collapsed them.
गलत हुआ बाबा।
2 kills, tries to swap over, pick him up after the uptrap.
भाई ये उम्र से लोग देख रहे हैं।
13-7. Jing now all the way in behind.
ये क्या ट्रांजिशन था?
Takes out another. Looks to try to find Trent, but Trent will finally put him down. Now the Divide dead. Entry coming through. Forsaken not ready for it.
लोटस पे खत्म कर सकते थे बे लोग। बहुत लेफ्ट राइट हुआ लोटस में। एक्चुअल में खत्म कर सकते थे। 6-6 अच्छा हाफ है। 10-5 कर सकते हैं लेकिन 6-6 अच्छा हाफ है कंसीडरिंग पिस्टल राउंड वो लोग जीते।
It's a very aggressive space, but he's only able to find one.
PRX lower bracket, yep.
Being held, paint shells in. And Leap will get the final.
बिचारी यार, बिचारी.
The timeout works a treat. They take down PRX on Lotus, 13-10. We're going to bind.
सब लोग sad है यार.
Forward into the site, able to collect 2 kills. Something will get one more as a parting gift. Just the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that cove. They're trying to play a little bit more elusively in the dizzy now. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through and there. So
चिकन आ गया बे भाई क्या सीन है क्या सीन है क्या सीन है यार क्या क्या देखूं मैं
again. Says throw whatever you have at me. I will bear through it. I will shut you down.
भाई मारा बे चिकन
Opens up, tries to find the shot. Forsaken able to come away with one.
चिकन मारा
Now dead and Forsaken.
भाई कितना मैचेस है
Oh no. Reckoning sent, but he's got to get the spike planted. I think he might have just been a second too late. Just a hair off as the push coming through, and there is a thrifty G2 get their win, 13-5. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They say to PRX, "You asked for this, you picked us."
भाई 20 जन के बीच में थे वो लोग VLT X कौन सा है रे टीम 8 किल चिकन देखा टुडे 3 मैचेस टोटल कितने मैचेस है टोटल 6 मैचेस है टोटल 6 मैचेस है और टॉप 16 आने का है क्या टोटल 7 मैचेस अच्छा PRX picks G2Y वो लोग बहुत हारा है रे G2 choose one player from every region EMEA Booster NA Tens APAC Forsaken चाइना कांगकांग पांचों में सुपर टीम क्या बोलते हो नेक्स्ट मैच कब स्टार्ट होगी अभी 5 मिनट 5 या 7 मिनट Bam, 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 bam. कंकड़ो कंकड़ो Pankadev, what you doing? Come here now, I got work. Where is the वो? ये वाला? Your drawer only, no? Why did PRX lose? टैक्टिकल भाई वो लोग को लोअर ब्रैकेट में जाके फेनेटिक को हराने का था. स्मार्ट है पीआरएक्स ओपी है, स्मार्ट है. कांग जीतने वाला है अभी. कांग जीतने वाला है. देख ध्यान से कांग को.
इरिटेटिंग है ये.
कांग
I can do it from my phone.
I think main में है मेरे.
ये ले.
Let me check my mail. Wait, let me check my mail. Wait.
तब जाओ उसके ट्वीट पे और
Welcome back to day 7 of Masters Shanghai and our
सब
second
बम पे
playoff
लात वाला कोई
match
जिफ
of
है
the
क्या?
day.
मैं
It's EDG, Edward Gaming taking on Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside once again with Mimi and Kukuka to break it all down. The fans are starting to load into the building. They're excited to see their hometown squad take the stage. But I mean, this is like the last shot for the Chinese hopefuls as well.
I mean, this has been the day that I think everyone has been waiting for. People have been showing up to every game thus far. They've been rooting for the other teams. But EDG is the team of Shanghai. You go out on the scene, you'll see people wearing their jerseys. They are the ubiquitous squad of the CN region, and they have their chance to start making a mark here on the global stage.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going up against the Team Heretics that, you know, has had their ups and downs, probably not coming in the best form for the tournament. But hey, they've been looking pretty good. And who would have told us that we would get Wood versus Cancun, like on a day like this one.
So exciting there. So to give everyone a recap, you may not be aware, but this is going to be that last stand for the Chinese region, as both of the other Chinese teams, DRG as well as FPX, have been eliminated. But this squad is #1 for a reason, and this is their 5th straight global qualification. When you think about this team in their region, truly the word that comes to mind is oftentimes unstoppable with the way that they play.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they've also evolved a bit since we saw them last time. I think that there is a barrier that they have to cross. Maybe making it straight into playoffs is going to give them a little bit more time to cool down and maybe learn a little bit about their opponents. But I really like the fact that they're changing into they're winning so fast. Their growth is so exponential that they should be top of their game right now.
Six finishes. That's been the barrier that they haven't been able to break. So the goal for this event for EDG is simple: win in front of the home crowd. If they can break through that barrier and do it here in Shanghai, in the region they represent, it would be the best moment for these guys. It's been what they've been working at for these last 5 global events that they've attended.
I couldn't agree more there. Now today, all eyes are going to be on Kong. Yinsu did manage to sit down with the star duelist ahead of Masters for a quick chat. Let's go ahead and take a look.
We're in Shanghai, so of course we gotta take a second to have a chat with the one and only Kong. I've got Luna Dujing here to do some translations for me now. We've done this many times, Kong, in many different countries, but this is the first time that we're gonna be doing this, having a huge international tournament in your home region. So how does it feel?
就第一次在家门口的国际大赛，对我来说应该是特
He
别
can
激
understand
动
what he
的，
can't
因
talk.
为以前从来都没有那种
He
感
understood,
受，
no?
就是在能够在
Move
家门
cam.
口与
यार
很多不同
It's so
地区
hard.
的选
बराबर
手
तो है?
同台
It's
竞
तो
争
right
嘛，所以说这是第一次，然后真的
Super team क्या होती है?
Because this is the first time that the first international tournament held in our home region, and I feel like there are so many players from different regions will come to Shanghai, so it feels really different and exciting. about it.
I'm super excited
Sound
to see
coming.
you guys play. But of course, you've also played in front of many fans, different fans, European fans, American fans, Japanese fans. So tell me, what are the fans here going to be like? Are they going to cheer for other teams too outside of CN?
就是中国的一些粉丝，他们虽然说就也支持自己国家，就是自己赛区的选手嘛。然后他与此同时，他们也有自己喜欢的队伍，就像 PRX 啊、Fnatic 啊，他们很喜欢那些很有个性、很愿意去表达自己的一些选手。然后其实我能够感觉到，因为我知道。就是 VCT CN 的那些观众，他们在台下，每次我们在 VCT 联赛 CN 联赛的时候，他们都会欢呼得很大声，所以说我觉得他们不会吝啬自己的欢呼声去给别的赛区的一些选手。对。
Because you know the fans from China, we can see that they're not only just cheering for the VCT of teams from the VCT league. They also have their their favorite teams from other league, just like Fnatic or PRX and other teams. Of course, they will cheering for all of them. And because we play in VCT, and we can always feel their enthusiasm, feel their passion on the stage. So of course, they will cheering for them.
If you play PRX,
that's going to be really interesting to see who they cheer for. Now, lastly, we've seen many different versions of Kangkang in the past. You know, even your hair, it changes very often from tournaments. Sometimes you op, sometimes you play rifle. Sometimes, you know, you play agents, we don't expect you. So what kind of Kangkang are we going to see in this tournament? What can we expect from you?
我觉得其实马德里的康康就比较内敛一点，因为我觉得我头发长了过后会显得比较乖，但是我剪短了头发之后，就是其实我感觉会有两个人格，然后我剪短头发过后，另外一个人格就比较狂，比较外放。比较嚣张的那种人格就会出现吧，然后也正好在比赛场上去感受一下，再次感受一下。就像大家会说我剪了寸头，会想回到东京那个时候，我觉得并不是。其实我想在上海有一个新的起点。
Feels like when I was in Masters Madrid, when my hair was longer, feel like it's like two different personality of me. At the time, my hair is longer. Maybe I looks like not that outgoing. But now I cut my hair with different hairstyle. Now seems like I'm more outgoing, more wild. So maybe some people will see that I cut my hair. If I want to go back to the Master Tokyo, I want to find the old me, I want to say it's not like that. I just want a new start in this Masters Shanghai.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Luna, for translating. 谢谢康康，加油，我们加油。
谢谢。
Okay.
That's the same excuse that I give myself as well. You know, that's why I have no hair. It's because I want a new start.
I mean, that's a sick metaphor.
It actually is.
You get a new start every week. No, but seriously for a second, every interview with Kang Kang, I feel like he's just so cool. Like the answers he's given. This guy has been to so many events, all the way back. The streak started at Champs Istanbul in 2022, and they have come time and again to these international stages and lost to international teams. But now they're at home. This is their chance to really show who they are, show who the Chinese region is, show them what they can achieve on their own home soil.
Yeah, well, you could see the young man on that screen right there. Another breakout star, just like the way that Kang is experiencing that same success. We saw him take the world stage for the first time. It's actually going to be Woot, and this is a battle that none of us coming into this event were particularly expecting, given that, you know, Mini Boo's on the team and so on and so forth. But now that Woot stepping in to that primary duelist role, Kukuka, we are getting essentially a clash of these young titans here on the stage. It's going to be so exciting.
It's funny how similar their stats are.
May I love a narrative. That is what's so crazy. Kangkang should be on like his elements here. And Woot is just an insanely talented, super young player.
And confident.
Exactly. Yeah. He has everything. He's the whole package. This man right here on the left came in as a flex player. And this tournament, he made it out of the Swiss stage with the highest ACS, the highest ADR, the highest kill per round. He's got every single thing. Round after round, you don't see him shake. You don't see him flinch. You just see him on the left side of the kill.
It's just how he approached it, too. He approached it with this very just confident demeanor about himself that you don't normally see in a player his age at this stage, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think it's also impressive how well he like fit into the team.
Oh, it's like a glove.
Setting his teammate Miniboo up. That when he swapped onto Duelist, it felt like all the same executes, all the same mid-round reclays. This team has a really deep playbook, but despite that, despite the fact that he's slotting into a new role, it just has seemed seamless for this guy.
I mean, I'm just surprised of what they're able to pull out. I think that also some other player that we need to
Wood
talk
पे
about
आज
is
ऐसे
Williams. I
देखेंगे
think
क्या
that he's
शॉट
playing
मार रहा है करके
beautifully, and he's
कम
probably one of the reasons why Woods is
याद
playing
रखना।
like this. Not to mention Paddy,
आज
like the impact that he's
Wood का
finding in
kryptonite
every
आ गया
single
है।
round for Heretics. It hasn't been easy, right?
There's a lot of
मेरे
support there
biceps
for
को touch
him,
ना
right?
करे।
There's even been some support of his teammate online, the guy he's replacing.
Yes.
Miniboo's even come out
Guys,
online
तुमने
and
notice
talked
किया
about
मैंने
it. He's
शादी
like,
के
hey,
बाद
Wood,
कैसे
by the way,
soft
buddy,
toys नहीं लिए?
you can just keep playing it if you want.
Yeah, exactly. What are you gonna tell him, right? Also, you just remember, right? Woods is the first time that he's actually in the global stage.
Yeah.
He's all right. He'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tweet right here, as a matter of fact.
Baz gifted उधार गई PRX अरे यार
my guy is just so humble. He knows exactly what the team needs, and the team needs more Woot in their life.
They do.
Just like his name.
But there's still a lot to prove. I think a
Very
lot
true,
of their
very
games have
true.
been very defined
Does
by.
he need to prove it as a duelist?
No, Wood absolutely not.
Chat
He's
मैं क्या बोल
proven
रहा
it
हूँ
game
एक
after game.
ट्वीट
I
तो
mean,
बनता
the
है
last
कांग
match they
कांग
played, I think he
जीतेगा
was
करके
plus 28 to pull off the win
क्या
against
बोलते हो
FPX. He's insane. But we have seen some trouble with
Easy
these teams.
win.
मेरे को
They
वो
crumble. They
चाहिए
start making
यार।
some mistakes. Like it's still not the team that I'm in like
The
the full
best.
form, ready to say that this is like a top four squad team.
Hellos.
But you see the moments, you see the coordination, you see good reads, you see Woot playing the way he is. Team Heretics is the ultimate team with potential that could go on like a dark horse run here.
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget, after the result that we had on the first match, only 100 Thieves from the first seed has managed to win their first encounter. So just, I'm saying that all the stars are aligning.
Hey, it could very well look that way. Maybe not. We'll find out.
उसके हर एक tweet में
Let's
यही
go
आता
ahead
है।
and hear from Woot himself as Mika standing by.
Hey, I'm here right now with Woot of Team Heretics. Now,
Woot
last
बोलते
week
भाई
we saw you
prodigy तो है
debut
भाई
as duelist, and you
पर
did
वो
amazing.
दिखता भी
But
नहीं
now
है।
you will be up
Prodigy तो
against
है।
potentially one of the most popular duelists, and it is going to be on his home court. So, how are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited to play against Kang, but I think it's a good chance to prove myself, and I will prove
और
myself
कितना
in the
प्रूव
game.
करेगा भाई वुड
Well,
क्या
good
बचा
luck. We're
प्रूव
excited to see
करने
that
को
matchup too.
और क्या भाई इनको अभी भी प्रूव
Literally the
करना है
response.
The eye contact
अभी
with
भी
the camera.
प्रूव करना है
Like, what? How does
I
he
love
do
how
that?
everything's
He's
being
like,
analyzed that
I
he
am
does.
very happy to go up against him. I'm ready.
My boy's cold-blooded out there, man.
training this guy?
I mean, when I was his age, I was way more pimply and did not have
I
the
was an
confidence he
idiot.
had. Yeah, that too.
भाई
I was
मैं
very,
उसकी
very
उम्र
cold.
में
It's like
He
what?
just turned 18. He
जाने दो
playing
Yeah.
the league.
Yeah,
He's,
so
that is, I had forgotten about that because he's just playing so well. But literally, that's why they didn't have him at Madrid.
Strix को देखो उस उम्र में क्या कर रहा है शर्म करो
He was
Strix
watching from home because he hadn't even finished high school. Like he was just 15 watching.
wild
This
stuff
team
there.
is so young. Los Niños. They're like all these
शाहज़ाद भाई
new
फिर से आ गया
players who have stepped up in the last few years.
एक ही
And
चीज
Uncle Boo
15 साल
on the
से
team.
The
But
best one.
I just think it's so impressive that these
Yeah.
guys are so young and that this team is so well put together that they don't look shaken
That's
at all against these great teams on a big stage. But I do think today is a big test
Well,
against
yeah,
that home crowd
for sure.
against EDG.
But they've also done this a few times now,
Sure.
right? They've been in the blender a few times against some of the other Chinese.
They've
teams
played them both.
They've
They've
played them
beaten
both.
them both.
So
They've beaten them
they've
both.
essentially had to deal with that hometown energy that was being given to their opponents, and you know, like, they still managed to rise to the occasion when the moment calls for a Kukuk. I think that is the thing about this team. No one was really sure what we were going to get out of them, especially with Miniboo not being here. But what we got is a team that knows how they want to play with the pieces that they have right now.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's very complicated to, hear all the crowd cheering for the other team. Nothing personal, we have to say,
Of course.
It's just the matches that they were given. But time after time, they've also
I
been
missed
under
the
a lot
last
of
match.
pressure. I think
Who
that
won?
playing an opponent like FPX,
पता
when
नहीं
you
मैं
add in
अभी
that
ये
crowd factor,
अभी
is
चालू
what
किया
could
मैंने
have set the
watch
tone
party.
and the difference.
Yeah,
पता
it
नहीं यार
absolutely can. I also think that, well, EDG is the best team from the CN region. We see a lot of similarities. I think especially in the way they call all their attacking sides. Most of CN teams play a lot of these really slow, like 4-1, like they're like 3-1-1 defaults, and are just late round going into hard hits. And that's
रोज
really
आते हैं
similar
24
to how
hours का
FPX
रेस्ट
play.
लेके
I think
जाते
it's a little
हैं
bit more refined with EDG. You see more variety, where we're going for some harder hits sometimes, and you see less of the silly rounds where they're fully running down the clock and
भाई
losing
बनता है
out.
भाई
But there are still
EDG पे
similarities. You can't give things away in the mid-round when you're a defender. And I think Team Heretics have to be used to that style by now, which could be an advantage today.
Yeah, it could very well be.
Yeah, still the problem is, of course, we have seen some maps from them, but just remember what happened on Split, for example, right?
Against G2.
Yes. It's a map that we understand that some things are not ready, are not prepared, some things you don't even expect to even, you know, get to that third map. It's a very unlucky situation to be in, but we can understand that they're just not ready in some aspects.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And, you know, as a matter of
For
fact,
sure.
we'll go ahead and hear from Woot because funny thing is that he actually doesn't want to play Duelist. This is his Omen player moment. Check it out.
सब खेलता है भाई क्या बंदा है
Hey guys, I am Woot from Heretics. Probably because of the ice packs, I lost my 5 years from my life. Like, it was so stressful. Also, like, playing Duelist is making me like so nervous and making so much pressure on me. So I just want to play Flex, not Duelist. I'm so happy to play against Chinese teams because the Crow is going insane. Also, they are playing good and different. So we are just so happy to win against them and get the playoff.
I don't think he hears him. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side.
Prediction.
Lysor drops one.
Kang Kang be.
To close this out. No.
Kang Kang.
The ace for Woot.
About Kang Kang, we pracked 2 times. It was so close match. I think he didn't tiff me, but I didn't tiff him as well. So he's strong, I know, but we will see in the match. Like about my performance, I'm really proud of myself because it's international event. It's like second biggest event of Valorant. And I was watching it when I was younger, when I was 15. So I'm just playing here and dropping 70 in 3 maps. So I'm so proud of myself. We're really missing you, Minibu. And we love you. And we are waiting for you for stage 2. We will just do our best for you, bro.
Bye, Minibu Goat.
Of course, the team playing for their teammate, but again, it's just that confidence from him.
He was 15 when Valorant was out?
Yeah. That's how
साला सांगमत सेट भी मुझे हेट दे रहा है.
Really?
Yeah, like, did you see, like, of course, I'm super proud of myself, you know? I dropped 73 maps. I'm not supposed to be doing
true,
this.
man.
Also, by the way, we miss you. We can't wait to have you back. How is this guy so
Guy straight up
happy?
just says, I'd rather play Flex. Like, yeah.
The player
has
he
a
reminds
recipe.
me of is Zekken. Both really young, both started their Valorant career super early and really stepped up into teams, proved the ability to play a variety of different roles and also to perform at a super high level consistently. I think that it's kind of a... There's so many players like this in Valorant. It's honestly shocking that we keep finding new talent like this and they keep being able to show up to this big of a stage and play at this level.
All I'm saying is there's a kid right now that's watching this show and thinking to themselves, that's going to be me one day. Woot was that kid.
We can't wait to be
We
talking
can't
about
wait till
you.
you show up and pop off on the main stage because I have a feeling it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Unbelievable, seriously. And we're seeing the results come in from the poll. Obviously, some Heretics fans in the chat sounding off, but this is going to be a tough one. You know, we don't want to sugarcoat it. EDG, they got to be coming into this one as the heavy favorite given the circumstances of Heretics, but also it's EDG.
Yeah, EDG is definitely the favorite into this matchup. In front of their home crowd, with time to warm up, with some great performances in stage 1 for China, this is their chance to start.
Time to warm up, but outside of the server. Heretics, yes, they still have a lot to prove, a lot to improve as well. But, you know, they've had a very good run so far.
Indeed they have. Can that run continue? That's what's going to be on all of our minds. Can EDG quell the fire that burns within Team Heretics? Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out our squads.
Let's go, EDG! एक बार शंघाई जाना है. एक बार शंघाई जाना है यार. लाइफ में बहुत प्यारी जगह है बाय देख भाई
It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. You got Team Heretics taking on EDG, and this crowd is surely going to be on the side of the number 1 Chinese team. And everyone has been anticipating this one. The battle between Woot and Kong, what we're going to see between the ideas of these two squads. And here's your series layout. Sunset, Split, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Breeze.
Time after time, Heretics just
Q Sunset, Q Sunset. Sunset.
Extremely concerned about. I understand very well why EDG wants to go into this.
Yeah, the last time we saw this from Heretics was against G2, and they really fell apart. I think Pat Attack on the raise and kind of the ideas with it looked shaky. It looked on the fly. It looked unpracticed, and that shouldn't be a surprise. This team said going into the Stardust Swiss stage, they only had 1 day of practice. Now they've had 2 more, and they've had some matches to warm up. But still, this is a squad who made a last-minute substitution, who has that kind of chip on their shoulder, but who also, I think, can play with nothing to lose because of that against an EDG who has so much pressure on them.
By feel आ रहा
You're
है
Heretics. You've made it this far.
Already मेरे
Are you
को
really
एकदम
going to count
positive
yourself out?
energy
I don't
से
think so. Like,
feel
now
आ रहा है
there's a
EDG का
difference between counting yourself out and realizing that there's not pressure for us to
देखिए
go on a
हेडफोन
run
में
and
तूफान आ
we can
गया
just play our damnedest. I think that's a mentality that's brought them this far already.
I think that they can say this, see themselves as winners.
I mean, they most definitely could, right? I mean, look, everyone's here in this competition for a reason.
Language,
These are,
Pratik bhai.
from stage 1 to now, these are the best teams of the stage. They have fought tooth and nail to get to this point, right? But I think that at the end of the day, when you break down both sides of the field here, Heretics, they're going to be playing with house money, right? They've made it this far in this tournament, to your point, Mimi. So they can't just keep going with that more.
I mean, that mentality won champions for EDG last year. We've seen it before. And I really think that this tournament, when I'm watching EDG, is about managing expectations and managing pressure. You have this massive crowd. People have been waiting for you to come and step up, and they're starting on a bang. It's a comp change for EDG. They're taking a page out of their compatriots FPX's book and going for a double controller comp with an Astra and an Omen. I've never seen a comp like this before on Sunset.
I mean, this is the same that they were running. They just changed the Viper for the Astra. They want a little bit more of style utility. Maybe they understand that the changes might be too extreme. Now, is Heretics going to be prepared for this because they decided to come here?
Well, we're ready to get into the first map, which means it's time to let our casters cook. Here's Doug and Baby Bay on the call.
Thank you so much, guys. This is going to be a really exciting match. Obviously, EDG, the #1 seed out of China, Dre.
Number 1, baby!
In their home studio, but also starting off on Sunset is fascinating. I believe it was Mimi who mentioned it on the desk. Heretics have already beat 2 Chinese teams on this map, 13-4, 13-5, or 13-3, 13-4, something like that.
A stomping, and that was mainly because of Woot. He just had his way with both those teams. And I mean, he's going to go for a 3-2 right here, but they are going to be starting on the defensive side against this double controller composition. Now, EDG, they normally run the Viper instead of the Astra, but I imagine we're going to see some very similar ideas of basically trying to get that elbow control at A, depositing alert, you know, and maybe going back, funneling players towards mid, trying to manipulate a rotation.
It feels like the first time a team has had the opportunity to pivot away from the Viper comps that they normally run, given the fact that they come in as the #1 seed. You know, a little bit more time in the lab to figure something out. We'll see if it pays off. As EDG is on the attacking side. They've got Kong with light armor and a classic.
And it has to be a slow approach for EDG because there's so much info utility out of the side of Heretics. You want to bait it out like they're doing right now, and then just stabilize the round and try to find an opening when those items are on cooldown.
A flurry of bullets. Yeah, going across the middle of the map. A couple of members have taken damage. 3 on the side of EDG. A little bit worse for wear. But they have turned their attention towards A. There is some presence from the defensive side. Woot and Boo are here. With Rian's not too far off.
He tucked the Gecko Flash. Woot is free.
Oh, it's so effortless for Woot in that position. Even spotting Kong on the third, dealing a little bit of damage, not getting the kill. Oh, now coming through. 3 on the round. You mentioned how good Wu was in the last two matches against Chinese squads on this map. He hasn't missed a step.
I would.
Yeah, the skill level of Wood is off the charts right here. I mean, he gets 4 to secure the round on Haodong. And EDG going into this round, they did a really good job of getting out some of those rechargeables, but I mean, Woot, I don't know if it was prep or what, but on that default box at A, I mean, he was able to tuck away from the Gecko Flash and not be seen at all. And I mean, no one's going to be looking there because it didn't connect. And then after this, I mean, he's just hitting some nice shots. Beautiful.
Let's go, baby. Come on. And the handshakes are coming out in the first
अरे
round.
flying boy मैंने कुछ नहीं किया यार.
An excellent start for the number 2 seed
भाई
from EMEA.
पहला राउंड में 4 मारे बे वूट ने उसका अल्ट आने वाला है. और भी उठाएगा वो.
Guardian full armor too.
Jeez, it could be so deadly in the hands of Woot.
उठाया और.
It will be early A control for the defending side, and for the opposite, just a slow walk into B main. But bomb is all the way in mid.
Yeah, that's
Positive feeling आ रही है ना अभी भी.
That should be ahead of this.
Mods hate दे रहे लोग मेरे को.
Doesn't get broken quite yet.
Edgy Fishy is watching that way. The spike rotating back towards main. And Benji the first to take contact. Nade invested in his direction. But EDG have funneled out onto the site. They've taken a lot of the space. They've even gotten Smoggy really far up playing in the smoke. But Patatek over the top, not able to connect onto the second.
कोई मार रहे लोग.
But it seems to be slowing down.
What is that from Smoggy?
He's going to have to 1v2 with the Classic to win this one out. And he's not
Who
going to
बोल
get
दे?
much of a shot. Heretics will get their
अभी
second.
जीतेगा अभी जीतेगा अभी
Woot,
जीतेगा.
off of that, is going to have his ult online in the third round.
And that's the perfect round to have a showstopper because
Mini Buka replacement
I
कौन है
mean, this is going to be the first full buy for EDG. If it's a nice setup play for Woot, I mean, maybe off of a cam or even some other utility that we've seen them do, like through a smoke, maybe with a dart, you can really destroy EDG's economy and potentially snowball this game out of control.
कल ना EDG कल language.
And
Pinky.
also, Heretics have done a really good job of taking A space early on and pivoting to the top mid area and kind of just trying to re-clear that entire area, fighting. They're seeking those fights out, so they're very proactive so far on their defensive side. And this is what I was talking about. You might see a rocket play off of the Cypher camera.
You can tell he's going to want to go. He has nothing but a ghost.
Yep.
Full armor.
बंद कर दिया.
Nothing to lose here.
It's so smart to do that too because he doesn't need that Guardian on this side of the map if he has that showstopper. Yeah. Why not give it to somebody that's playing on A, and that's Patatek, who, by the way, he's been great with his mechanics. I mean, all tournament long, he's been hitting some really nice headshots. It will be a slow approach for EDG, and honestly, for all the viewers out there, get used to this. Early on in the matches on Sunset, they like to play this way. They like to play slow, bait out utility, see what they can do, see what they're working with, and then they transition in the middle of the half and start playing more aggressive, and they change the pace. That's something EDG is really good at doing, but that camera.
Oh, it's going to split it. Not connecting or anything. Remember, it was just a ghost on the other side.
Yeah.
Wingman will go out, or at least try to. Not tagging on anyone as the spike has not made its way past the threshold. Kong with 2 kills. Chichu weak, but a little bit of space for the attack.
Chichu को क्या पड़ा?
Nade in his hand too.
And Patatek right now, he's just waiting for Buddha.
और करो
link
nerf.
up with him. Potentially start the retake. But Kong, oh, the nade misses, so he's gonna have to hard clear the close left.
Hitting an awkward little crevice.
That's unfortunate. So Omen Flash will be the cue for the retake. Patatek gets the entry. I spoke about how he's so good at one-tapping players. And all of a sudden, that freeze that EDG did, it's working against them.
Smoggy has to tank, tries to get the spike, and he will fall. The bonus the way of Heretics. What a start.
That was a huge impact from Benji to get that trade in A main. B main.
Kang top frag bolte.
But yeah, I mean, we saw in full effect what giving the gun to Patatek does in this scenario. I mean, he made full value of it. And I like EDG's approach of slowing down the round, waiting for a mistake from Heretics, but the time just clocked down too low, and it ultimately worked against them.
They hard froze.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, just like that, you got another eco round. There will be stingers in full effect, though.
They're all here, and it's all messy. Haodong's the only one who has found success as Heretics shut the door on EDG once more.
I mean, Wu is just the linchpin of this team of Heretics on this duelist role. And yeah, he said that he feels a lot of the pressure, and that makes sense.
LOL,
Much like how Panatek felt the pressure at Chishu right here.
But you wouldn't believe it watching the kid play.
Yeah.
5+5
exactly.
10.
It's just,
Maths
I mean, he's ice cold. If that's what he's like being nervous, I can't even imagine what he's like when he's not.
What does it look like when he's confident?
Supporting home, Kang baby.
The lad is mad. And right now, EDG, they're going to have to re-clear all their spawn. They're worried about a flank from Benji Fishy.
Yeah, he could be anywhere at this point. There hasn't been any info gathered.
And the cool thing about this situation is that I think he also has a cam that sees the mid walk-up from B, so they don't really have to play on this B site at all.
Yeah.
They can just play the disciplined game, play together.
30 seconds.
I mean, both these players
happen in Shanghai too.
I mean, that's not something you see every day. I don't know how they're so synced up like that. But the IGL of Haodong, he's going to have to try to do anything they can to win this round.
Planted the spike. My ultimate is ready.
And I imagine it's just going to be so hard. I mean, Rians has Sova Dart, he's got the drone, he's got 2 shocks. I mean...
Yeah, a lot of advantages wavy of the defense here. Rians cleans up the 2 that remain in pretty effortless fashion. Now he's going to get the defuse and his ult online for the next round. Heretics have started off masterfully. I mean, they've got plenty of money. They're going to have, they've already had
supporting Une, supporting Y.
They're going to have Rians to play around as well.
Here's that replay of Woot just running through the smoke, helping his teammate Vu out, who got Omen flashed early in that round. I mean, he almost went down right there, but the stinger shot's just not able to connect.
फिश बम ऐसा कर रहा है जिससे इनको लग रहा है ये लोग जीतने वाले हैं। हाँ? तेज भाई जाके मेरा ट्वीट देखो मालूम पड़ेगा कौन जीतने वाला है already.
Given that they're down 4 rounds, it makes a lot of sense. See what adjustments have to be made.
Yeah, and they have to. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on EDG as well in this match because Heretics is the team that took down their brothers. They took down both the Chinese teams that, I mean, EDG beat, so they have to kind of be like that big brother and help their little bro out.
THFTW नहीं है. Wood बाप player है.
But so far, I mean, it's just
I support TH, but इस बार
7-2. I mean, Rian's cleaned up that last round, and that'll put him on a showstopper. I mean, sorry, the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
He's wrong character.
I mean, and Boo hasn't even died yet. It's just looked really good out of Heretics early on. I think, obviously not phased, not concerned about who's playing on the other side of the stage. They look really comfortable. They look great.
And this is kind of to be expected. This is Heretics' map pick. EDG, the last time they played it, I mean, I think they may have won it in overtime. It was like 16-14, but it wasn't pretty at all. And right now, I mean, the Viper is kind of maybe would have been better.
Guys, 3000 लोग देख रहे हैं, 7 के लाइक्स हो चुके हैं, 8 के की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो.
Walk up on a timing.
It's just so tough to say.
Volume मांगता.
They're trying to set it up though.
Yeah.
They're trying to set it up with the Astra one way here on the left side. But I mean, we saw Woot just completely
कितना बीटी है बे बंदे.
right. Granted, it wasn't
अपने
equal
रैंक
round,
गेम्स
so
में ये भी नहीं
maybe
होता.
he would have gotten punished on the gun round.
Careful.
My guess is that's not the last time he's going to try to push that smoke the way he did.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Heretics are already instantly backing off of A, ready for like a mid crunch.
Nobody with this Thrash online.
Let's go,
They're
baby.
gonna have to deal with some of the Cypher util again.
दो बंदे साइड जाओ, बाकी ए जाओ.
They don't want that Thrash to get value.
Right, and they have Rian's ult.
Yep.
So as soon as they realize where the hit is, he can just pop that thing.
Yeah, I wonder if they decide to flood in. Ooh, that knife hitting.
I think that was intentional. So nobody gets tagged by the knife to suggest they're staying B, and you see it on the minimap, they're all rotating back A.
Yeah, it keeps a couple players from Heretics.
Yeah, exactly.
No rotation towards that A site. This should be a free hit, potentially even a kill, a punish on the Boo here, who hasn't dropped yet.
That noise should be cute. Instantly, Woot starts to rotate back.
30 seconds.
And now the Thrash invested, you see him funneling away, giving the space. Boo not wanting to reckon with that. Manages to avoid it. No tech's found. And now the Hunter's Fury from Spawn. Boo spotting Kong Kong, swatting him out of the sky.
The time, Doug.
Again, becomes a factor with 10 seconds left. They haven't really made it out of elbow yet. Wood's still trying to dash around, trying to dance around.
Short,
Staying alive at least for a little bit longer, but ultimately falling with 3 seconds left. Are they going to be able to get the spike down? They will. About a second was the difference. And now 4v3, the way of the attack.
Heretics patient with their approach. Patient with the attempt at a flood. Benji will fall. Patatek and Boo left in a 2v4. An ult still at the disposal of EDG for Chichu in case it's needed. But they're just so comfortable with this. EDG are on the board.
Yeah, and at the end there for the post plant, I mean, EDG set up a perfect crossfire, making it nearly impossible to break through.
Okay, अभी यहाँ से
And that came down to the wire, but they're so clutch in these moments. Not a doubt in their minds that they had the time to go for this.
And
that entry, I mean, that was so clean on the Rians.
That was everything. Excuse me.
So finally, EDG will get on the board.
Yay!
And have a chance to string some rounds together.
Baki
Kong is sitting on a showstopper. Chichu does have that Astral ultimate. But Woot is already doing a walk down mid.
There's the ult. He's kind of on his own here. Separated really far. I don't think the knife is going to tag much. I think that was also really conditioning with how Woot continues to play back box.
Yeah.
Kong guessing that's where he was going to be.
Yeah, why not clear it? I mean, he's gotten so much value in that spot. All map long so far.
Yeah, it doesn't connect, but the space has been cleared. Now EDG with a bit of an advantage.
What a good molly.
Yeah,
and a nade.
Gosh, both of them. Nobody unable to survive the spam. Incapable of staying alive. Kanka playing up close as the cage goes down, so does he. EDG again have been picked apart. This was a 2v4 though. If they can settle, they've got it close, but Smoggy and Haodong fall at the worst time.
That was a very convincing retake for Heretics. I mean, yeah, there's only 2 players alive, but the initial fight, that initial exchange against the 4 players in that A lane, it just went their way. Their spacing was perfect. The trades were on point. The utility to flush out a kill for Boo in the beginning. And then he's just sitting on top of that box. I can see over the smoke. Very well played from Team Heretics on that retake. Especially with how the last, retake went. EDG had such good crossfires this time. Not exactly a crossfire onto that lane area.
Oh, I think you're right too. You mentioned the spacing and how good it looks for Heretics. Even in that fight as the cage goes down, the ability to trade every single member in case it got messy.
And as an attacker on this map, now you have to be worried about all that discipline. It like kind of soaks into your brain. You're like, oh, if I really do go for a random peek, there's gonna be 2, maybe 3 guys holding me.
Yasin.
It's kind of hamstrings the way you want to approach the situation. Cosmic Divide.
Bhai, plant karo piche simple hai.
Oh, they're ready to fight this though.
They're getting ahead of it too. They've got the dart, they've got the cage to cover and then spam if anything connected, but nothing through. Spike still planted though. They've invested Patatek's ult, but they're playing so close that Shock is up close and personal. 2 members of EDG fall. Chichu and Nobody trying to hang on to the round. It's just Nobody who's here. Chichu's going to be on a really late flank. Nobody has to play his life, and he can't. There's just not enough time. There's not enough space. The defuse will come through without a challenge.
6-1. हो सकता है. 6-6
It was the moving death ball approach from Heretics that secured them that round. And yeah, the showstopper doesn't connect from Woot. But I mean, that Cypher ult, that was everything. You just spam Nobody through the smokes. Doesn't matter where he is. Yeah, he had nowhere to play. And right here, I mean, Rian's got away with murder with that.
Vandal भी था उसके पास.
I don't know how. He just broke the crosshairs of EDG in that moment.
And then let Benji, Fishy, and Patatek clean it up.
Yeah.
Feels like they shouldn't have gotten away with it, but 5 rounds now separating these two. EDG have found the tiniest sliver of success, but other than that, it's been all Heretics all the way.
And they tried a lot of different looks. I mean, you tried doing a fast A default, you tried slowing the round down, feinting that you're going A, and then going back to
economy
mid.
is good.
Then you've done B main hits, so like nothing is working right now for
Plus
EDG.
ये लोग slow भी खेल रहे हैं, mid vid कर रहे हैं, A कर रहे हैं, B कर रहे हैं, सब जगह पे है. बस जीतना है.
That's mainly because Heretics have been playing the map so well.
क्योंकि ये लोग इतना smoke से ना आराम slow खेल के थोड़ा और slow
He gets out of the sight. The only real success EDG has had was with this thrash towards the A side of the map. That's why you see them funneling here again. Oh!
Almost.
He almost got the timing.
And he's still going to take a little bit of nade damage. The plant got interrupted. It's going to be on Nobody to pick it back up and try a second time.
He still has that thrash though for the post plant.
Yeah.
अच्छा वो क्या बे?
And they've managed to create a space. So even if
he wasn't able to fully commit to the plant. Wingman wasn't. Now they can
Here we go.
Move a little bit more. Thrash going in forward. Haodong the first to fall. Nobody trying to swing through smokes. He's going to spot two, but only able to connect on one.
3v3
for the round. TP invested by Smuggin. Where is he going? Just enough to create a distraction. Kangkang feeling a lot of the
Jor be Kangkang.
36 HP. That's all he'll find. Riens is healthy. 2 on the other side. He's already spotted the hand of 1. Not able to land the shots.
Double swing, Shirley.
Yeah, such a tough position to be in. They're going to face him here. He's gotten it to half. 9 bullets left, though. Even if they try, time is just not on his side. EDG played that beautifully. Chichu gets 3 as EDG find their second.
Woo!
And that's the second
Not even
beautiful
close,
post
baby.
round on the A site that secures EDG
Not even
around.
close.
They play those crossfires so well. This time, in that A lane, the trades go into their favor, make it a 3v3. And, I mean, you saw at the end there, there's just too many angles to look at. The whole time, Chichu was just playing in the back here, just toying with Riens. That's a very disciplined post plan. I really like that from EDG. Those are good signs. If they can emulate that on the B side of the map, they might have success there too.
Right. Chicken again?
Really high flash from Boo taking space and the Dizzy over the top.
Back to back mara kya chat?
Tried to keep it back, but it got cleared instantly.
Back to back now.
That pickup star, it might be conditioning for future rounds. Maybe you'll see some players behind it the next time you see that.
Okay, na. Abhi to easy qualify na.
Woot or Boo get a
Back
kill
to
and
back.
that'll open up the entire map for EDG. But this time around, that slow approach that we've seen in the first couple rounds of the half.
But even then, you know, you talked, Dre, earlier about how they have tried a number of different looks. They've tried being aggressive, they've tried the more slow, defaulty look. Even this, while it's a little bit slower, much like we've seen in some of the earlier rounds of the half, the way they're exploring the map is different.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's a change of pace for sure. And, I mean, the success that they had was, I mean, the 2 rounds was off of that thrash. But it's like the rounds where they don't have the ults, where it kind of just falls apart for them.
Right. You mentioned that they need to try to find some success B because it's look good on A. Can they do it here?
They do
Before
get
leaning
the
towards the site, you see the utility already dumped down, but Benji Fishy
Bhai,
playing back
Benji,
site.
bhai!
This is going to be such a tough thing to hold to 3v5.
हाँ रिवील किसने नहीं हुआ वो?
I don't think they know that.
वो लोग को नहीं
Kangkang's in this
पता.
spot, though.
रिवील कुछ तो गलत हुआ
And
है.
nobody's in market, so Kangkang needs to go huge here for EDG.
The paranoia traded. Kangkang, oh, he's able to get 1, but the clip runs dry. He's not able to connect anymore. Benji Fishy with 3, Chichu left alone. The lack of success on B continues. Chichu's able to get his 1, Riens holding the defuse all the way. Benji Fishy with 4. Heretics continue to roll.
That's all because of the disruption that Benji Fishy and Riens had on that initial B hit.
भाई कैसे मारे
You don't
उसने?
expect just a solo and a cypher to do
against
stuff like this. You
तीसरा भी
have full
चाहिए.
utility on the site. You have all 5 players alive. The bomb is going down, and all of a sudden you're being faced with this fire of Benji Fishy and Riens. Heretics, their game plan is to disrupt, not allow it to go into that 5-on-5 post-plant scenario. That's where the
बेंजी भाई ने
double controller
कैसे
shines.
चार
I mean, you can
मारे
delay so
यार
many lanes
कैसे?
and kind of cycle the utility. And if EDG baits out early utility from Heretics, I mean, they might not have even a flash to run
भाई
through
दो
those
स्मोक
smokes.
के साथ डिफेंड तो हो
That's what
जाएगा
they're
क्या
trying
लोग?
to set up. This time it will be a walk into elbow, but if Kangkang decides to walk up here without using utility, he's going to be met by a judge. Should be a couple 1-pumps here, but I imagine they might use something.
Nothing. They're using nothing other than
George.
somehow manages to get his 1. The pad attack on the trade. The timing is beautiful. The swing is almost perfect.
Bomb buddy out.
Even with him getting away with just 1 with the judge. I mean, Heretics are just destroying EDG on this half, man.
That follow-up utility off the contact of Boo, that was some of the most clean stuff I've seen.
The flash,
back to back
volley,
two,
and it was in tandem, right? It
यार
was
इस बार मैं देख ही
off
नहीं
of
पाया
Boo's
यार
contact,
matches.
we have a right-click flash out of potty tech. Not only do we have that, but
Four more
Riens
है
has a
मेरे को.
lineup dart that lands in the back of elbow. And then he's able to go for even more with another right click. I mean, this was beautiful. Oh, it tags! That's what happened.
Tragic.
The dark tag. Kongkong, I didn't even see that. That is definitely tragic. I was wondering if he had like a lineup dart or something. That will be the second timeout for EDG. They're going to have no more going forward. And you kind of have to. I mean, 8-2 is a very decisive and convincing lead for Heretics. But just to remind everybody, this is not EDG's map pick, and they did switch it up. This is the first time that they've ran an Astra over the Viper on this map, and maybe that is playing a factor. They're just not used to playing it in a match setting.
Maybe. They've had a couple of cool ideas. You mentioned some of the recalled smokes, but
एक बार नजर उठवा लो, उतरवा लो.
We can attribute some of that to the comp change, but I think the big takeaway here is Heretics just continues to dominate on Sunset. We mentioned earlier they've bested the other two Chinese teams that are playing this tournament.
With great power comes great responsibility हो रही है.
And a big part of that is the anchor players for Team
I see
Heretics
100 teams win this event
the rest of the players to be enabled and do a lot of stuff on the retakes.
It's like they're running into a brick wall every single time they try to hit a site.
YouTube अच्छा खेला, सिर्फ पहला मैच
sometimes it's Rienz, sometimes it's Benji Fishy, sometimes it's Woot. Like
on the other side.
You kind of have to invest a lot of utility on these early chokes to get up with the comp of EDG. And the way that Boo plays this A side of the map where he's consistently just jump peeking and then backing up, delaying you with the Omen flash. And this time he's going to get aggressive. I mean, all these things play a factor of him not getting punished and baiting out your own utility.
A big round here for the attack. 2 ults online, 2 within 1 point.
Oh,
बच
गया बे, बच गया. Info लेके भाग गया बे.
And that proactivity, I mean, it makes you have to just seize and just wait. Makes you rethink how you want to approach.
The
thing is off of that first layer of utility.
TH को तो नहीं करेंगे लेकिन.
EDG don't go back
तीनों
up
टीम
mid.
को वो लोग ने आ रहा है.
And Heretics kind of give it. So they don't have a read on what Heretics is really doing after that first set of delay utility.
The nade to clear the trip, the satchel forward, but Benji Fishy again has not been cleared now. Going down at the hands of Chi-Chi. The rocket not going to connect either. So 100 Fury has been invested by Rienz. Woot playing further back. Unfortunately having to watch as Kongkong gets the best of his teammate.
Aye, 3v3. God, baby.
Instantly on the trade, a 2v2 as the nade comes back out.
Nade थोड़ा cute से हो रहा है.
How do Patek and Boo get back in on this? The Paranoia only connecting on one.
Smoggy
over Kongkong's shoulder, delivers the shot. Leaving Patek alone, a 1v2, a tap of the spike, the swing coming through. Not able to connect on the shot. EDG get there as well.
Kongkong hyping up the crowd with that 3K. Brought his team back into it. Heretics did a good job of recreating the lurk in mid. But the answer back from Kongkong, that was huge.
दो गेम में अभी
This
थोड़ा
right here.
टेंशन नहीं रहेगा.
Nice shot onto Woot. And then Smoggy, this kill right here to support Kongkong, who was completely Omen flashed. Nice work from EDG.
Last round of the half, 3 ults on the side of the attack.
And they have a Thrash. They're 2 for 2 on Thrash round wins right now.
क्या अभी भी PRX जीत सकता है? Obviously, lower bracket से जीतना
EDG
पड़ेगा.
do a really good job of using that first Thrash ult and then picking it back up and using it for even more value. And not only on a map like this, but other maps in the future. It's something to look out for.
Woodring वाला मैं off stream खेल के थोड़ा level up करूँ कि
they like to
उनको
take
सब on
initial
stream ही
space with
देखने
it and
का.
then pick it back
क्योंकि
up.
game
maybe
तो बहुत
go
बाप
somewhere
है.
else. Something that they've done a lot, and this is another showstopper trap. But this time, Howdong, he's way ahead of it.
Meanwhile, they invest the Thrash and the Paranoia on the other side, feeling some of the pressure coming in on one side, filling in on the rest of the map. Kongkong has already gotten all the way up into elbow.
And here it is, he's able to pick up the Thrash again and have it for the post plant.
The thing is, they don't have the Paranoia to clear out the box. So they're going to have to try to get through that. They got lineups, but it bounced a little bit off the mark.
You want more? Here's more.
Still tucked behind the Cosmic Divide. Patatek will get tagged, but now without taking one with him.
One enemy remaining.
Leaving Wood in a 1v3. Wood, who started off the half
क्या बोला था?
in electric fashion,
इवन
is
ऑस्ट्रेलिया
going to have to
शिफ्टर
close
है.
it bookended.
थोड़ा टाइम के लिए जा रहा है वो.
If he wants to win this thing out, otherwise EDG will get to 4.
Oh, this nade will have Kongkong have to peek.
That's heat seeking, but Kongkong gladly takes that swing. 3 on the round for Duelist as EDG salvaged the first half.
Yeah, 4 rounds. I mean, with the way that it was looking for Heretics, they were up, what, 8-2? So they definitely salvaged the half.
Noted.
That was off the back of Kong Kong. Who else? Who other than Kong Kong? Beautiful play on this site. And even in the post plants, even if Kong Kong drops there, you imagine that Haodong.
बढ़ गया भाई यही चाहिए भाई यही चाहिए भाई कांगकांग भाई यही चाहिए मैं तो बोलता घुस जाओ ओपोनेंट के इसमें
have gotten all the way up to 4 rounds, and it's been in the best that Heretics has been able to throw. We've got Mika standing by with Chinese professional basketball player.
We have another special guest in the audience right now. We have Guo Ailun, who is a professional basketball player. Thank you so much for being here. What does it feel like seeing esports and gaming on a stage like this in Shanghai?
想首先请问一下，觉得在上海线下观看我们的电竞比赛，来到我们的5位竞技场，感受怎么样呢？
开心热血，为什么呢？因为这是一项国际项的大赛啊，因为很高兴就看到这么多来自世界不同国家的顶尖的5位契约选手聚在上海，然后这个城市，这个热情的城市，我觉得让我现在自己来说也替他们非常的高兴和热血沸腾。
भाई खेल में बाप गेम में बेकप्पा full time pass है full
international tournament also all of the top players from all of the leagues and I feel like deep in my heart I feel so happy for them.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And of course, you, as an athlete as well, what is your mentality going into a big competition like this? What is the advice that you can give these players?
那想请问您，作为一位职业选手，您是以什么样的心态再去面对各种世界性的赛事呢？以及有没有一些助言和建议能给到我们的职业选手呢？
参加这种国际的比赛，跟国外的顶尖选手对抗，他们肯定心里会上场之前有一些紧张嘛，带着我们这些国人的粉丝的期待嘛。然后我希望他们能我在场就是可能就是把自己尽量想的简单一些，然后不要心里有那么多杂念，然后就是去上场以后放松着去干这件事儿，不要想着后果，也不要想着自己是谁，把放下所有的包袱，要这样才能发挥出所有的自己的能力吧。希望他们，我希望给他们没有谈不上建议吧，希望就是让他们像平常训练一样放松一些，来面对这次比赛，不要给自己的结果设更多预想，然后就会顺其自然发挥到出自己最好的水平，结果就会顺其自然的好。
I think when you faced against all of the top players from all of the league, you have to be like nervous. But from my perspective, I think when you participate in international tournament like this, you need to like just take it easy. Don't think too much. Just play as good as you play as Euro, and I think you will play good.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and let's get back to the game.
还有一个问题没问呢，你告诉他。齐家看我再抢点镜吗？快开始了吗？没有问题，没有时间问我了。
您想说可以直接跟大家分享一下吧。
啊，这其实还有一个问题准备好，他们问我什么时候是最让我激动的时刻，然后我都已經想好我是。
No matter what happens, support करते रहना और enjoy करना ऐसा कुछ तो बोलो。那
天是我最激动的时刻，我希望能大家一起等着那天到来。
Oh, what an entry into the second half.
We'll
see if they're able to carry that momentum. EDG down 4, but now on the defensive side as Heretics will have to test their mettle. Again, a map that they have found so much success on. Forced to close this one out.
And this is a big test. I mean, you said it, Doug. Momentum. This pistol round is everything to see if it truly did shift in EDG's favor after closing out those last 2 rounds of the half.
Heretics haven't made very much noise this round at all.
They did dart B early on and get info there. And that's what ended up leaving 3 players of EDG there. So this idiot that comes in for Heretics, this could be really deadly.
It's the only bit of noise they made. The smoke goes up. Really right on time. Nobody's going to be paranoid. Trying to dance around it. Still getting a shot. The frenzy connecting. But Heretics have gotten all the space they could possibly want. Kong Kong falling as well as Chichu's on the swing.
Good timing. Omen flashed.
But the flash on the other side. Whoa, Chichu still gets the pistol the way of EDG.
Chef's kiss, base. Chef's kiss.
He found the timing. He slipped
by Omen ka blind on top.
Beautiful Omen flash from
Omen ka blind on top.
What a setup for Chichu.
बाप रे क्या
even at the
घुस के
end
मारा
there,
बे चीचू
when Paditek gets unflashed, the poise on Chichu, the confidence, it's back, baby.
There's that paranoia that you were mentioning.
Look at that.
Yeah.
आ
The
गए
first
बे
one
आ
was
गए
free. The second one was steady.
आ गए बे
It's a hell of a start to the
आगे
half
bro
for EDG. And it kind of felt like they needed that.
चाचा बचा लिए भाई ब्लाइंड अच्छा
Three
दिया ना
bulldogs, a pistol,
मैंने
and a
ब्लाइंड
spectre
बात
for
दी
EDG. They're all here.
Oh, baby.
कोलैट
One
बोलते
burst, 2 kills. Now 3 remain for Heretics.
That's everything you want out of the Bulldog. Scope did kill that little burst shot. So nice, and they're just not stopping it all. Kong and Howdong.
एक अपाज रात को डेडली डो
Everybody cleaning up the round with Bulldogs. Super healthy going into this next round. I wonder if Smoggy even tries to invest here.
टॉक्सिक मत होना
All
बस
he used was a ghost in
उसकी
that
तरह
round. And the cool thing
heavy
about
toxic
this composition that EDG are running, the double controllers, you have a one-way coming out at A, you got a pickup star in B main. And yeah, Heretics check that B main smoke. But 2 players of EDG were just
ये
right behind
जीतेगा
it,
ना
waiting
आ गया
for the
एडीजी आ
walk-up.
गया
You were wondering
अभी
whether or
राउंड
not
पे
Smoggy
एडीजी
would
जीतेगा
invest because
फिर बाद
all
में
he had was a
8-8
ghost. They will buy full armor and a guardian.
क्रिकेट खेलने जा रहा मेरा बैट पकड़ेगा
They have a very good chance of at least damaging the economy of Heretics here.
और बॉलिंग करने का तो बॉल भी पकड़ सकता
Flash dart combo, a little bit of space, take an elbow.
Oh, they're fighting.
But Smoggy and nobody, one over the other.
शॉट
And it's a
बे
1-for-1.
मेरे को लगा वापस 2 मारा
Managing to TP to get away. Meanwhile, Kong satchel to get back towards A, so he's not going to have that as the rest of the round goes on. Still has room to play around though.
आ गया
He's
कंकन
quietly slipped. Back box.
हैं
Getting tagged by his teammate Paranoia, but finding the right time to swing and landing the shots too. 8 bullets left though, 18 HP. He's been surrounded. Too many targets to choose from. And Howdong left in a 1v3.
The trades were perfect for Heretics.
शॉट आउट के लिए
Kong, I mean, he almost had that one. Now it's all left
Shout
down
out
to
के लिए आ
Howdong
रहे
in this 1v3, the IGL. And he has a trip in front of him too.
शॉट आउट के लिए आ
2
रहे बे
players of Heretics are low though.
See if he tags onto any of them. He's arrived with enough time to think this one through, but I mean, you painted a really good picture of the trip. The fact that there are 3 on the other side, he's by himself.
आ गया कंकन
Would be so difficult to connect on, and then the paranoia timing from Boosh just so nice. As soon as the smoke goes down, he realizes if they're going to be pushing from
बिल्कुल
that
तेरे
side,
जैसे खेला
the paranoia would connect.
एक्टिव गेम खेलो टीडीएम में तो है वो
This is no problem.
That's all he'll get. Heretics get to 9, and the attempt at a bonus. The
shout out to you
possibility
मेरी
of one
जान
slot.
TH
Yeah, EDG did
I
a really
love
good
you.
job
I
in
love
this
Woot
round of,
also, but
you know, bringing it back
EDG
and
wins.
getting a lot of the guns out and armor. Now,
EDG
you know, the
wins.
buy from
That's
Heretics is
so
kind of
बढ़िया.
scrappy. We're seeing a Bulldog out of Rians. Here's the nice trading onto the actual site when the hit came for Heretics. But Kong, I mean, he got in that site, and if this keeps
भाई
happening in the
इतना
future,
peacefully tilt होते
maybe
बे
when he has a Vandal that can one-shot
no.
headshot,
ऐसा
that's a completely different round. Maybe EDG.
I think
EDG
it's
needs
high
that
time
round.
that a coach will coach another coach to
There will be another
coach the
3-2
teams.
setup for EDG. They're
बोलते
opting to play really far back, and oh my gosh, speaking of an op.
The op in the hands of Kong.
And he's,
There's a Binks भाई
he's
all
easily one of the
Gucci
best
all
oppers in the
Gucci
game. Smoggy here, he played this round. He played that spot last round. And it's all to set up Kong here with the operator.
Again, and now he's holding the line. He took the game by storm with this weapon. Can he connect again? Yes.
Bye.
Not able to satchel away though, as Rians puts him down.
भाई वोट को पढ़ती कैसे नहीं है
Heretics with a
बे
numbers advantage and space to be gained on the site. Smoggy close by, Chichu as well. Kept back by the smokes.
Oh.
The tags through. They might try to wrap around him.
They might find a window of opportunity here on this wrap around. I mean, right now, Boo is not ready here at all.
स्ट्रीम बंद कर दी है मैंने
Speak of the devil,
लाइफ
but if
में
they just
जान
face
दो
check this, they
स्ट्रीम भी
still might
होता
find the
रहेगा
timing.
There's no way to expect that. That's what they'll be. If they don't make any noise, oh, Rians is looking that way. And he drops the first. That shot was so clean. Chichu in a 1v4.
भाई heavy
He's not
headshots
standing up
मार
to
रहे
that.
यार
And the trading from Rians onto Kong in this round, that was ridiculous. Mid-satchel, he insted Kong.
फर्स्ट पार्टी करने कहाँ से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है राइट से
I mean, that operator entry, that was
PRX
beautiful.
ने धोखा दिया
Tries to satchel out. I mean, look at this. He's stunned. Oh my
अच्छा तो
gosh.
खेला यार
He had barely left his feet.
थोड़ा
He's so
काउंटर हो
quick.
गया
And then he closes it out with this.
This was really nice by Rians. I mean, we talked so much about how that double late wrap into elbow could have been disaster if Rians isn't looking that way. There's so much value found.
इतने प्यारे
And a lot of
audience
that
को
was
sad
off
कर
of
रहे
Woot
हैं ना ये
actually
लोग.
taking that space in CT. Right. They don't have to worry about lane whatsoever because the Cypher Cam's there from Benji Fishy. Where else are the players?
Right.
Problem क्या है
This time
पता
around
है?
for Heretics a very quick A default.
Only Gecko
Yeah, Woot,
initiator.
that showstopper, you're right.
I like that play from EDG. The last couple rounds that Heretics have gone A, they've kind of been in that elbow area. So that was kind of a read that EDG thought they had, but this time around, Heretics, they tap the orb there and they just wait and pause. Waiting for a trap play.
And then when they do commit, EDG aren't able to funnel in behind it quickly enough.
आवाज
Little
आ
bit slow
गया.
on the draw.
The rotation was perfect for Heretics. This is a really nicely really nicely called to the round.
Hashtag invest his ult. Howdong's utility is not going to be a factor here. And they can just run him down or at least try to. He will fall.
Oh,
every single member of EDG has met their demise so far. Kong and Nobody, the only two that remain approaching the site from opposite sides.
I mean, just look at the mini-map, how together
Clean
of
kill
this
रहा है.
Deathball Heretics is. Entering the site, you have to fight 2-3 people in front of you with gun disadvantage and utility flooding you. And then they all get out together.
Right, and then if you somehow win those, you're going to have to deal with the rest.
भाई सोलो इनिशिएटर
miserable
थोड़ा
spot to
सा
be in.
सीन है यार ये मैप.
The tap of the spike, drawing out action.
क्या ब्लाइंड दिया बे.
But when you have that big of an advantage, it just looks easy. A flawless round for Heretics as they get up to 11.
Good discipline from Heretics. Even at the end there, using utility to fight the last two players, not dropping guns. I mean,
honestly, in a 5v3 there, you don't necessarily have to be disciplined, right? You think, all right, we're able to clean this up, but they play that
will
really
win
well.
this series obviously. पहला मैच प्रैक्टिस होता तुम लोग ने देखा ना.
G2
केस में तुम लोग ने देखा कि नहीं देखा? हाँ, कभी-कभी सच्ची यार तुम लोग सच्ची न्यूब जैसी बातें करते हो.
It feels like you can't really do anything. Right. If you force the issue, you're just going to get met by 2-3 players in the crossfire.
क्योंकि मिड कोई नहीं आया तो.
This is aggressive out from Woot the Satchels, but it's actually Kong who invested his ult on the other side. He's going to find plenty of space. Now it's Woot's turn to try some of the same. The ult not connecting. Both rockets traded. No kills found. Heretics pushing forward, but you've got a lot of presence here. Chichu's just playing on the other side of the smoke. He will fall as Benji Fishy goes backside. But Smoggy on the counter. Smoggy on the punch. 3 found. But Benji Fishy closes it out. Heretics get to map point.
बाप रे.
Again, Heretics fighting together on the site. This time they get delayed by an Omen smoke on default. But Rians with that Sova drone, I mean, it just goes straight through the smoke. That gives the confidence to Woot and Attack to just run through and just trade out. And the aggressive trip from Benji Fishy as well onto that market area. Yeah, Smoggy gets this 3rd kill after that trip connects, but it's so hard to do more off of that.
I mean, he did everything he could.
What did he say?
They're getting really good at censoring it so far.
Yeah, they are. Another quick B default. I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
But meanwhile, on the other side, EDG again took aggressive space A at the beginning. A Paranoia and a Satchel out. Nothing to be found, though.
What?
क्या clear करते
Howdong
हैं
trying
यार.
to take things into his own hands
clear
there and check. Just face check that smoke. But now, that Cypher ult's going to give full info.
They're all here and they know it, but they might try to hit it anyway. Trying to get a crossover to market.
Ah!
Fadeaway shot.
क्या इसको देखा मारा उसे?
Not missing right now.
I mean, you can't make it up. What was that?
Thrash will connect onto Rians. Nobody falls. Smoggy will too. Dominant from beginning to end for Heretics. 13-6.
I mean, EDG did do better than the previous 2 teams. They got 6 rounds, but
yeah. But I think it was like 3 rounds and 4 rounds. Now 6. It's we'll see if Split tells a different story on the other side of this break.
delete करते? पंको! Kang भी आ रहा है.
Still warm. That's the way I like it as well.
क्या सीन है भाई. वुड बाप खेलता है ना, लेकिन वुड अचानक से आके मैं 18 साल का हो गया. गाइस लेट्स गो. ऐसा करके ऐसा बे क्या है बे.
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while.
Only वो बराबर होता था ना मेरा शेप भी बराबर होता पूरा शेप ये देख एयर फ्रायर का क्या हो गया
आपका बदमाश क्या हो गया
तो अभी मैं क्या करूँ पूरा शेप खराब हो गया
तो शेप का जरूरत नहीं है वैसे ही पाव भाजी ले रहा है ना
wanna have it with this
हाँ
like this
yeah चलो you have I'll have with the bhaji don't worry no yeah have a एक बार चैट को पाव कर रहा वो बता दे शेप
नहीं मेरी गलती नहीं है नट्टी ओवन पूरा मेरे को निकाल के डालना ये देखो सॉफ्ट है
वेरी नाइस इट इज स्मेल्स आल्सो गुड शेप बता दे बस
तो शेप का मैं क्या करूँ अभी खराब हो गया तो वहाँ पे
ट्वीट नहीं ट्विटर ही डिलीट कर दो
वो पूरा बेकिंग ट्रे में था ठीक है शेप प्रॉपर स्क्वायर 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 फिर मेरे को वो बेकिंग ट्रे से एयर फ्रायर के उसमें डाला तो शेप तो खराब होगा
बराबर है तेरी गलती नहीं है
हाँ तो
ये इसको चैनल नाम देना चाहिए भाई सारे चैनल टीम्स को आ रहा है ना
one no I'll just press
you can have it with pav bhaji not a problem भाई टेज को कोई सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा ना अभी वहां पे शंघाई में तीनों टीम्स को हरा दिया भाई तीनों टीम्स भाई
this one quarter load है
पूरा रीजन को अकेला आ रहा है पाव का एयर फ्राई
एयर फ्रायर में यू कैन बेक इफ यू डोंट नो क्या खा रहे हो एक शेप बताऊं मैं ये देखो
एक्चुअल शेप बता दे बस मैं दिखा दूं हाँ दे
ये भैया
ये दे तो ये
मेरी गलती नहीं है
अरे
गाइस मैंने सुनो ये रहा इट्स सॉफ्ट I'll open it right it's soft अरे यार
Who is number one right now? Who is number one right now? Number one अभी तक आया नहीं है चाइना में EDG है
it's exactly like pav like it's soft also from the inside अभी शेप इसके लिए खराब हुआ है क्योंकि मेरे को वो ओवन के कंटेनर से
ये क्या है वो पाव भाजी का थोड़ा बदमाश का हो गया
अब मेरे को
अरे
Yeah, so we kind of expected a fix split. So we're well prepared for it. We made a couple of changes to how we're going to approach it after we lost to G2. We kind of threw quite a few bad rounds. So for me, we're just going to focus on our fundamentals. And yeah, we've had a little bit of time to prepare. So hopefully the work we put in pays off on split.
All right, and we're going to see if it does indeed pay off.
We'll
see the changes that Team Heretics has brought in.
A focus on the fundies. Man, I tell you one thing. When you guys came back to us here, I didn't expect Heretics to be up 1-0. Not to disparage the good name of Los Niños, pero you know. I mean, like, it's EDG.
Oye, pero lo hacemos en español.
I can't keep up.
I can take over.
But, yeah, you guys are familiar. But yeah, I mean, for real, like, what an unbelievable game that we just saw from Heretics. Really just showing everyone, proving proving everyone wrong about this team going into it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see Heretics being so confident. Well, not so surprised to see it on Sunset, right? To me, the surprise comes on from the side of EDG. We're talking about the Astra for the first time this year. So many things were different, and Heretics was ready.
And their retakes were incredible on this one. I think they had a really good game plan of playing heavily into back sites, especially when it came into these B hits, and then finding the right opportunity to flood. If you give this EDG comp time to set up in the post plant, they have actually a ton of util to close out these rounds, especially with that Astra. And also proved to be really good with establishing these crossfires. When they're at an advantage, they are good to close out. I think Team Heretics did a really good job playing together as a team, and especially the util coming from the initiator players of Patatek and Rians, I think were super impactful and set up for a fantastic map.
I mean, I think that is like the best thing that we saw about this map. Yes, we saw Heretics that was on point, that knew exactly how and when to start with those retakes, how to react to the utility from the Astra, even though it's not an agent that we see that much. But the massive highlight to me has to be Rians. During the Swiss stage, I think that he was a little bit overlooked because everybody was looking at Woods. You know, we had a reason to.
Of course.
But man, oh man, he's old. He shock darts. Even when he uses a drone and just catches someone across the cage, I'm like, this kid, when is he going to stop every single piece? Because sometimes we do not see the Sova, and we can understand why some teams do not want to go for it. But you tell me of one round in this entire game that Rians did not have massive impact with every piece of his util.
And I can't tell you that.
Yes,
exactly. I don't think there was a round.
There really wasn't. I mean,
he's an incredibly impactful player.
He was contributing so much to it, and you know, I mean, we've seen
Castro
what the
sound too
impact
loud?
a good Sova player can have, right? You know, whether it's like Crash Season in Americas for us, or even Calm, right? Talking about players who just really thrive in that role.
Leo.
But Leo in the EMEA, of course, like just like to have that
भाई
player
अभी भी
be
zone में
that
तो है
impactful
अपन
in the game when all
और ऊपर
eyes
से
are
zone
on
में
the
आ भी
other
सकते हैं
direction, right? Looking at Kong. But man, you
Possible है
have
तीन
to
chicken
be
possible है
a
guys
little bit, you know, like concerned here going into it, because if they feel that confident in Sunset and then they've made those changes that Nilzinho said they made on Split,
तीन गेम
I mean,
में
this
से
could be dangerous for Kong and the rest of
तीसरा
the
चल
game.
रहा
Absolutely good. I
इसे
think
रिपेयर कर दिया मेरे को नंबर ही नहीं दिया रे एक
to
ने
the style that the teams are bringing. EDG played a lot of these slow mid rounds. Team Heretics was really proactive at reclearing space, and they were always at the right place to flood retake on their defense. That wins you rounds, and it's how they got that momentum.
भाई अच्छा था यार
Mango the first half, the defense side, that is.
Oh, of course. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Coach after, hear what he has to say as we get ready for Split.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with After, and I have Luna to help with some translation. So After, what was the most difficult thing about playing against Team Heretics? What were they doing that the team EDG was really struggling with?
那请问一下，就是在对阵 TH 的时候，你觉得你们遇到的最困难的部分是什么？
我觉得我们是在对于他们枪感上面嘛，我觉得我们上来适应的比较慢一点，然后他们看起来就是不管是补枪细节也好，或者是他们的道具配合也好，都会比我们来的更流畅一点。那我们尽量在下一张图把这件事情给做好，然后并且把我们的补枪的协同跟上，然后就至少不要让他们是击杀我们的手上多一点，然后我们还换不回来的局面上，对。
I think mechanically they have their aiming so clearly, and they got their key. It seems like we're gonna fix that in the next map. And when they got the first kill, we definitely gonna work with our synergy and our aiming.
Well, hopefully that the synergy and the aiming will be on point as we head into the next map.
Well, they're going to need that synergy to really synergize because, I mean, look, they were looking out of sorts in that Sunset game, which is, you know, not what you had expected from an EDG team that's honestly coming into this one with the most hype that they've ever come into a tournament.
Absolutely. I think we also saw players in terms of what he's talking about the aim there who need to step up not performing. This is one of the few maps where you watch Kong and you're not blown away, right? Yeah. Like these guys, the individuals were one of the big reasons they were lighting the world on fire in their international league, and we weren't seeing that here. But going into Split, this should be comfortable territory for EDG. They've played it a ton regionally. They're really strong on this map, and Team Heretics struggled last time we saw them.
Yeah, they struggled a lot. I'd love to hear that, Neil. You know, they've already changed some things, maybe some changes in the composition. We were talking about Patatek. He's no stranger to the race, but something needed to change.
Yeah.
Also, in the fundamentals level, it's very important because G2 got clutch after clutch after clutch, and we're talking about 3v1s. It's talking about the kind of situations that you don't lose. And regarding the compositions, I was highlighting
से कौन सी टीम है? VLR.GG खोलो ना.
Most of the competitions moving from Masters Madrid into stage 1, and now they're doing it again. I want to see if they're gonna keep that up on Split. If you give up the Viper for the Astra, as I said, first in the year for them on Sunset. Are you going to do the same on Split? Is there something that is going to be a constant?
Well, there you go. That's the first change there. Patatek's not on the Raze, and now you got Woot who's going to be taking that role.
Woot's always been a great Viper player, but I think putting him on the Raze here just makes sense. He's been in incredible form, and he's already proved to have great synergy with the initiator of Rians.
Woot taking 6 entry, Kang Kang 1 entry, how will they win?
Again, all the eyes have to be right now in EDG and how they're going to execute with this. This composition,
but
you know, it's nothing crazy, nothing that we haven't seen before.
Breeze जैसा कुछ map होना चाहिए. Long range fights बहुत अच्छे हैं EDG के.
But it wasn't enough.
PRX is already waiting in the lower bracket in front of their home crowd. EDG with these expectations can't lose already.
EDG's got to send this one to a third map if we want to stay alive in the upper part of the bracket. Let's send it back over to your casters, Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. Split on the cards, and you know, Neil Zenia was talking about how they knew what were the adjustments they had to make. They changed composition, they changed roles a little bit more specifically, but I think the big takeaway is not just those minor adjustments like that, Dre, but I think they're really prepared for what's going on here. They knew EDG were going to pick Split. They knew what tendencies they like to lean around, and more importantly, they knew their weaknesses when they played against G2.
Yeah, and when they played against G2, I mean, they didn't really show much of anything. I mean, they got completely steamrolled. You know what I mean?
Right.
The only shining light was Heretic's attack side. So the fact that they're starting on this defensive side again, if EDG try to go in with the game plan similarly as G2, it might not work the same way. But I mean, we don't really know yet. We do know that EDG is insane on the attack. We know that Kong Kong likes to use an attack operator, which is very unique, especially in a comp like this. Sometimes they'll leave him on an island working B main alone. I mean, remember Champs, remember all these iconic moments that he's had with that attacking operator. Yes, it was a different composition and nobody was on that jet to support him, but I imagine he's still going to do the same thing. I've seen him do the same thing in the Valorant Chinese matches that he's played. So it's definitely going to be an awesome match, and we're finally getting into things right now.
You lied to the people.
Oh, no?
We're not getting into it.
I saw the clock going down. I apologize.
I'm being told there was a tech delay. It is but haha, we fixed it. I mean, we didn't fix it. Honestly, we didn't do anything except stand here. And now it's been fixed. Now we're getting into the action. Now we're going to get to see how EDG played the attack side. You were mentioning the importance of Kong Kong with the op and how effective he has historically been with it. See if he can do a bit of the same. Heretics, they've promised adjustments.
Ooh, silent but potentially deadly approach to the round as EDG. No utility invested at all. This contact style is just in the meta right now.
Toggling of that wall.
Here we go.
Now the nade, the flash, the swing. Haodong tagged by Boo on the other side. And Patatek has played his position perfectly. I don't think they know he's here. Meanwhile, Boo trying to strike at the zone.
By Bob blind, babe. Bob blind.
Perfect.
That's bomb too.
Can they settle this? They're all here.
There's 3 players that'll just fight this A ramp while one watches the vent. But I think they made a step. Smarky should be aware. He does the damage, but he can't convert.
Now Patatek filling in behind it as Haodong falls. Chi-Chu will join him. Pistol the way of Heretics.
That was nice. A Heaven control. Patatek just tucked that entire time in Heaven while Boo is there just taking pop shots. And honestly, Haodong, he jiggled that. He saw Woot there, but it was just still the mechanics of Woot that has been prevailing for this Team Heretics team.
I really like the, you mentioned it earlier, but I really like the way Patatek played his position there. Waiting for Boo's paranoia to come out, not just the pop shots, but the utility as well, and then the swing behind it. How do you really handle that in such a tight choke?
उसके बाद वो लोग ने जो pause लिया ना fight में,
now for EDG, every time you go A ramp, you have to be worried about that A ramp re-clear.
Right.
Yeah, it was only pistols, but you see the potential that they can do, the damage they can do.
Right, and the ideas that they brought into this map. But it doesn't seem like they're interested in A ramp this time around. They get the Orb B.
B पे तो नहीं जाएंगे भाई. Smoke, trap, cam, सब
है. There's a slightly different re-clear.
Gets the info.
Persistence. Very nicely done.
And a judge at the end of this too.
We saw some judge antics in the previous map.
Mid-cut trap भी दर्द वाला है.
Silly as they were.
Didn't get as much value as we thought it would, but the follow-up utility is what shined in that moment. This time, I mean, Rians, he doesn't have any help at all. No util, nothing. So he has to really at least kill 2, 3 players even. Otherwise, EDG will have a free A site. On the mini map right now.
And a judge.
भाई one tap लग गया तो मजा आ जाएगा.
On the mini map right now, we saw Woot moving, but the
Reigns
contact
को one
will
tap
be
लग गया तो मजा आ
Oh,
जाएगा.
they're trying to fake that it's a mid hit. There's perfect. It's one. But that's all it is. So the judge will get picked up. The site will be open. Kong finding value. Getting a little bit closer to that ult. We've got so many rifles on the other side. This will be so difficult. Kong with high ground. He's going to reach.
Heavy shotgun sees होएगा.
He's potentially going to reclear ramps as well.
Such a good spot with the judge. He's going to have to drop, though, because of the pressure from Heretics on A ramp. I mean, I think you heard that.
With nobody at his side.
Oh, ये तो scene है.
A reposition. Now tucking back elbow. The paranoia, again, is going to connect onto at least two. But where's the flood behind it? The spit keeping him back for now. Forcing them to come out through heaven. Woot creeping forward. Kong with the judge. Finding value.
2v2.
They're able to snatch this thing back. Oh, but it's only one.
Woot भाई ना मान रहे भाई आज.
From EDG, man.
Yeah, they did a really good job.
Woot
That's
भाई
what,
ना
2
मान
times
रहे
in a
आज.
row, Kong has traded that judge. And then this time they're able to get the bomb down on top of it, do even more damage.
What do you get, 2-3 kills with that thing?
Yeah. I mean, he's already 3 to a showstopper.
Yeah.
That's going to be big for the future rounds. Here's the replay. Nice shots from Chichu, too.
American.
One enemy remaining.
And on the side of Heretics, it's this disciplined approach on the retakes. That's why they had so much success on the last map. I didn't really catch what he said right there, but I imagine it's, you know, just keep it calm.
Early one way already. Bested and disrespected.
And Woot, he started on the A side of the map early on. But since there was no rush, it looked like he was playing for a rush. Since there wasn't one, he's able to lean already towards the B side of the map. And the proactivity right now from Heretics is really impressive.
Flash getting a little
क्या blind दिया बे, क्या blind दिया बे.
Continue to impress.
क्या teamwork है भेजो.
That was a stellar entry right there.
आगे से साला sky
so
blind,
decisive, so
पीछे से
confident. He
omen
ran all the way from
blind.
A side to get that.
Well, and the desk was talking about it, right? They've
close
kind
fight
of
लेने
gotten
के लिए.
used to what these Chinese teams are going to want to play. These slow defaults at the beginning of the attack rounds. If Heretics can find the right place to strike, as they have been doing, as they did on Sunset, as they've done here, they're going to continue to punish it. And it's little things like that decision right there at the beginning of the round to pounce B main that will give them this advantage.
By heavy reposition.
They're doing such a good job.
Oh, वो लोग को लगेगा कि एक ही करके.
That's going to force the A split, the walk up. But there's trips here, Doug.
30 seconds
left. Deep smoke into spawn. Attack will have to clear it.
No way.
Now gets through Rien's, finding a little space behind it as well.
आगे पीछे कर दिया.
Is he able to upgrade a weapon? Yeah, he is. 10 seconds left. The spike's out of reach. Smoggy's gonna have to push his way through it just to pick it up. One kill found. But that's another round away of Heretics.
Benji.
Oh my gosh.
भाई ये वाला मैप है. याद है तुम लोगों को बेंजी वाला ये वाला मैप?
EDG.
अकेला होल्ड करता था.
They're kicking themselves for losing that round. Benji, Fishy with the ghost and elbow. I thought it was over once Rians ran through that smoke. Here's that proactive start to the round. Poor Kong, he saw nothing on his screen but white. Oh, yeah.
For him to get away with that. And it was off of, I believe it was Matic who was spamming the smoke from spawn. That caused the turn, and that was all it was.
Yeah.
सिटी से गोली मार रहा था वो लोग दोनों टर्न हो गए.
They actually went the right side. It's just they just got baffled by the crossfire from spawn and elbow.
So they're back to pistols. All towards A right now.
They're making it seem like it's just a cypher alert. But again,
the proactivity.
Oh my god.
So clean. And yeah, it's just against pistols this time, but they're decisive in every decision they make.
Shot
Smoggy with a couple of really quick kills to switch it back. Gets up into heaven. Punishes Matic. Marian's on the trade. A 2v2 now as Kong is spotted. Look at the beckon for the swing.
He knows he's low.
Daring the challenge. As the wall goes up, Rian's finds safe passage. Not able to land on Benji Fisher, continues to be a problem. Chichu with the Sheriff in a 1v2. Rian's weak.
Last player
oh my gosh, that was the weak one. Chichu's not able to land the shots as Benji cleans it up.
Benji
are doing so much damage on these eco rounds. And they're getting the bomb down on top of it. So yeah, it's helping their economy, but it's coming down to these 2v2s that are just not going their way. They're trying their darnest. I mean, Smoggy this round, the upgrade into heaven with the Omen. Oh my gosh. He almost got that last kill too. And if he gets that, it's over. He just 1v5.
भाई बहुत proactive खेल रहा है बेटी, बहुत ज़्यादा proactive खेल रहा है.
That's that 4-round mark for Heretics.
बोलो किधर भी sound आ रहा है, चलो वहाँ fight करते पहले.
So similar.
Fight करते, info लेते कितना है कितना नहीं है.
It honestly feels like the exact same map that we're watching right now. Slow approaches in the early round from EDG. This time around, I thought they took the right sites a lot more than the last map.
Tweet NH के मत करो भाई, सिर्फ गालियाँ पड़ रही है मेरे को बीच.
They're playing off of each other so well.
And I think it goes back to a conversation.
बाकी लोग बोलते हैं भाई इंस्टा पे पोस्ट करो, थोड़ा ट्वीट करो, थोड़ा बताओ प्रेजेंस इधर उधर. मैं जैसे ट्वीट कर दो सीधा पट से हेडशॉट.
Defaulty attack approach. Don't let them settle into feeling out the map and then striking where they want. If you're going to take the fight to them, if you're not going to allow them to settle in, you're going to leave EDG in fits, and that's exactly what Heretics have done here.
क्या करूँ यार?
Yeah, and that slow approach is how G2 absolutely destroyed Heretics. They completely dismantled them. They manipulated them around the map. They had them run circles around the map.
Right.
So now, I mean, the name of the game is proactivity based on any spot that EDG are even making noise. In this case, it was off of a Cypher trip, but they don't even care if it's a lurker, if it's the main pack. They're going to take that fight aggressively. So for EDG, they might need to try to bait out that trap utility. Act like you're taking space and hold for the
Tweet gone
reclear.
wrong part 100.
Maybe then you can get a punish. But sometimes it can be so hard. Especially with Heretics, they're just on point right now with their mechanics. Their aim is, they're just dialed in on the crosshair.
Chichu has thrown
this
for a couple
man.
He's ready to just go for another aggressive play here with Rocket. It's off of the cam again. Just like Sunset Dog.
So that orb going up and down suggests that somebody could have crossed back behind the box that you see on the streams right now. That's why Wood has to be a little cautious.
Oh, EDG need to back up right now. They understand the showstoppers there. But if I'm Woot right now, showing that Roomba on B, I'm already going back to A.
Yep. Or at least going towards mid.
Yeah.
But he holds a little bit longer because the orb has gone back up B. EDG wanting to explore the middle of the map here. With Pat Attack close by and Benji Fishy, who again has just been such a thorn in their side. Can they punish this? Gun spotted, Rocket out, not connecting. Pat Attack will fall.
Now the
neural theft. Slowing things down even more, giving EDG even more options. Smoggy has already gotten back B. Benji Fishy, the only one who's close by. Spam connecting a little bit.
4-1.
But the site is theirs.
So last one, 3 match में 50 point.
Oh, the flash is so perfect. Kanka can't see a thing, but Smoggy and nobody can, and they connect. EDG with a big advantage here, but slow it down. There's no way Wu pulls off this 1v3 with 11 HP. No shot at all.
Chalo, come back चाहिए अभी. 13-4 is all they get.
Proper post plant from EDG.
They look so good in those moments when they get the bomb down and they're
kind of freezing the round. In this case, Heretics, yeah, they got that nice pop flash from Reigns, but there are players from EDG waiting.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ क्यों वर्ल्ड कप खेल रहे पता नहीं. सीधा कप पहले दो.
As everyone is taking B, having control.
क्या बोलते हो?
Howdong just holds for that vent.
That
was all she wrote.
Yeah, but the problem is they haven't been able to get into those post-plant situations. I think they've got to solve that piece of the equation because you're right, when they get there, they look comfortable. When they have time to set up, when they're playing the game, the rounds at their timing, it's great.
And they were fortunate that that showstopper from Moot didn't connect because everyone was funneled in such a tight area.
Feeling समझ गए ना?
All side for Util A. Most of the presence of Heretics.
Australia नहीं रे.
It's just Boo who's got a sheriff playing mid.
It's a really scrappy buy from Heretics as well. I mean, yeah, they have some guns invested, but EDG will now know that the B Heaven player is using that sheriff. Maybe something to punish. Oh, but Heretics aren't budging at all. They're just staying in their setup.
Perfect.
Why not? Why not gamble at this point? I mean, if they go B, you can go for another retake round, whatever.
Right. And you got Rian's ult.
मैंने बोला
double trips could be really bad for EDG.
Is Benji Fishy gonna play spoiler again?
I've got your trail.
Interesting timing on the Seekers.
That should give the info that might cause a transition in event and going B.
They've gotten Heaven space. The Seekers are being traded. It seems like they're still considering it. Have not left Heaven. They've got to be cautious about this crunch.
And the time is going so low. If they're going to go B, they need to go now.
They're patient with it. Benji Fishy again. Getting the first. Wood on the cross, and now time is up. They can't really reconsider this. They can't really decide to flip the map. They've got to commit A. 10 seconds left. They're starting to find some of the advantages. Benji Fishy has not moved at all. Finally falling. He's picked up the spike, but there's not enough time. Again, it burns way too low.
Oh my gosh. I mean, a bit of fate played into Heretics' favor because EDG, had they gone B, I mean, this is a free round for them. I thought after they invested the Seekers into this round, they saw everything going towards site, they would know it's a stack.
Yeah.
But they don't know. Maybe there's a judge in vent or something, you know, it could be so worrisome.
There was something that they saw where they decided to stay A.
Yeah. Maybe it was the entry they got. It kind of worked against them. This new split from Heretics, this defensive side, it's looked like night and day. They look so much better.
Look at the position Boo has taken.
He's
one-way
so good.
he is. And he was set up off a reinsert that flash. This one-way coming through a little bit later. I wonder if that makes EDG second guess it. Yeah.
But him alone, I mean, he just got a raised nade out by himself. Investing what? A rechargeable utility and then, yeah, one TP?
Yeah. You take that trade any day.
I was literally about to say that. I'll take a Noman TP for a raised nade any day.
Konkong still has 2 satchels and his rocket.
What time is the cook coming?
This is interesting here too for Heretics because they haven't really been able to punish some of this early slow default from EDG, at least this round, right? In other rounds, they found a lot of success, but this time there hasn't really been a commitment or enough info that's been seen to want to punish.
They are setting up this
कल सुबह को मैंने जो मोबाइल ऐसे यूं करके नींद में फेंका पॉइंट मैप पे गया बेंच
Heretics here and Reans, he's tucked in back.
जोर बोलते दो
Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's got the first! Wu single-handedly destroying EDG.
भाई कौन है ये?
Becomes a factor. Smoggy's healthy, yes. But now he's going to have the neural theft to deal with. Do they try to pounce Patatek on the swing, willing to give away his life and secure the round for it? The clock decides another.
भाई तीसरी बार टाइम नहीं है.
Woot is world class. I mean, he came to play.
12-6.
क्या? नहीं.
Even if Konkong went to rocket him, he tried to satchel. He's trying to get ahead of it right here. Doesn't end up ducking on him, but he ends up ducking on Chichu.
I can do it.
And then the other two after that.
He jumps up too. I don't think people understand how hard it is.
To settle your crosshair when you're up, yeah.
Exactly. Just like that, another gun round stolen. For Heretics. And Woot, another showstopper. Heretics came ready to play. Those changes they made, so fruitful.
And Zinho, I mean, he tempted us with it, right? He teased us with it. Changes have been made, and we saw the obvious ones, obviously, at the beginning. Woot back on raise. Maybe that's all they needed, man.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And with the way the way he played the last map, he's had full
PRX
momentum,
versus
full
EDG
steam
loading.
ahead. He brought the heat into this one.
I mean, honestly, the way he's played this tournament.
भाई कैसे EDG हार सकता है भाई कोई मेरे को एक्सप्लेन करेगा?
I still can't believe he feels
होम
nervous.
ग्राउंड पे
Does not
जॉट
look like it
टीम है
whatsoever.
नंबर 1 है.
I'm sure he's not nervous now. You know, he's
PH
warmed up
अभी
in the map,
आई
but
है.
still.
Right. Yeah, he didn't look nervous when he stood up out of his seat there.
That's his baseline. That's so impressive in a player.
यश भाई ये क्वेश्चन आने वाला एग्जाम में मेरे को लग रहा है.
We'll delay things a little bit more. 40 seconds left. The satchel's out now. Konkong with the sheriff in hand. Patatek close by, but it's Rians who punishes.
Oh my god.
Another kill going the way of Heretics. But they've kept this really competitive here, but Smoggy's the only one left standing. He's got a stinger on the other side. He will punish with one. Baiting Benji Fishy into the swing, but not realizing it. He's got a really big window here to play around.
Oh.
He's got to be so worried about everything right now in this moment.
He's going to upgrade a weapon. 14 seconds left. Benji Fishy on the swing! And he lands another filthy shot!
Benji, क्या मारता है भाई?
No time to even settle the crosshair, settle the movement.
इसके बाद मैंने देख रहा.
EDG, they look so good in these eco rounds when it's scrappy. I mean, they go trade for trade, but when it comes to the gun rounds, it's just not there. I mean, they did a really good job here trading out. Even the split in heaven.
बस top 3 जो आपने predict किया था वो तो गया.
That's what I'm talking about. It was instantaneous.
मेरे top 3.
Vamos, Brazil.
What? Okay.
Vamos.
What? Huh? Head coach is looking at him the same way.
Huh?
The sporting coach looking at him the same way. And second time out now for EDG.
And in the previous map, I don't remember what the exact score was, but it was in the first half.
It was 8-2.
8-2.
7-1 now. A little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But the same concerns,
EDG है ना PRX lower bracket में.
I will say though, the last time EDG did take a timeout, they did bring that half back and they closed it out. So this is a good moment to potentially get a 7-5 half for EDG.
This is what happened when you don't play games.
They should be able to have a really good buy into this round. They saved the last one. It was a little dodgy, but...
भाई क्या artist लोग हैं बे? हाँ?
The thing is Heretics are winning these rounds without having to invest a lot of big ults into them. And then they use them for the gun rounds.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, again, EDG's on eco.
Right.
They have a great showing, comes down to a 1v1.
And then Benji Fishy.
Yeah, elimination again. नहीं जो आ रहा है lower bracket.
Yeah.
And then we just replay.
This team in general, they've just gone toe to toe.
कल या परसों से चालू है elimination.
They seem to always come out on top.
Binks by thoughts on
FPX really did give them a run for their money though. This time around, they're not having it.
Lower bracket का winner would play against upper bracket loser. Yes. फिर जो जाएगा वो जाएगा finals.
4 members of the attacking side. Same aura from Chichu that we've seen the last couple of rounds.
भाई ये लोग को explosive ही कुछ करना पड़ेगा यार.
What is the approach here?
जब ऐसा slow play किया ना तब थोड़ा scene हुआ.
Slow default hasn't really been getting much value for
भाई
EDG.
caster
Usually you try to bait out some
W
utility with this, but
W caster
Heretics are
बे
just
W.
so calm, they're so poised to not use anything early on.
मतलब मेरे को stream snap 0 latency से कर रहा है.
The paranoia out in the face of Rien's. Boo repositioning, still saying.
Oh.
Idea तो है.
Any of that utility, but Smoggy clotheslines him. On the swing, it looks clean as the fight ensues up in heaven.
उसने.
Rien's still dancing around Woot. Close by with Rocket in hand and satchels to boot. He may not have to use them.
Spike down B.
It's just another dominant stomp.
They know exactly where Chichu is right now. I mean, even Woot just jiggling in spawn here. Why not use the showstopper? He saw him.
Yeah, I guess.
An easy cleanup.
You're so close to the end to have two. The probability of getting another is pretty low.
Heretics aren't even giving EDG a chance in those rounds.
14-7
in the gun rounds.
Yeah.
And Patatek, he anchored this B heaven space
so
well.
That
That molly to dissuade
Patatek
everybody to run through from middle, and then he focuses B main.
Exactly.
And then he snaps back. I mean, it's textbook.
He just plays that so perfectly, understanding his window is there for him to focus on sight. You're absolutely right.
Huh?
And the star of the show, I mean, Woot, he's sitting at 14 kills. 14-7 to be exact. This kid is something else, man.
On the other side of the stage, Smoggy's the only one who's kind of close, 12-7, but and no success for EDG.
And Smoggy, he's looked great. He's opened up a lot of rounds for EDG, but they just cannot close it out. Oh, here's that punish proactivity again. Go away!
That wasn't supposed to go that way. More loss there than I think they would have preferred. They got the dog, they got the paranoia, and they got Woot dead. That doesn't feel too bad, but Kanka going so far up by himself, there's no way the rest of the team can join him. Now a TP through from Smoggy, but at that point it's late. They've already lost their duelist. The pit invested, Chichu falls. Now they're gonna have to dance around Patatek's ult.
It's for the end
right now. They're just ready for everything. The protocols are in full effect.
Nobody in Smoggy gets to the front door and they knock, but they're not allowed in.
इधर ही प्लांट करेंगे भाई Balls of steel है भाई.
They have to creep around this.
इधर ही plant किया था balls of steel. A पे जाना ही
The
पड़ेगा.
problem is they have 30 seconds left. There's not a lot of time to think this through.
So awkward in this sky flash from Rians.
Oh, he's gonna but he's not able to dodge a flash. I love the idea.
There's an opening now. There's a chance.
20 seconds left. Boo's hot to trot, rotating over. Starting to corral and control them as they drop the pit. Patatek falls, a 2v2 here.
10 seconds
Persistent
left.
in the attempts. Boo's on the flank. The spike goes down. So does Smoggy.
By
Clinical right now from Heretics.
Even the little things, man.
Yeah.
The little things
PH
are going well
बाप
for
भाई
Heretics too.
wood crazy है बे बंदा.
Taking your timing when the
wood बंदा crazy है. Benji बंदा crazy है.
The protocols that I was talking about. They're trying to punish the Cypher lurk. They get that done, but on the opposite side of the map, you have a Cypher, you have a Viper that are anchoring the B side.
Right.
They're beckoning EDG to run into that trap setup. And you see the cage come up, all of a sudden, Kong is isolated, and it's just, it's brutal right now for EDG.
And it may have just gotten worse. Woot has purchased
Team
it on.
_1 team Fnatic
Rotating back A, and
now
that's where EDG's
इस
headed.
हिसाब से कल 130 भी आर के लोअर बैठे
Target found. Kong down.
मत करा ऐसा by op diff दे
Fun
दिया
fact,
यार.
Doug, I did tell him when I saw him in the bathroom, I wanted to see him buying up on the defensive side, and I'm glad that he did.
I'm glad you were able to communicate that to him.
True story. I'm actually serious.
Benji Fishy again is still playing back here. Woot taking a lot of damage, and it's Rians who punishes.
कितना वे बेंजी कितना करता है वे.
All of these conversations about EDG playing in front of a home crowd, the #1 seed out of China. How they're going to have the 6th man behind them. And it's true, because every single time EDG finds the tiniest bit of success, this place goes insane.
Yeah.
But Heretics have silenced this crowd.
If you meet
for 11 rounds
what
now.
question will you ask?
They've definitely asserted their dominance in this series on these two maps. It's not over yet, but you can't help but feel like it is. Like the life is just sucked out of the arena right now. Everyone is in shock.
Last round.
I mean, it's 10-1, and you go, okay, Sunset. That's a really good map for them. We understand, but Switchy beat it from Sorry. Kukuka mentioned on the desk she was worried.
Yeah.
And for good reason. But Nilzinho just kind of gave the finger to all of that.
And you know what? When you get rolled the way that Heretics got rolled, the second time around, you're way more confident going into a map like Split.
Yeah, 1000%.
Because it even came down to like shots just being missed for them. And honestly, I feel like we'll have a similar narrative for EDG the next time they play Split.
Possibly. An aggressive take of A-Main. Paranoia, the flash, the satchel's out. Ooh, you madman.
He just ran into the full race nade from Kong. A little over-eager.
Yeah, I don't know where he was headed.
A little overconfident.
This is a really aggressive pit.
But they're just delayed.
Meanwhile, they're going to try to take main, but they have all of these trips. One of them already spotted. Benji Fishy punishes. And he's going to spot even more. Has to try to play his life here. Got to be careful as he spots another. The cage goes up. Haodong on the swing. Really nice footwork by Benji, but it's not enough. 3v3 for the site now.
And if they can get the bomb planted, this is where EDG have shined in this series.
They've spotted Kong. And that's their big success right there. You're right, you just mentioned it. This is where success comes through. Kong finding pad attack. These post plants have been good. And they're digging their heels in on this one.
So disciplined is EDG.
There.
Heretics are slowly creeping up, seeing if there's any mistake that EDG are making. But right now they're making none. Kong, he might find this timing right here.
Very nicely done. The ult invested a 1v1. Surely you don't lose those like that. A 4K for Kong as EDG get their second.
Kong is back, baby!
A direct hit. That's not something you see every day from that showstopper. I swear that thing just peppers players sometimes, does like 20 damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's Woot just so confident that he was going to get past that raise nade. And Kong, he woke up in this last round. Man, Smoggy's sitting at 14 and 10. Nobody else at double digits.
10-2 half the way of Heretics. EDG look lost, lacking answers. We'll see if the desk can answer some of those for him.
मैंने Forsaken Vandal लिया है. How's it? मस्त है.
I tell you one thing, Doug. I'm not sure at this point. Like EDG is really on the struggle bus, and you got a Heretic squad that is just looking like phenomenal, truly. Let's go ahead and take a look at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you got to give it to the boy Woot, just wooting all over everybody. I mean, this kid
He's just that Woot. The satchel over the rocket is utterly ridiculous.
It looked like, you know, like in the old James Bond movies when you have the ejecto seat car, you know, like you just like just catapulted into the sky.
Considering
What was that?
क्या time पे आया है और क्या-क्या कर रहा है.
Damn. It's just crazy to see that Team Heretics can go from that previous split that we saw the other day to this. Having control over everything, leaving the exactest pace and reacting to almost every single thing that EDG is doing. And on the end, just look at the end of this round. It happened like what? 3 times that EDG ran out of time. They couldn't
New job,
even
Kongami! Best of luck. Please no Ganesh bye. Best of luck, मेरी जान की
And it's really
टोटे.
similar issues to what we saw from some of the other Chinese
Baar
teams who have
dena
already
job
been
mein.
eliminated from the tournament. Attacking sides where you're not getting enough information, you're contacting and waiting for a mistake from your opponent that never comes, and then you're losing these late rounds. And those mistakes, I mean, they've snowballed into a dominant, likely 2-0 here for Team Heretics.
And you know who got all that information on the Chinese teams? Heretics, because they ran through it time and time again. It was almost as if they got the blueprint, and now they're just a few rounds away from winning this 2-0.
Yeah, exactly, but they still have to close this. They need to keep their head in the game because Kankan on the previous mob, he came alive in the later rounds and he can still do it now.
It's going to be quite the climb for EDG. Can they do it? Let's send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much. EDG down 8 rounds. And again, during that halftime break there, the crowd was doing their best to will them back into this map. Maybe it's off of Kongkong's back, maybe it's off of Smoggy who continues to perform, but there's got to be a spark here. There's got to be something to kindle these flames.
It's just so tough because nothing has gone their way, even the 1v1s, right? Benji Fishy just shutting them out entirely.
Yeah.
औरंग पता नहीं किसने मारा, वो भी अच्छा player है.
The shining star has been those post plans, but this time it only accumulated 2 rounds for them.
Right. And now you're going to have to deal with Wood on the attacking side.
Yeah.
Indian team इसमें part नहीं लेती क्या? अगला महीना लेंगे part.
And already Heretics doing a 4-1. They're feinting the Sky utility at A.
Flash was invested
in
now the dog.
They're keeping 3 players here. It's a perfect call.
I don't know if there's been enough really for EDG to want to move a couple of these players. 2 of them got tagged by the Paranoia, Wood the only one who has not. And he's going to be the one on the swing. The snap on Howdong is perfect. Not realizing there's another on the other side. Smoggy's able to punish. He will fall. Chichu trying to wrap around Pillar. Things slow down for just a moment as the dog now from EDG is intended to create a little bit more space. Kongkong up high, has to give the space back down to Greens with the frenzy at that distance. Will drop the duelist. He falls down to a 1v2. Chichu with Ghost in hand, 57 HP. Spike not in hand.
Oh, close!
Great trading from Heretics in this scenario. They got scrappy. There was a push and pull on the actual site. But that frenzy, it was perfect for the situation that Rians was put in. Those close range gunfights, all he has to do is spray and pray. Imagine you're going to see the replay right here. Even the insta-dink right there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Steady with it.
Oh, he got him too in the back.
Waving in and out. Just like gliding.
Coach ko dekha.
I wonder what he said.
Coach ko dekha.
I mean, all steam ahead for Heretics here.
Let's flip and go, Doug.
क्या खेला बेटी?
11-2. A couple of members on EDG
India
have
की
to
कितनी टीम
invest.
से एक ही है?
They force up the Stinger and the Spectre.
You have to.
Yeah. Oh. That might be the only thing that's gone wrong for Heretics this map.
Literally. And a slow
domination,
Heretics. They know that EDG, if they want to win, if they want to come back into this map at all, that they have to do something crazy.
Please stop
Something
with
outlandish.
players like
This ship
Tens and
isn't
Jin,
broken either.
hopefully one day.
Oh my gosh.
It's a pesky one. Howdong with 2 bullets left. Trying to land the shot. Hasn't managed to, but he got what he was looking for.
It's a great opening.
Yeah. Chichu finding some success.
And that's A site shut down, so that's going to funnel Heretics to speed up B.
It seems like EDG are ahead of it too.
Yep.
Because Smoggy and Chichu have already started to lean. As soon as that kill came through, they started to rotate. Remember, it was Howdong who was the first one here. The dog out through the smoke. The cage goes up. This rollout is really nice, but Howdong not able to find any success on the other side of it as Smoggy will fall too. They still have the 2 weapons they've invested, and Chichu's Sheriff strikes again. Now finally falling Kankan from up in heaven, getting a couple. A 1v1 and Boo's gonna get the kill again. Just when it seemed like Kankan was gonna deliver magic, Heretics gets a series point.
It's the same narrative as those 1v1s on the opposite side. When EDG were on attack, it was Benji Fishy that was winning the 1v1s. In this case, it's Boo. But honestly, Kankan, he did everything he could. He had to reload here, and the patience of Boo, I mean, just tapping away, securing the round win. And you have to buy anything now for EDG. They have rifles, they have Spectres.
Yeah.
No ults online. Chichu
hits
some really nice sheriff shots.
It's been borderline perfect up until this point.
50,000 लोग खड़े हुए हैं.
Finally an advantage for EDG in one of these rounds.
But is it too late?
Feels like it is, Doug. While all that's happening, all this B main pressure is happening, Benji Fishy is solo taking A ramp control. He broke the Cypher cam, so that will bait over a rotate from Chichu to try to help his teammate.
Arjun bhai, love you मेरी जान के
here, this would be big.
Almost does.
And he does. The problem is, while that fight was going on, Chichu has started to rotate back A as well. The truth is, Heretics have a fully open map right now.
That opens the middle area of the map for Heretics. Once Benji Fishy sees this Viper, that might be a cue for Heretics to maybe go back to mid.
They're gonna lean into this. They're still coming this way.
I mean, sometimes just grouping up and healing your teammate is the right call. Just trade out. They've been so good at trading in this series so far. Doesn't get traded this time around. That cage was the problem for them.
Oh, Chichu's filling in on the space.
बोला
from the other side. Oh, I thought it was going to happen.
भाई क्या हो गया भाई? ये देखो बे, एक राउंड जीतने की खुशी तुम क्या जानो?
Yeah, it's some crazy Spectre sprays. The first time in B main, the little collat right here.
Yeah,
this was really nice.
And
then in the back of the A side here. I mean, it's not easy to get kills with the Spectre with this distance. Ahead of you.
होता तो सोचो क्या
He was
मजा
dead
आता.
on.
अभी भी comeback
So
possible.
clean.
Easy है comeback, easy है.
You still can't help but feel like it's a little too late.
By same
looks like that's
face
the case on the
Alex
face of the coaching staff, but
same face
Kankan has been a spark before. Maybe he can do it again. Aggression from Heretics at the beginning of the round. They just satchel past the pit. They just fully get ahead of the pit. What was intended to be mid-control has been lost right off the bat, and now the pit goes down.
It's ludicrous.
क्या खेल रहे भाई?
Now Howdong, with all the pressure surrounding him, will fall. Kankan is able to get one, make that a second. The Spectre and the Ghosts on the other side, the paranoia out.
Viper को मारना
This
था
might be
इसको.
too much even for Heretics to pull up, but Kankan will fall. Can they upgrade the weapon from there? No, I think it's a little bit too far away.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. This rotation because of the Omen ult. Patty Tech has having control.
Yeah, but he's already been flashed off. They understand where he is, or at least have a good idea about it. Can they close this out? Boo's upgraded a weapon, a Guardian in hand now, but he's playing close. In elbow. Nobody and Smoggy both there.
यार बहुत टाइम दे दिया. अभी किधर भी हो सकते हो लोग. किधर भी.
Just the smokes.
Heaven भी हो सकता है, double heaven भी हो सकता है. कैसे clear करेंगे लोग पता नहीं.
Urgency continues to swell for EDG. They've got to go here, and they've got to go fast. The first one through. Patatek still playing up in heaven. He's crept out on the other side, confirming that there's no presence. One comes through, but it falls down to ones. Patatek playing up in heaven. Time is so short. As the smoke goes down, he tucks behind him. Smoggy has to hold it, not even able to get it to have damage dealt. But I don't think he's got enough time. The Grim Reaper strikes again. A clean sweep of the Chinese teams as Heretic bests EDG.
Team Heretics. They came out here to prove they belong with the elite, and they just made a strong case. And Woot, the big difference maker on this defensive side, on this map of split. What a phenomenal player. A Thrifty to seal the deal.
That's as close to a complete, I mean, perfect stomp almost.
भाई crowd W पे फिर भी clap up कर रहे. Crowd W पे.
Oftentimes you'll see teams get an early advantage, but the other team claws their way back into it, right?
Yeah.
Like they get a couple of things together, but Heretics, for all
सब
intents and
photo
purposes,
निकाल रहे हैं भाई. Crowd W
really
पे.
destroyed him every step of the way.
that change on split, that what 1 day turnaround they had. 1 match turnaround, I should say.
crowd W.
So clean now.
Take a look at it.
चलो गाइस मैं जा रहा हूँ, मैं कोई भी ट्वीट रिप्लाईज नहीं पढ़ने वाला हूँ, ठीक है गाइस? अब टाइम वेस्ट मत करना हेड दिन में। हाँ चलो बाय 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 बाय। कल कौन जीतेगा मैं पूरा स्टडी करके बताऊंगा। चलो मिलते हैं, रात को मिलते हैं। बाय 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 बाय। आदियोस चटी पे पादियोस, मिलते हैं 9:30 बजे। बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी, सी या, गुड नाइट। रात को मिलते हैं 9:30 बजे, उसके बाद रात को वुदरिंग। चलो